Hello, chatto! It's Tuesday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków. Fallen down and subscribed for 27... No, he hasn't. Fuck! I overdid it. I was like, no, I'm going to drop this into the intro to show how seamless and unflappable I am to sabotage. Kurva. Indeed. Oh, for God's sake. I am, in fact, flappable. Turns out, much like the geese I love so much, I am indeed flappable. To the point straight away. Yeah. I gave you 10 minutes. I was so on it and everything. Choose prediction outcome. Will he mess up the intro? I like how, yes, last stream, it was 80% no, 20% yes. This time, it was 39% yes. And frankly, I get it. I do. Choose outcome. Will he mess up the intro? Yes. Yes, he fucking will. No, I thought this is the moment I can bring it in fully, incorporate it into the intro, and then everything will be Gucci. It was, in fact, not Gucci at that point. Moving swiftly on, I suppose I could tell you what's going on the rest of the stream, really, couldn't I? But lots of things today, because it's Champions League, obviously. We've got other goodies to come along the way, as well as the fantasy thing, which is now, in fact, working, which you'll love to see. The Goose, speaking of geese, Gooseman, thank you very much for the 6 months. Always my favourite character in Top Gun. And where were we? Dan as well. Thank you, though, for the not for the 27 months, for the 17 months, Matt. Injury news for fantasy. Bear in mind, you can change your picks between every game, as far as I know, so it's less of a big deal. As far as I know, you don't have to... I can lock and unlock your ability to switch around players. As far as I know, I haven't had a chance to test it too much, because obviously you can't really test it without being live. Turns out as well that I have to make the session when I've gone live, otherwise it doesn't seem to work properly. So I set it all up before stream, and then, yeah, exclamation mark fantasy in chat will get you. I have updated the command as well, so it has the correct session code for today's stream, basically. I'm really kind of curious to see how this goes today, because I had a little play around with it yesterday afternoon, and I definitely think that I'm going to have to manually do the occasional thing, but for the most part, it does seem to be fairly automated, which is pretty fucking sick, honestly. Terry, with the gifted sub to Suspect. That is so kind of you, Terry. How are you, my friend? A new front of shirt sponsor. Is it Legoland? Is it a pot of tin? Hang on, I must get off of my big face to find this. Hang on. Right. Indeed. I feel like that would be more of a... Actually, no, Fulham, if it was Fulham, it'd be Victoria Sponge now, wouldn't it? Oh, no, this is nothing to do with me, Jose. This is something Clates has been working on, and it is... I'm really excited to see what it's going to be. And the thing is, right, as with anything like this, to do with like cool tools that people make for FM and things that make the community better, right? This is just the beginning of these things. There's so much scope for what you can do with this, basically. Maybe you do, Kenneth, because they've got their new line out, and it's so sick. I've still got the peach flavour, because, again, I've been using the same peach flavour, and it hasn't even run out in the last, like, 2 days since I've been drinking it, which is fantastic. Right, so... so basically, what you want to do is you get to pick between each game. I can turn it on and off, actually. Oh, which ones did you get, James? Or is it just the starter set that has, like, the basic ones? Because I think that one has the same ones in it every single time. If it's just to crack off... Oh, really? Oh. Because they were doing quite well, were they not, if I remember correctly? Hello, Rob. Still climbing, enough to see it. Mess about with editing, good. Yeah, it's... man. But, crucially, Rob, you took action, right? That's... The most important thing is to be taking action on this stuff, and that's all you can really do is start, like... Getting help is the best thing. I don't know why I became South African there, but it works in South Africa just as much as it works here. Maybe even better, because it's probably sunnier. But yeah, that's good to hear, but also bad to hear at the same time, right? And one Aeems. I can see why you'd think that. Now, crucially, remember, this is the thing. Sorry, I don't have it up on my main browser. I've got it on my like secondary browser. I may have to switch it over to Firefox at some point for a following stream, because I forgot that I was logged into the wrong one. But point being, the point system, although I can still get the Fantasy IO thing up so I can show you the point system, to be fair. Let me just see if I can find the link myself. Is that it? No, that's Holy. I'll get there in the end, chat. Where is it? I've lost it. Route 1, thank you very much for the 2 months, my friend. I hope you're well. Let me just check it myself. Done on my shortlists. There'd really be... I'm not sure what you do with my shortlists, to be honest, because most of my shortlists are regen players, so they wouldn't have any effect on your saves. So yeah, the point scoring system is quite crucial. Obviously, it's hidden behind my camera here, but no matter where I move, it'll be hidden in some respects. The players are being... Oh, filters. Yes, absolutely. Exclamation mark filters. That will get you all but the latest 2, because I need to update the pack with the last couple that we were working on last stream, because there's some good shit there. They actually did find some really cool players. And I had a look at the Minutemen one, Boothy's one. And because we're coming up to the end of the year, there was some players on it, and I actually signed a couple of guys. So yeah, basically the way it works is players get rewarded for doing their jobs. I.e., it's not like not like FPL, where if a defender scores, they get paid, they get more. They actually get less than scoring as a defender, but they get rewarded for clean sheets, assists, and obviously goals and their ratings on top of that. So it kind of works on a sort of sliding scale where everyone gets the same bonuses for most things, I think. Actually, no, they don't. It sort of slides down, essentially. So an attacker gets 5 points for a goal, midfielder gets 3 points for a goal, defender gets 3 points for a goal, and so on and so forth. You kind of pick it up quite quickly, though. There is an OBS link as well. I hadn't had a chance to figure out where I wanted to put it yet. So as a result, I didn't want to put it on the stream today. Yet, basically. And maybe I'll switch over to that next time around, because I can still monitor things. But yeah, I might get the live league table up there as well. We do have I think if you do exclamation mark leaderboard, it does sometimes show up in chat as well, because there is a bot attached to it too. So that should in theory work as well. But don't worry about the fact that even if you got here a little bit late, it doesn't matter, because obviously I can pause and unpause it in between each game, and all sorts of stuff like that on the top. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Route 1. Lovely to have you back in chat. I was just excited to actually give it a go today, particularly as we've got a nice chunk of matches to play it in. I figured now would be the perfect opportunity to do so, especially with Poland absolutely clapping cheeks still. I did play a couple of games off stream, but it was just a few like League and Cup sort of nonsense matches, basically. But Montperouse is continuing to do bits and bobsies. Could change during the session. I don't know. Again, all I know is that I can pause and unlock it in between matches, which makes me think that maybe you can change your picks. I don't know. I've actually never played it as a viewer before, which maybe would have been a good idea before I tried playing it as a streamer, I suppose. But we'll give it a go today. We'll learn a lot, and that way when we come back next time. So you can't pick a keeper because keepers currently don't have a point scoring system in the game, so it kind of just ignores them for the time being. They do get punished with yellow and red cards, though, so I'll have to keep an eye on that, because the automated thing isn't always great at picking those up, I find. So I'll have to stay on top of that, particularly with the matches that we're not actually watching. But luckily, we are starting with Bayer Leverkusen. But before that, I was a bit of a busy boy. I didn't watch the playoffs today, obviously, because they were all on at like silly o'clock at night, but it's kind of going how I expected, with the exception of probably Philly. I watched the Avs game on Sunday night, obviously, because that was on at 8 p.m. That was a bit... I feel like if we can win games while being a bit mid, then I'm pretty happy with us. I think we'll actually end up sweeping that, to be fair. Yeah, so pick wisely. Oh, so you can't swap your picks. Interesting. In that case, I probably should show you the system of injuries and stuff, right? If you can't swap your picks, then I will show you the current injury setup. So, the only players that are currently injured are Abdullahi, who's out for 3 weeks, and Gomez, who's back in a couple of days. He will be... Both of these two are not starters, but they will probably get some game time today during stream, because they'll be rotated in various squads, particularly Gomez, in fact. I think he'll likely get more game time than Abdullahi will do, and he's a striker, of course. Now, importantly, I'll show you on the team selection screen as well. There are some first-team players that obviously aren't registered for Europe, so that does matter as well. Session code is the... If you do exclamation mark fantasy, it'll give you the session code. Oh, my apologies. Sorry, friends. Half doing bits. I was actually going to suggest doing something like that, but I can never do it from inside my OBS browser. It won't let me set it for more than 20 minutes inside OBS for some reason. That's more like it. So I can make that smaller for myself so I can see chat. There we go. Lovely old job. Right. So, let me just give you the first team, guys, and it's listed to... So players that aren't registered for the Champions League, they'll still play games today, but they're not going to be playing in Europe. We are counting all games, though. So Gumarães, Gambari, Chocolate, who I don't think is actually in the fantasy thing anyway, Facone, Hernandez, Aguirre, Ajeti, and Pisani. Everybody else is technically registered. So those guys will probably still play matches, but they won't be able to play as often, so bear that in mind. I mean, let's be honest, you probably weren't going to be pricking Mr. Gambari anyway. Dushan's had a weird start to the season, in fairness. Now, obviously, I can't play. I would be thinking, if I was to take 3, I'd be having Montperouse, Catalar, and Naeem would be my 3, I think. Because Montperouse counts as a midfielder. So... with the amount of goals he gets, that's worth looking into. Now, I think I didn't pick the team, although it looks like the team's actually picked itself, to be fair. I don't think no, there's some spaces on the bench, which is fine for Europe. So let me just add some more benchy boys. We want Coffee, obviously, to the bench. Obviously to the bench. There we go. And probably John as well. That'll be... Oh, there's one more spot. We'll have Herrera then. Why not? For Coma's Mana. Oh, no. Alfredo Mana is... By the way, I hadn't looked at his attributes for a little while. God, he's good, isn't he? He really is. I know half. Also, how's it going, man? What did you think of the game last night? Because I had it down in my head as if West Ham won that game. I think that was curtains for Tottenham. But now I'm not so sure. JHD is the thing is, with JHD, I think, if he has like a random purple patch on a stream, like he does sometimes, so does Duchamp, they'll go through random spells where one of them will score like 6 in 5 and then not score for like 11 matches. Wolves then decided, I suppose. But if West Ham had won that, the gap would have been 4, and then I suppose a win would have brought it right back again. That Forest win, though, I said 3-1. I said 3-0 win to Forest. I got the scoreline difference right. I must admit, when they went behind, I thought, oh, good God, what have I done? Okay, so, yeah, Mana's looking goated. We're playing by Leverkusen today. I checked before stream. There's been 14 group stage matches so far featuring Polish sides in this year's European competitions. 2 defeats. That's it. 1 for Legia and 1 for Brugge. None of the other Polish sides have lost a game yet. It's incredible. Oh, he probably would be, actually. Well, part of the reason why we were looking at him originally was with the logic of maybe he could play in that role if we trained him there. But I almost think he's too good of a centre-back to not waste, but to have him play even deeper. Because I believe still, personally, that Uche is going to be him. I think Effiong could be the guy to replace Lucinho one day. He's not the tallest, but he does have a good jumping reach. Hello, Perfect Paddock. How are you on this lovely Tuesday morning? It's genuinely nice today. Opportunity missed. Yeah, when I saw the Palace goal, which I assume was disallowed for various reasons, come up, I thought, oh, Everton at home on Saturday, I tell you what, that feels like the type of game that you could, I mean, I think Forest, because Chris Wood's back now, right? Because I saw him on the pitch for those goals, and I thought to myself, I don't know how long he's been back. Was it handball? Yeah, okay, I didn't actually see. I just saw the score flash up and immediately go and retract itself. How was that, Perfect Paddock? Because that sounded like it was a pretty solid game. Because Villa and Forest are both into the semi-finals now, aren't they? Are they playing each other, or are they playing someone else? I actually don't know what the situation is with those teams. Right, let's get to the game. Oh. I've just realised our literal starting goalkeeper can't start. That would help. Which means it is time for Diakite. Wait. Hello? FM? Hang on. Senior squad, not a club. Oh, I've got goalkeepers here. My apologies. That was when I was selecting the stuff before stream to make the... There we go. I didn't realise I had that done. Right, cool. That should be okay now. Switch that off again. And we move. They play each other. Ooh. That's... It's one of these things where part of me wants Forest to win because I think it would just be cool to see Forest in a European final, particularly with the season they're having. But then the other part of me goes, if Villa win and go through and win the Europa League, that would give them Champions League qualification. But if they were to come 5th, I believe, that would mean 6th in the Premier League could get you Champions League, right? So there's all this kind of like weird trickle-down stuff going on there. And I quite like permutations, chatto. Who doesn't love a permutation? Forest versus Villa Park. Villa Park in the second leg, I feel like playing the second leg at home. In real life football, I like it, but in FM, for some reason, I always prefer being at home first. Gives you a chance to set your stall line, just go for it. Might be okay. Ginger, is the league still on though, right? Surely the European qualification is still on the cards. That's the real quiz. They have a play called Hotza. The thing with Catalar this season is he's not really been getting a lot of chances compared to what we were doing before, and that is fascinating to me because I don't really understand why. Given it's the same system setup as last year, and largely the same entire squad, with the exception of maybe Mana playing regularly. Hello, Gato. It's good, man. It's very good. I woke up this morning and was just like, let's go. I've been locked in today for some reason. I was doing stuff pre-stream, obviously setting that stuff up, but working on some other things and just kind of feeling it, you know? It's just been a nice week so far. If we could get a goal straight off the opening kickoff, that would be delightful. Oh, go on. Yes! Off the bar! So basically the way it works is, after each match, I have to capture a screenshot of a certain screen. I then feed that into the system and it does it. I will check, obviously, to make sure it does it correctly. But for the most part, it seems to. The only thing it's a little bit squiffy with sometimes is like cards. But basically the way it works is you don't get points for lots of things. It's basically points for ratings. If it's above a 7, 1 point. If it's above an 8, 2 points. If it's above a 9, 3 points. Captain points, clean sheet points. And then it's just goals and assists after that, basically. And then obviously you lose points for cards as Montperouse! What a save! Bloody hell. Yeah, essentially. So it should be relatively straightforward. And I can manually adjust things if I need to as well on the scoring, which means if we do see an issue, flag it to me and I can adjust it on the fly, which is quite useful. Oh. Well, that was a good start. Who are Legia playing? They're playing Milan. I think they're probably... By the way, I looked at the Legia versus PSG game to obviously capture the highlights. Legia lost 4-1. They absolutely battered PSG in that game. They were so unlucky. They had like 2.7 XG against PSG's 1.4 and they lost 4-1 because PSG are just PSG, right? Dutch come in the second tier. Ooh. I mean, that's how you do it. Going behind just feels... so much more satisfying when you get to come back. Are we gonna... We started so strongly in this game, and now it's just kind of tailed off a little bit. The front three have really been shut down a lot, and Alvarez has had a really quiet game as well. I mean, what's the other semi-final like in the Europa League? I actually forget who the other two teams are. But, I mean, obviously the English team is likely going to be the favourite no matter what most of the time. But, actually, who is it? Why can I not think? Because Forest knocked out Porto, didn't they? And Villa took out Bologna. Oh, what a save! Tell you what, who had the Bayer Leverkusen goalkeeper in their fantasy team? Because I'm starting to think that you shouldn't have picked any of our guys and should have instead picked this lad here. Oh, Braga versus Freiburg. Oh, that's fun. I'd quite like to see Braga do that. Not because you get to play at home or anything, just because that's fun. So yeah, Dennis Seaman. They've got a spunky goalie in goal, and he's doing a cracking job so far, to be fair. He's absolutely... Is that Malik Tillman? Fulham have been linked with him, apparently, and okay. Nice. We like that. Is that Gerard Quanta as well? Hang on, they've got a guy called Cups. Christopher Cups. Is their team still, like, largely real players? Daniel Kuhl. Very good at decision-making and whatnot. Oh. Yeah, when you looked at the goals in the game, it didn't help as well that the Legia goalkeeper had an absolute nightmare. I think it was this guy, Tobias. He put, like, a 5.8 up in that match. The sort of thing I would expect out of Diakite, although ironically, he's on a 7 today because reasons. Simon. Yeah, but it's Seaman. You know. I'll always try to say names correctly unless they're funny, and then I will deliberately go out of my way to mispronounce them even harder. See, for example... Actually, no, that Amaricio guy, that's just how his name's pronounced, isn't it? Oh. Did it do it? No, that's the thing. They were just kind of really... The sort of chances that are probably, you know, what 0.1 to 0.2. That's not great news. Also, what's even happened here? Because why is he not showing an injured symbol on him? That's weird. I know. I get he's injured, but usually it shows you like an injury symbol on them, or gives you some kind of... Well. Who had Duru? Did anyone take a punt on Ifeanyi Duru? Because this might be about to be his moment. Oy, oy, oy. The Fila believers. Big results. Actually, tell you what. The biggest results really weren't from us. We managed to win 2 out of 3 games. We should have won all 3. Villarreal, we kind of shit the bed on that one a little bit. Hence decided to change our goalkeeper. And have now persisted. Well, not in this game, obviously, because we can't register him. But... 16, I'll have to check if there is a way that you can switch out, because it would kind of suck if you couldn't switch the player out at all. I also just realised that I had it open still, so I'll lock it there, so you can't change players now. And now we're losing to Bayer Leverkusen as well. First the injury to Fila, and now this. No, we're going with the young Croat guy who's just turned... I think he is now 17. The 5-star potential guy we found that actually stayed 5-star PA when we signed him. So we thought, fuck it. There's nothing worse that could happen than by giving him a chance. I think Windles did actually play a game earlier this season, though, and did all right, to be fair. Yeah, Bello Brajdic, I think is his name, or something along those lines. We're losing to Bayer Leverkusen now, and I don't really... I mean, can he really save that realistically? Okay. I might make early subs here. The bench is looking a little iffy. I mean, Alvarez has been absolutely woeful, and there's one man I can trust here, and it's Tomashevic. Montperousse is also on a 6.19. Oh. We are very light in these positions. It might have to be Herrera. I was thinking about bringing on Molsky. That's how the levels of desperation I'm on. Yeah, Anwar's at least cooking. Clean sheet bonus is gone, though, sadly. Boys are toys. Thank you for the follow.
2 blocks from here.
I think you kind of right, but I think it's just because his hair is so blonde. Depth problem. Nah, it's more just that we have sold some depth this season and had some bad luck in general. We know that tactically we were really good, because if you think of the end of last season when we really started to cook a little bit with it, it's just been a bit of a weird start to the year. Like, domestically, we're flying and absolutely cooking. I also did some tactics tests with this while I was doing a simulation for something yesterday, and it definitely does cook. I had a season with Ferencvaros where I had a player score 18 goals from right back using this exact same tactic. So I wonder what caused him to do that is my question. And also, statistically, in the Champions League this season, we've been dominant in every game, but just had a few little errors that have cost us here and there. So, for example, against Villarreal, we were 2-0 up, but then they just had 2 really low-quality shots that went straight under Diakite. This one I don't really blame him for entirely, but it's still not great when we can't take our chances today. Because we've had 3 really good chances in the first sort of 15 minutes of this game, which have just been spurned wide. Johnny... Hang on. Johnny on GT. Johnny on GT? Johnny on T. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that, friend. Yeah, that was an excessive amount of goals. It was this guy called Lino, of all people. Oh, go on. This little back post header or something? Go on, smash it. That's fine too. Anybody that wants to do something with this ball. Oh my God. I mean, it's in. It's in. But that's the type of goals we were conceding earlier times. Jens Hjertedal gets us level. Who had Jens? Oh, captain in Jens is brave. Mr. Hortdazer? For a second, I was like, who is that? And then I was like, that looks like Ivan Toney. And it was Ivan Toney. Ah, dear. JHD getting some picks, and that's a nice moment for him. I don't know if that was inside the box. I think it still counts in Jens territory. 2-0 now in that case. Okay, that's the 3rd defeat for the Polish side. But yeah, I think we just had some weird luck in Europe. Oh, that guy that's just on the ball there, that Engish guy, this guy, he's actually come from a Polish side, not obviously gender one. He was one of the first sort of Spanish Scourge players that got picked up by a different Polish team and got sold for quite a lot of money, I think. At least hopefully some clauses in there. As soon as you know, yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's not like you've done that badly without him, is it? Oh, for God's sake. Right. Okay, Bayer Leverkusen, I see you. As if we're going to lose this game. They've just taken a... This is an interesting system that we don't actually find ourselves up against very often, I think. Oh, or they've just got our number today. Because we've had the openings. The shots have been there. But the one chance we did score is an absolutely terrible shot. We're just going to go out with a whimper here. That left side has been absolutely awful today. Is the biggest problem. First Alvarez and now Tomashevic off the bench. This is like... Oh, hang on. There might be enough time here. There could still be room. Potentially. I don't think we're going to be getting man of the match awards either. Oh, shit. No, go on. Get in there. Yes. Nice. That's better. Can't beat Bundesliga teams. There is a certain Bundesliga team that I would very much like to play against, but we haven't had a chance to yet, just so we can get the ultimate derby against them. It's a great block from this... Hi, ay, ay. What a chance that was at the death. Great block from the defender. Yeah, that's one of those games when you kind of look at it and go, it's not Coln. Actually, Coln would be a cool one to play against. No, it's obviously a certain energy drink company. Potentially. I'd like to play against them simply so we could beat them. Right, so what I have to do now is I have to grab this screen, I believe. And this one should allow us to put in all of the nice numbers. I don't think we got any bookings in this game, which is useful. Wait, we did. Was it Alvarez? I'll have to deduct points on Alvarez if anyone had him as well. I have to make sure I check that. Right, copy that image. Go over here. And then go to match upload. Paste document. Read stats and see. Yeah, I've got the repression monster. Good.
Do not hate me. I am familiar with over 600
Nick Hardy, thank you for the follow, my friend. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday morning. Let me just get those stats ready. It's going to take a little second. Want to make sure it gets all the correct players. Oh my god, this is going to take me a second just to make sure I've actually got this done correctly, basically. Because, like, Lucidio, Mana, Naeem, Obradovic. Naeem, Obradovic. And Jens, obviously, she's, yeah, so 5 players should have some points there. We didn't get man of the match or anything like that, did we? And Alvarez as well is going to get a minus for the... I think that's it. Basically, Dusan and Jens did okay. Dusan actually did more points, in fact, than Jens did. Which is surprising. Right, so there was... I don't think it was man of the match. Let me just quickly check. I'll get quicker at this. No, we didn't get man of the match either. All right, cool. So that's actually nice and easy. So what I'll do now is I will apply the points. And then I will also deduct one for Alvarez getting booked. That's a yellow card. So that'll do him nicely. And I think that should have now updated. Damn, a lot of you selected Anwar Naeem. Holy shit. So now if I have a little look at the table... Oh my god, Gooseman. Absolutely cooking there. Right, so I think... Let me just test this. So I think if I do exclamation mark leaderboard... Nope, that's not the right one. There used to, I swear there was like a test, a bot test or something you could do, but I can't remember which one it is or what the command is to actually display it properly. Yeah, I don't know. Goose is good, potentially. Maybe it's leaderboards. Nope, I have no idea. I swear there was supposed to be one that you could do for leaderboards, but either way, Gooseman is kind of chefing right about now. I'll get this onto a different monitor in a bit, maybe. Right, standings. No, it definitely was leaderboard. That was the word that was recommended, so I don't know. There needs to be like a readme, I think, that has all that stuff in it, but I couldn't find it yet. Right, so what I'll do then is I will now unlock the session. So in theory, new people can join now, and maybe we'll see if you get to change your players. I don't know. Let's go. I'll get quicker at it, don't worry. That was shit from us, though. I think what really happened in this game is our left side just struggled tremendously, you know? And... we kind of lead that board. I think it does need a readme or some documentation for certain things, because I did figure out a few things through sort of a lot of clicking in places. Did they? 3-0 in the end. They probably dominated that game as well, unfortunately. Command area is really easy to train. Oh, is it? Which training? I take it was just whichever one has command of area in it, or is there more than one? Either way, that's dope. How does one join? Exclamation mark fantasy. And you'll find out all the good stuff. Just one. In that case, even better. So what you're basically saying is that we need to be targeting goalkeepers, or rather, we need to not exclude them because of their command of area, basically. That's the way I'm thinking about it, I suppose. Let's see. So we've got... fair enough. They lost that game deservedly. So there's a lot of this exact system I'm seeing around in Europe. Ban you. What if I don't, though? That seems like a weird thing to do, my friend. Ben Mee, favourite Brentford player, chat. That would be quite funny, actually. Any mod gets to do the honours. Timeout length of your choice. But it could be. Could be building a nation. Very true. Never excuse an acronym, chat. Marcus Silva going. Well, he hasn't signed a new contract, and we are playing stinky poo-poo football at the moment because we've scored one goal in it. Sorry, we've scored once in our last 5 games. It's not exactly been cracking quality football lately. Yeah, Harv's doing his job and everything now. Right, yeah, so that was... we have kind of suffered there, but it's not really happened, honestly, Sam. That's a new one for me. It's like, to be fair, I weirdly kind of respect it just because it's better than them doing something that's actually bannable, because then we have to deal with that, you know? Right. We've got a couple of bans in there. Yeah, exclamation mark fantasy is how you... and it's also pinned at the top of the chat, but that may not always show up. Do you know, that might even show up with players. Could I interest you in Martin Zubimendi? Or Ahmed Bani? Or Jaime Furi? Good name. Of course he's Colombian. Could not be, could they? Marco Banvast? Oh, yeah, because Marco Rosa, right? Gone to Bournemouth, or is going to Bournemouth. What was Rosa's last job? Oh, shit. Oh, shit! 2 to 3 months out for Michael Fieler. Oh, Leipzig, okay. Does that seem like a transition? As in, have they thought about this? Is that the sort of Is it a good continuity? Because I don't know much about the way that Leipzig play football. Well, that is not great. So is there no way that you can change your picks in between games or anything? Yeah, he's pretty much done until... Let's check it properly. Wait, did I just... No, it was injections, wasn't it? It is now unlocked again. So if you can change it, then you should be able to now. But if not, then that might be something you could... I don't know. Maybe there needs to be a system where you could change it like every 5 games or something. Or you could... Actually, suppose you could make 1 change per match week in like normal FPL. But I guess that would be a little bit more complex, right? So what does it actually say in terms of... Oh, we don't even have a return date yet. But if it's 2 to 3 months, realistically, he ain't going to be back before Christmas, is he? Which means lots of time for Nathaniel Duru and maybe even Gomez. For the injury news? Oh... That's an oof, because he got injured during the last game. It's going to be tough now for people, I suspect. Not as tough as for the people that come in and now end up picking him, of course, but they'll see pretty quickly, I suppose. Duru no longer wants a new deal. Okay. Weird. Make change. Oh, amazing. To be fair, as far as what it does right now, it's already awesome, and I think it's so sick that stuff like this is being made in the FM community in general. I love the game has been crying out for something like this for ages. What would be so cool is if there was a way that you could actually link some kind of API type thing into the FM itself, so it could suck stuff straight out. Duru kind of he's got 3 years on his deal. He keeps complaining, but he's going to get a run in the team now like nobody's business, because with Fila out, Duru is the man. I mean, I guess I could give Gomez a run too, but Duru is better. I just don't like Duru's work rate, and his teamwork isn't great. He can sometimes get a bit iffy. I feel like he's not the guy you want leading the line long term, but for a little spell, maybe this is and he's inconsistent too. And at 23, it's unlikely to change too much. Ah, no, that's totally fair enough. It's the same with like the transfer. I did some more stuff on the transfer room in thing yesterday, but what I've worked out is that the text scaling does move stuff around sufficiently enough that I'm going to have to basically recapture all of the coordinates for each different text scaling level, and then see if maybe I can automate it via the resolution changes, perhaps, because that is more simple math. So it's going to take a little while to actually get a working prototype I can give to other people, basically. Unless they're using the exact same setup as me. In that case, it probably would work for them at this stage. See you later, Jinjo. Have a lovely rest of your day, my friend. The actual game? We're locked in. Now, that was the one I did before stream. What I was going to show you as well earlier, chat, is the players I signed between the... Obviously, they haven't joined us, but I signed a couple of guys up from just random reports that were coming through. Sorry, we have 35 players. I didn't realise it was as many as that. Cool. Let me see if I can find them. So annoying. It doesn't tell you when you actually sign them up. It just tells you when they're joining. So a couple of guys that I... Or does it actually? Maybe it does. Were you guys around when we picked up Mishenko? I think that was on stream, wasn't it, Mishenko? Because... Yeah, he's quite good. There was a couple that I picked up after stream. Obviously, Gary Viagra, who we mostly signed because his name's Viagra. Or Viagra, I guess. Nicholas Mera, I think he was one from stream. There was a couple, though. I just can't remember the damn names. Paredes, maybe? No, I think... Oh, he's quite good, though. There was a couple that really stood out. There was one especially. His name was like Hock. Daniel Hock. This guy. This guy came up at TSC. He's 20 years old, but the reason I liked him is because he was wanted by Manchester City and Arsenal. And I thought, with a release clause of £1.1 million, I liked enough of what I could see, and we could always train that command of area situation, that I thought he might be worth the kind of £1.1 million punt, even though he is 21. But 20 years old. But he's a goalie, so that doesn't matter so much. There was a couple more as well. Itrak, I definitely do remember signing on stream. This guy as well. £1.3 million. He's a little bit much, I grant you, but I just really liked some of his attributes that he was displaying for his age. And he's only 17. So he as well. The Croatian goalkeeper. Well, the Croatian goalkeeper is a lot younger than him. Or is this a different Croatian goalkeeper? Hawk and Cock is like... Maybe? There was this guy as well, but mostly just because he was like £3,000. Was there anyone else? No, I think that was all of them. Maybe. Because I'm pretty certain all the ones I signed were actually... Oh, and hang on, was this guy, Ukros as well. This was the last one. Janinson Ukros, who's another goalkeeper. But again, I thought... Yeah. The Dynamo one, yes! Yeah, he's one we can't sign yet, but I would like to try again in January, potentially. There's a guy that youth challenged at threat. Oh, okay. England down to 15th in the coefficients. Ooh. I would love to know how that came about. Training one-on-ones. Yeah, because I've noticed that reflexes doesn't seem to do a great deal. But this guy here, like, the main reason I liked him, obviously, was that he was cheap. Reasonable physicals. He's only 18, and he has 16 reflexes. Handling's okay. Communication. These guys are kind of okay. And for that kind of price, I just figured, fuck it, why not? Because we've still got so much money cooking that I was willing to start dropping a little bit more of it. Because, I mean, we got given another, like, we've got 250 mil in the bank, basically. It's crazy. Oh, by the way, you know what I was talking about, how the tactic did really well with Ferencvaros in a test. Obviously, I wasn't actually testing the tactic. I just needed to put a tactic in. Our Croat is this guy. But also, remember, he's just turned 17. And he already has really good command of area. And now he's no longer 5-star. Fuck! Reflexes are a little bit low on him, which does make me a bit worried again. We will find a goalkeeper that suits our style. We'll get there in the end, basically. It's... I'm a little bit worried about him now. No, I'm going to give him a run because he can't do any worse than what Diakite was doing at this point, right? But yeah, so the reason I was testing that thing with Ferencvaros is because I decided to sort of take it into my own hands with this whole, like, the Spanish Scourge type players to see if I could trigger it for other countries. Because it kind of should, in theory, still do the same kind of thing. So what I did was, 5 years into that Ferencvaros test save I did, I turned on Norway, Sweden, and Denmark to view only. And then I simmed 5 years to see if there was any, like, Scourge Scandi players. So to give you an idea, before I did that, there was one player in the database that was based in those leagues that was over 160 PA. When I simmed it with that view only thing, once they triggered, it was quite a lot more. It was, I think, 130 players domestically based in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark that were over 160 PA. A lot of them were into the 170s and 180s. So it does seem to still do the same thing, even in smaller nations, just not quite to the same extent. Point being, they really do need to do something about that, because it basically means that you can't really turn on another nation in your save midway without it triggering an absolute avalanche of insane players that are far too good for where they are realistically. That's the problem. Train aerial reach. I don't think so. I think aerial reach is a bit like it's tied to jumping reach type of thing, I think. But command of area apparently is really easy to train, which is an interesting one. I've always wanted to figure out what were, like, the crucial ones for goalkeeper training, and James may have just cracked it with that, potentially. Which would be good to know. Intentional, though. Yeah, which makes me feel like, why? It really does seem like that. I mean, it actually is like a potential save ruiner in many ways if you're trying to play the game in a certain way where you just want it to be, like, balanced. And it just completely unbalances things to an absurd level. I'm still fearful that one day we're going to go into transfer room in and find all of a sudden loads of lower league Spanish players in there again. And be like, oh god, no, it's happened again. Now, I haven't turned Spain off or anything. We nearly did, though. So that would have been dust. Ah, speaking of, LMNOP, it's time for the new name. The game's brought him directly to our attention. We need a PP name. Intended, yeah, for sure. The Euthydate thing is so obvious. Oh, we said we were going to do that, didn't we? We actually said we were going to do that. Philadelphia Flyers. There you go. One for Andrew there. I know she's been awful quiet on that one. I was looking at the stats for that game this morning and I scrolled to the penalty minutes tab and it was like 54 penalty minutes. I was like, that seems like a lot. Just handing up misconducts like nobody's business. Przemysławski. Solid name. PF. You're right. I should have... That's a great spot. I realised that is not fair as a name because he needs to be... there we go. Whew. It's Philadelphia Flyers, like that, with a PH. Like a dinosaur or a psychologist. Or Cuno could be a challenge. Nah, there's always words, you know? I just love playoffs. And the fact that I actually got to watch an Avs Players game on Sunday because it was a matinee match. That's fine. It's one of the low ones. Quebec. Is that like New York? Now, when is our next actual game after the Lech game? So it's international break, I think, in between there, which means obviously I'll rotate a little bit for this game, but we don't have to be quite so stringent with it. Although, basically anyone who needs a rest is going to drop out for a match. So, Hernandez will probably come in. No, actually, what am I doing? We'll bring in the Pud. Naeem can sit out for Coffee, who's already got a hat-trick in one game this year. Alvarez can stay in the team. Obradovic can have a little rest out for maybe Cassidy. Maybe a good time to play Effiong Uche as well, actually, while I'm here. I wish he would get a slightly higher star rating, just so we actually show up on those. The rest of that, maybe Jens can drop out too for Cassidy. No, we already did Cassidy. Bellingham? Maybe Herrera? Ah, screw it. Starving out here with no Michael Feeler. Speaking of Michael Feeler, let me just make sure that he's actually available. Or rather not available, because he's literally not. Which means we'll get to start Dudu for this game. I would start Gomez, but unfortunately he's very left-footed. So we'll get you out. Although he'll end up coming back in for the next game, but we'll have to change that around. I think the bench is going to have to stay largely the same, because we've got to leave all these gaps at the moment. Which does prove a bit of a problem at times. Yeah, they're completely out of the team now, aren't they? Wait, there's only that many bench spots. What am I doing? I should only need to leave 3. And I can bring Piatkowski back on, right? So not all of these guys need to be completely out of the way. Maybe... where's Piatkowski gone? Is he just on the bench already? Yeah, well, I'll put him on there because I can. Yet he'll be on the bench, potentially. I think he is on the bench now, actually. I just don't want the game to kick off about it. I think I have to leave that. Because I still have to leave 2 spots because of it, annoyingly. Ah, dear. So... what I've done, Unearth, we've already queued up 500 players onto the scouting list at the moment to sort of, not see us through, but to sort of keep that list updated. I suspect that later in stream we'll do a load more, because I just want to keep that number in a couple of hundred so there's always players coming through. Ah, true. Oh, there's 2 of them, actually, so we can put one more on the bench. Don't know who the other one is, but whatever, right? There we go. I think we are now compliant with that. For legal reasons, this is a joke. I'm surprised, honestly. I didn't think it was going to be... I thought there'd be more of a reaction after the first game. To lose both of them at home and then have to go to Philly is surprising that they put themselves in that position. I guess they weren't expecting Porto Martone. Right. I guess there was a reaction, I suppose, yeah. Right, into this one. Let's go. Oh, did I lock it or unlock it? Oh, it is open, so I'm just going to quickly lock it for a minute, but... actually, to be fair, it doesn't matter when I'm instant result matches. It only really matters with matches that we're actually watching specifically. Okay. Now, annoyingly, the post-match screen that you go to after matches that we have to for the these games, annoyingly, works slightly differently, and sometimes I have to grab 2 screenshots to make it work correctly. That was a good win, lads. I didn't see who actually scored the goals, but we won 4-0.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
2 for Cassidy,
yes,
1 for
sure.
Català, and 1 for Dura,
Yeah,
of course. Bill Houdini, thank you very much for the follow, man. Still gets they start down in points. Exactly, yeah. So, what I want is this one here. 4-0 dub. Ooh, lots of yellow cards, though, immediately. So, Pud, Coffee, and Alvarez. God, Alvarez has got booked again. I'll just dump their points out straight away here. It just makes it a little bit easier. So Alvarez loses another... actually, I'll do the test first, just in case. It might capture them, but I don't think it will. Nobody came off the bench and did anything anyway, which is convenient. I'll take that. Alvarez has not had the best time of it so far, has he? Let me just copy that image. Then take that into here. And read stats. Get the new batch in. Yeah, Red Mumble has had a couple of absolute monster shit games as well, hasn't he? Català has basically... he's been pretty good in Europe. Again. But weirdly this year he's just not been getting a lot of chances. So, ooh, loads of these. Oh, it's clean sheet as well. We did have man of the match 2, I believe. So I'll turn those on as well. So I think we should be seeing quite a lot of points for Cassie Alpud, Coffee, Cassidy. Christ. Now, you have to play the full 90 to get points for the clean sheet, so I think that's why there's certain players that are missing from it. It's so small there. I think I still have to manually do the cards as far as I know. So I'm just going to have to trust that that is correct. Cassidy got man of the match, right? Yeah, cool. Let me just implement that, and I'll take away points for the others in a moment. Because Alvarez got booked again. So did the Pud. Where is he? So Pud got minus for that. Alvarez also got minus for that. And there was one other yellow card, which was Coffee. I will improve. I will get better at this bit. And Coffee gets a yellow card. Nice. That it works when I do it. Oh, there you go. So it does work a little bit. But yeah, I don't know how to trigger the leaderboard and stuff. So that means, let me just have a look at the table. Gooseman is still winning though. But Anarith is right in there with 24 in the end after the takeaway points. Jesus Christ, there's so many of you in here already. Christ on a bike. Right, it's open again for the next game as well. And we move. I will find the fastest way to sort of submit that stuff. Marvelous big matches. As far as I know, he likes big matches. I think. It wouldn't be difficult for us to check, though. He's inconsistent. But, yeah, he relishes big matches, but he's still a little inconsistent, which I suspect... I wonder if he was just a little tired as well, potentially, on top of that. Which probably isn't helping him. But, yeah, if you want to join in, !fantasy, and it will all be in there for you. Johnny Maverick, thank you for the 47 months. That's so many months.
Hello, Matto and Chatter.
Hello.
I missed my 3-year streak frown. Ruptured my ACL a couple of months ago, and weirdly enough, when you have all the time in the world, you get really bad at managing time. So I keep missing streams and have fallen very far behind. How is it going? Have we won many Champions Leagues? Are England doing England things in the coefficients?
Yes. Yes, they are. But... and this might genuinely sound like I'm joking, we have won a Champions League, and we're in season 9, I think. This is 9, isn't it? Yeah. We actually won a Champions League in season 7 of the save, out of nowhere. We'd never even won a knockout round of the Champions League up to that point, and then we just went straight and won the damn thing. Beat Arsenal in the final. It was wild. There's any older players in here, like you, randomly. Jesus Christ. He's quite good, isn't he? Actually, now that I think about it, not only is he quite good, we said we wanted more depth in the middle of the park, like a Jens type player. If his wages weren't opposed... or... what's his long shots like? 14. He is 6 foot tall. Yeah, I'm thinking Jens backup rotation player. Any hint of driven personality? No big matches. Maybe that's just because he's not our player. I'd be willing to pay that. Could take a free kick. He's got great technique. He's got great vision. Incredible work rate. Good on both feet. Yeah, I think unless he's got anything... oh, is it there? Oh, yeah. Sorry, my bad. Sorry, that scrolly bit can sometimes get a bit confusing to me. Yeah, so he loves big matches as well. I think he's a bit of a no-brainer. Unless his wages are absurd. Which they're not. If anything... I'd probably... yes. That's dope. I see a few 3s. I've never seen a 4, I don't believe. But I think someone in chat last time had. But I think that's the highest I've seen it go. I'd pay that. He's a Brazilian international. Like, we've got 48 million in budget. This kind of makes up for the sale of Pena. Not Pena. Yeah, it was Pena. Red adaptability. That could be a bit of an issue, but we'll just have to bring some Brazilian friends in for him. Do we have any Brazilian players? We don't really have a lot, do we? Lucinho, I suppose. I like how quick he is, too. He's got 18 balance, too. Jesus Christ, though. I think... where... I'm trying to work out why he's even in this report, but I don't really care. I'm just... oh, maybe we were scouting Sao Paulo and they just went, oi, this lad's really good. Right. Oh, FM. So we have the Austin FC guy. Part of me wonders as well. I did scout a lot of American players just because I was curious, because obviously we turned on the MLS for a season, and I wonder if it's going to have its like an American scourge set of players. But I didn't see that many players that had really genned, so I'm not convinced that it actually is going to be a thing. But I thought I'd scout a few anyway, just in case. Right, there's actually quite a lot in here. Extensive knowledge on a few. Let's make sure I get the rest of these guys scouted further. See if there's any really cheap guys. Oh, there is. Oh my god! Wait a second. Hang on a minute. Who's this? He plays for Aston Villa, Colombia. Right then. That's more like it. So he's free. Libyan, centre-back, 16 years old. Probably wouldn't join us anyway, but I'll just try and make an offer for the memes. Can't hurt. We'll have Ozama here. And then we've got Jorge Battaglia. On top of that guy's 4 million. Oh, this guy's quite cheap too. Was there another guy in Kiev? Ooh. Because what I've now done basically is everyone that needs an extra scout report is getting scouted, and everyone that isn't, and that way we can just go up the list and see if there's anyone worth signing immediately, or we want more information, and vice versa. Oh, £4 million guy. Oh, this guy. Oh, we had... Oh. I followed a proper roller coaster of emotions there. I saw those lovely blues, and yeah, he's just fast. He can't tackle very well, which is never going to really change. His passing's kind of ass. That's a little disappointing, actually. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't spend $4 million on him, I don't think. This guy, though, considering he's free, is just more to the loan farm. I started looking through some of the loan farm or the building a nation saves I've been sent. So I've got I've got like 6 of them now. And I'm definitely starting to see some patterns in what I'm doing that other people aren't, potentially. And I think what it mostly comes down to so far that I'm noticing is the sheer volume of the players that I move in. That seems to be the biggest difference maker. That and people accepting foreign loans when they should just try and keep them around longer. But I think it's just the pure volume of players. Because I have a much bigger squad than any of the files I had. And I think that was always the biggest issue. There just wasn't enough players to find loans for, essentially. A couple of £1 million. He's a lot of £1 million. Mexican man? But he is it. Oh, no, that's not Deportivo Guadalajara. Oh, no, yes, it is. Unsure. Oh, yeah, I mean, I lose track at this point of what players have come from where. Because obviously I added loads more. I did a 20 years plenty. I did a Holy Scoop again off stream because we were coming up to an international break. So I figured, fuck it. Although actually, we're going to be entering one in a minute. So maybe worth having another look there, in fairness. This was the guy at Midland we quite like. He's lost a bit of CA, or PA rather now. Which is interesting. While I like him, I'm not sure on him. Did I miss another freebie? Ah. Free Argentinian, though. He may say no because he's 17, but if he joins us... Yes! These are more like it. I wonder if these guys are coming through the part-time thing you suggested, potentially. Because they feel like a new batch of players. It's only going to be like a 6-year contract, I think, in the end. Take that. Because I suspect... Let's have a look at his... Can we even see the contract? So, no, he's a non-contract Argentinian as it happens. Wow. Although that may still count in that box. A couple of Midland guys. We'll get more information on him anyway. This guy here, though. No, there's another one. Gonzalo Ruben from Universitario. Oh. He's a goalie. Still. If he wants no stupid money. 19 is a little annoying. Because it does mean, of course, that he won't ever count as homegrown for someone. But these are just great loan farm fodder. Particularly for free. And even more so if he's willing to accept a 7-year contract, which he is. Love to see it. We'll have Ruben. You're at Knob. You are at Fortuna Sittard. Left back. Oh, he's very expensive. Oh, no. He's not that much better than the other guy we were just looking at, except he costs £30 million because Netherlands. Perhaps not. This guy, though. Right. Please be good. It's hard to say, but there's a lot there that I like. The tackling being a max of 10 is a little concerning, but ultimately he's free, and it's rare that you see free amateurs at this stage. And he plays for Villa. To be fair. Hello, Paul. How's your day going, friend? We'll whack that. Oh, okay. A bit more money required as well. Interestingly. What's a short-term contract, which obviously I will not be giving? I mean, for all I know, he could be the next Palacios. Feels like there's usually one dude that suits that. He's probably going to ask for way more money when I offer him this, isn't he? Oh, wow, no. Okay, 7 years. Fair enough. Also, Yesith. Good first name. We've got a bit of a yes man on our hands there. 16-year-old Spanish Albacete Abdoulaye Diallo. We are scouting him further, at least. He's only 16, so he probably wouldn't join us yet anyway. Christy Cassidy is a great name. Very expensive, though. Paraguayan at Nacional, Arturo Coleman. Probably want a bit more information on him because he's a winger. Alan Giesing. Alvaro Paiva. He's only 16. More information, probably. Mexican, you say? At... Oh, Costa Rican. Sorry. Oh, this guy here, yeah. Ooh. Probably want more information, but I like what I see so far. Like, we can be more patient with these because they are getting scouted at least, but... Wait. Yeah, he's not fully scouted. I literally can't see his attributes. That's fine. They'll go around again. I like that. New FM update? No, nothing at all, Hanger Honor. Like, it's weird when you consider how we're getting towards the end of April now, and still no signs of any kind of international mode, World Cup mode, or whatever the hell it's going to be, you know? Right. Oh, so when I was looking at future players, I forgot that there was a guy I'd signed up. This guy came through a report like a week ago. Get ready. This is Takahisa Tanaka, 18-year-old Japanese striker. You'll note the A- rating and the 5-star PA. I think we might have cooked a little on this. 3.4 million. He just, to me, looks like our type of dude. Got reasonable pace, great balance, great acceleration, wonderful finishing, decent dribbling, good first touch, great teamwork as well, which is quite nice. Really nice work rate. Composure's only 13, but that's such an easy thing to fix. I thought that for £3.5 million, he felt like a kind of, yes. Catalar or Fila? I think he's more of a Fila because he's got that work rate and he's really right-footed. So I think he'd play into the channels a little bit more than Catalar, and he only has the 9 passing, so I don't think he'd be linking the play up as well as someone like a Catalar, but that's absolutely fine. I feel like Gomez is more Catalar, although he's fast as well. And obviously they might develop in a certain way, but I think he's very much the right striker, which is probably for the best considering Fila's injury. Not that he's signing anytime soon, but it'll certainly help. Meeting waiting to happen. Yeah, but to be fair, we might even at least be able to find a decent Japanese... Oh yeah, regular starter. £55,000 a week is a lot, but it's well within our budget. And I probably could knock it down a little bit. Now, he's 24, so we probably aren't going to be able to get any extension clauses or cap clauses, but a relegation release clause of 0 could maybe bring this down to like 50k. Probably could have gone further, actually. But I think, honestly, for a starting option in our central midfield that's like rivaling Jens, in fact, he's possibly better than Jens. I hate to say it, but he might, in fact, be better than Jens at this point. And that's sad to say, but... Or not. They're just... Wow. When you look at it like that, it really does look quite stark. But then, when you look at it a bit closer, it's not quite as clear-cut. Because he has things in areas that maybe we're not that worried about. Both got good long shots. Jens is a better tackler, but their passing's equal. He's much better on the vision, though. Jens is better with positioning. He's slightly more physical, but worse in the air. Stats at club. Oh my god. Yeah, no. 18 goals, 21 assists, 10 yellows, a red. This man is all the things. He is just... I know that it's obviously not too much to read into, but my god. He gets booked constantly. He gets sent off. Yeah, he's playing as an AM there. But he'd be playing as the sort of CM, DM for us. But the fact that he could play as an AM too is great. Because it gives... Wait, he can't play as an AM at all. Weird. What is that? Is that attacking midfielder a CM role? Oh, AM, CM. Well, that's throwing my brain over for a little loop there. We've got loads of Japanese guys in the loan farm, Musharak. Weirdly, they're one of the ones that we've struggled to find the loans for the most, actually, was the Japanese players for whatever reason. Yeah, his role is there. That threw me for a second. Ah, Osama, come on, buddy. Squad player, that's not happening, is it now? That's just silly. Squad player. No, I do need to make sure I actually set a friendly up this time, because I made the mistake during the last international break of just not doing a friendly. Or just apparently going on holiday, which is actually what I should be doing during an international break, as it happens. We want one on the Saturday. We're going to play away from home. We're going to go visit someone like... Loads of Austrian sides, apparently. Is MTK on there by any chance? No. They could be higher up, though. Maybe they're smaller. Man City away? Nearby clubs? Smaller reputation sort of feels about right. Let's play against Klagenfurt for absolutely no reason. Ooh, Karabakh. In addition, I just realised once again we didn't look at the other Polish sides and how they got on in Europe. So it's time to do that now. Because I'm on it. I'm locked in and whatnot. 3 CMs. Okay. So we've now got 3 CMs as well. It's just not in the way that you'd think. I want to try a tactic at some point. Follow me if you will. I want to build a tactic where I've got wingers that stay really wide. And then no strikers. 2 like pivoting players that sit in here, and then advanced attacking wingbacks that cut inside and basically become my strikers in possession. That's what I want to see. I want to see if I can make some absolute nonsense like that work. So Spurs, maybe. Possibly. Yeah, Naeem and Mumbler. Oh yeah, you're right. I guess it's because once they reach a certain point, it is kind of form-based. But I think if you were to compare their actual pure attributes, as good as Naeem is, and he is elite, the Mumbler is just in a different level, I think. I saw that they're winning it. Yeah, there's a lot of like surprise title races this year, right? Because you've got FC Thun in Switzerland as well, who I was listening to Sweeper talking about this the other day. Although they're technically not champions yet, they basically are, given the gap that they've got to other positions. Yeah, I know, Hadrian. That's kind of what's inspired me a little bit about it. I was thinking that could be just fun to try and do. And there's a potential sponsor thing we're working on with the podcast that might require me to do like a save for a bit, briefly. And I was thinking, do I try and do some mad shit there? Yeah, Leggy have played Milan and PSG in their last 2 games, so they're not... They've won the crucial games. They've got another game against Djurgården very soon, which should be winnable. The question is, what about the Europa League? I think Arca have drawn. Oh, it's a draw and a win. That's not bad at all. I always look for results. The question is, who are they playing and what happened? That is such... Oh, look at... Beautiful scenes. Como 0, Brookbet Nicetsa 2, with goals from Hassan Ranjbar and Nigel Lunga. I don't know. Sometimes you just feel proud, right? Watching guys like Ranjbar and Lunga scoring goals in Europe for a Polish side, it just makes you feel good inside, right? First ever title, yeah, because they were newly promoted as well. Football's great when it brings up stories like that, right? It's just so much fun. And Seaman at the back. They've actually got a very good team when you look at it. Like with players on loan from our side, they've got Bank on loan. They've obviously got Olukwere, Orson's on loan, Chiviri, Aranda. If you haven't seen how good Aranda is now, I would say he's probably the best player we have in the loan farm. This guy is Haris Živkovic. Look at the absolute state of Saul Aranda. He's already bagged 16 goals this season in 24 matches for them. He's next level good. Oh. Yep, loves big matches. He's incredible. And he's developed so well out on loan at Brookbet, and he's pretty much the reason that they've done so well in the last few seasons. God, this is his 6th year on loan. No, 5th year on loan. But you can see where it really picked up in the last 2. Like last year, he got 15 goals and 9 assists. This year, he already has 16 goals. He's next level good. I think it's probably because they built a better team around him, but Marta is absolutely chefing. Hello, Aylward. I'm genuinely fabulous today, my friend. I think I had a really good night's sleep, and that's just really helped. Yeah, he's absurd. He's the exact type of player that you want for the loan farm. Guys like him. Because they're so hard to get hold of. And there's no way in the world that Brookbet would ever be able to sign a player like him. Oh, don't know if you saw this in Discord chat. We were linked with a Tycoon move. But I don't know if it's actually going through or anything. Because it happened literally a few days before I had to stop to come up to the match. So we'll see. Hello, Otto. How's it going? Oh, Conference League, of course. Yeah, how's it going, Otto? Love to see you, my friend. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. Let's see if I can actually find the email. There you go. 2nd of November. Now, for us, that is ultimately somewhat meaningless because we have so much money that I don't think a Tycoon for... If anything, could I, like, pass this on to just about any other club in Poland, please? Like, pass it... Give it to the next guy or something. Check that. Right, cool. But yeah, so Conference League as well, which would have been Motor. I just like saying their name like that. I'm sure it's not even how it's technically pronounced, but I enjoy it. It's how I used to call them that back in the old days. We also didn't actually look at the result for the other game either. I want to see who Arca got a draw against. Since they must have been away from home, I'm guessing. A 2-2 at Genk. That's a result. I mean, they've already got 8 points. They're both going to qualify. There's no way they both don't go through. They've only played half their matches. They've already got 8 points, and they've got 7. Still just the one defeat between them. Right, what about the Europa Conference League? This should be relatively... they've lost a game, haven't they? 100%. This might have been the one against Man United, in fairness. I know they had a tie against United coming up soon, so this might just be... No, that's the next game. So who do they lose to then? Tom Charley. Ah, lads. Come on, you're better than that. Oh, you literally are better than that. That's unfortunate. Turned it around and everything. That is such a shit. Oh, well. It's points for Poland, but it's also less. Well, of course, we lost as well, which really didn't help. But the coefficient do trickle along in the right direction. Oh my god, I can't click the right button to save my life here. Right, Europe. That's the one I'm looking for. Just wanted to check in on the coefficients for the year. We're still number 3 on the year, though. So that ain't an issue. Just behind Croatia, who are kind of chefing, and Romania as well. But 6.7, miles clear of Germany, and realistically not going to be catching Spain either. Third place, I'd say, is pretty much ours this year if we want it, but I just want someone to go deeper, make it happen. 12-goal wingback. Oh, I love him. I loved seeing an AM that's just like, yeah, I'm a wingback too. 11 tackling. He's my dream player.
Time is a flat square. There's always another corner around the next corner.
That's why I only look in the open, you know. Can't get me on any corners. Absolutely not. Thank you, though, for the 43 months. That is very, very kind of you, my friend. Right. Of course, we're an international break, aren't we? So I need to just be smashing spacebar, spamming the shit out of it. But the fact that he took to it, I guess if you've got 11, 11 is fine for me. I think for me, with wingbacks, even at the elite level, obviously you want it to be as high as possible. But I'm content if they've got double digits in tackling. That's usually like the bare minimum. Pascal, yes. I love players like Pascal Gross. Just... I think Pascal Gross actually... Oh, that was Gruder that scored against Brookbat, actually, in the Europa League this season. I like a utility, man. Players that were willing to play just about anywhere on the pitch. Another personal favourite from my sort of Fulham lore is Bobby Dick Cordova-Reid. I'm convinced that if we needed him to, he could have played in goal back in the day. Because he was just everywhere. I feel like every club... What is your club? Actually, tell me your club and who the player is that is that utility man that will play basically anywhere. And I mean, like, anywhere. Because Bobby played in, like, both fullback roles for us. He's played wingback. He's played wide player. He's played as a striker. A number 10. I think we even played him in central midfield one time. The only positions he didn't play for Fulham, I believe, are maybe left back, centre back, and goalkeeper. I think he did play left back maybe as a sub once as well. It's wild. Polish meme Bob. I'm not Mushroom Man, but please enlighten me. Unless it's really rude, in which case extremely enlighten me. Vernon Anita. That is a man I've not thought about in ages, and I'm so glad to have as well. Yeah, Kane was certainly dropping a lot deeper for Tottenham, wasn't he? But, like, was he ever actually playing outside of being a striker? He just used to come deeper and deeper to get the ball. Oh, yes, come on. João Carlos. I like that as a signing a lot. Bernardo Silva. Yeah, I suppose so. I guess it's players that really do... For me, the ones that really make it are the ones that... Because you get players that sort of move around in... Like Iwobi is for Fulham now, where he'll play as like a number 8 sometimes, or out on the wing, or as a number 10. But you wouldn't put him in defence. Actually, I think we did put him as a wing-back once. Soboslai. Yeah, 100% Soboslai. He might be one of my favourite non-Fulham players in the Premier League right now, Dominic Soboslai. Him and Bernardo Silva. Certainly my peak Bernardo Silva, which means probably like current Soboslai, is just... Yeah, I love him. Not just because he has an incredible head of hair. Looks like a goddamn samurai, bless him. So we've got loads of bobas. Anyone want some bubble tea? I've never had bubble tea. Is it any good? I feel like with FM, when you find those players that have the position map and they can play in virtually every role, there's usually always one position that's missing for whatever reason. I kind of want to find a guy and just train him to play in every single position. It would probably be... I mean, Montparnasse is probably the most cut out for that, in fairness. He's even got good defensive numbers, to be fair to him. Share a stream. I don't know if I can. I don't know if this is even going to load. This might be one of these ones you have to click on yourselves, friends. Wait, is that...
Ja pierdolę! Bobber!
Is that a beaver? Why is there a beaver walking down the middle of a street? Does boba mean beaver in Polish? I'm sorry, my apologies, not a beaver, it's a boba. I'm so sorry. Have you ever had beaver tea, chat? Mauricio Boba. No, we've got Alexander Boba, David Boba, Ivan Boba, and Anton Boba. It's closest randomly assessed Fabregas, whose middle name, as you didn't know this, is Boba. So we've learned. One of my favourite... I love how, like, memes and stuff. Some memes will never leave like a country of origin, or they'll become like oddly popular in certain places. I watched this brilliant video a little while ago by Nick Robinson talking about specifically how XD is, or XD, is like massive in Poland still, but nowhere else in the world. It kind of got left behind as like a sort of social media thing in virtually every other country except for Poland.
Good news,
and I find
matter.
that fascinating.
The board has approved another assistant manager for my team. Bad news, I have to wait till November till they start.
Are they on like a sabbatical? Are they on a gap year? Are they motorcycling around South America? Like, what is the reason? I've just realised, do you mean a football team or do you mean at work? Do you know what? No. My point still stands. Quite enthusiastically, to be fair, this is why I feel like I'm spiritually Polish in some respects. It is impossible for me to go past a wild animal without simply pointing at Pog, pointing at the animal, and then just saying the name of the animal, or the plural name of the animal, because you need to know, right? Oh, you meant to right, sorry. Somehow I managed to still be wrong on both counts. Firstly, wait, just read that again then. I love the board's approval. You mean your missus? Congratulations, my friend. That is very, very awesome for you. That is so sick. Yeah, XD is just part of the culture, isn't it? It's such an interesting thing. I love learning about shit like that. We did, Samika. We did. I accidentally stumbled upon it while looking for something else. In very typical FM26 fashion. It is in About Club, then Club Profile. Nope. Club Info. And it's there. Love to see it. Your boy knows this shit. He doesn't know this stuff. Building a Nation Midtjylland. My God, that was a very long time ago. That was in 2016. That was 10 years ago. Legitimately, it was about April that time around. It was 10 years ago that I did Midtjylland, which you might be in for a treat because we're probably going to do Building a Nation Denmark full circle on FM27. The plan is pretty much locked in place there. Holiday in FM26. So you go... I do this a lot for like videos and stuff. So calendar, and then it's in there. But it doesn't appear on all of them. So because you've got fixtures, it doesn't show up. It's a weird one. Very excited. I bet you are. That's awesome, my friend. That's so nice. So congrats. And once again as well, thank you for that Christmas jumper too. I look forward to cracking that jumper out again when Christmas rolls around again. That way chat can be like, what are you wearing? And I'll be like, this was homemade. Can you do it from your own one? Wait. Oh, actions. Really? Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't know you could do that. That's good to know, actually. See, we're learning. Still, after 6 months. Yeah, I actually had no... I think you could do that before. Mediterranean Mars Jacobson. So, I've had multiple things said about Vidazinha. One of which was that he looks like if Kev basically decided that he was going to get a really deep tan. What happened basically is that when you get into the game, the manager's face, I mean, he's a little bit paler, but not that much. They look very different when you're building their body type. And then they updated the game as well. And it made his skin darker. Like the original Vidazinha he was slightly lighter than that. But then there was one of the updates to the game changed away some of the way the regen faces worked. And it just changed his face slightly. So he had the same beard, but just got slightly more of a tan. That's that Spotify shuffle for you, Afrochuck. Either that or it's just on the playlist like 4 times. Much material left. A warm thong. What if you're going to like Scandinavia, but want to be heading to like you got to transition from the sauna to somewhere else? Perfect time for a warm thong. What a sentence. So this guy here I had a little look at before stream because he was actually still sitting in the box. Quite interesting. These ones though are new. They were not in there before. I think it's probably a new scout. So Leonardo Cordobal... I mean, they'll get scouted, right? That is odd limerick, but also entirely in line with Twitch, sadly. Oh, good God, that's a lot of people getting caps now. This is going to cost so much money, isn't it? Maltese. He's Portuguese Maltese, in the sense that he's technically not even Maltese at all. He's Maltese by choice. Which, in a way, you know, respect to him for that. Because he was born in Portugal, and he developed Maltese nationality over time. North Korea star, okay. You want to be careful there, lad. I don't owe you any money, do I? New Zealand star, thanks. Max Curry. How's old Max looking these days? I mean, he's He's a lone farmer, isn't he? He's likely to not be much more than that. But he has got a New Zealand cap, though. Which is excessive. Are they just really short at left back? But fair enough. Poland star. Oh, good God. Wait, hang on. Aren't you Austrian? Wait. Sorry. What? Hello, Sam. No, this is the first season where 4 clubs can qualify. So we earned it last year, but you know that it's kind of delayed by a year because of the way the coefficients work. So this year is the year that the qualification for the big Champions League is happening. We do have 2 teams in the group stage, though. Us and Legia. He's quite good, isn't he? I mean, he's not Austria cap good, I wouldn't have thought, but he does have some quite nice attributes, in fairness to him. Was he a freebie? Yes, he was. He was an Austrian amateur player, and he's got an Austria cap. And that's why it always pays to sign those guys. Oh my God. I mean, luckily it's not a lot of money, but crucially, Ibon Ibanez has just got a Poland cap. That is quite wholesome, actually. Seeing someone like Ibanez, admittedly he's clearly a Spanish Scourge player, but him getting a Poland cap while playing for Piast Gliwice, I like that for him. We're getting a few more of the Spanish Poles. Like quite a lot of them, in fact. Looks like Gonzalo Ramos. Does he actually? I'm going to need a picture of Gonzalo Ramos now. If only there was a game where I could look him up. I kind of see what you mean, actually. I like the hair, and then like it's the beard as well. Yeah, I'm. It's a deep cut, but I see what you're saying. I truly do. Maybe Gonzalo Ramos is just the player or the person, in fact, that all regens are modelled around, for all we know. Jesus Christ. I realise we have no one left in our under-19 team, and this is part of the reason why this happens, but we're certainly not what we used to be as far as the under-19 squads these days. We do get battered regularly. If anything, the loan farm's been too good for that, because we just have no players in there anymore at this stage. Anyone kind of that's any good ends up in the B team anyway, because that's the one we really care about. It's a higher level of football. 7-0 dub. That one doesn't count, obviously, because it's a friendly. Doesn't count towards fantasy. But I think... Is it league or straight into the Champions League? So we've got... Oh, it's a league game before this. So it's Rook Herjov, then Liverpool. Right. Nice and easy then, eh? I think the under-19s actually started off in a lower division as well. So they came up initially and then obviously went back down again. Oh, no, haven't yet. I'm not even sure if we've ever actually won the Central Under-19 League. Maybe there was a brief spell where we were kind of all right. See if I can find it, actually. We'll be able to see the past winners, won't we? No. The closest we've come is a 3rd place, in fact. Which would have... Tracks about right, to be fair. It's light on geese, but consider watching Lister's documentary on YouTube. 2 hours... Anthropological about bird watching. That does sound interesting, honestly. My parents go to some of the sort of bird sanctuaries and stuff around here, or sort of in the general East Anglian area. And I'll be honest with you, I was talking to my parents at the weekend, and it did make me think, especially up in Norfolk, because there are particular types of geese that you can get sometimes in Norfolk. Not, I don't know, this time of year, that you won't get where we are, even though we're not that far away, just because they come across from like Siberia. And there's 2, I think it's the tiger bean goose, and there's a pink-bellied goose too, which I would quite like to see. I feel like I'd quite enjoy bird watching, actually. It feels peaceful, I guess. And, as you say, good for a walk. And there's nothing I love more than a walk, other than maybe a run, I suppose. Right, next batch. Anyone fun in this one? Oh, they're all actually primed and ready to go. Have a bit of you. Get them all pre-scout. There's loads more freebies in here. What are we doing? Ruskin with the 60 months. Bro, that's so many months, man. Jesus Christ, that's like... Is that 5 years at tier 2? That's insane. Thank you so much, man. I hope you're having a lovely day. Is the weather still good? Oh, yeah. Is that a swing set? Oh, it's a ladder. I've just mistook a ladder in someone's garden for a swing set. Never let me near, well, ladders, I guess. So I'm sitting in the walk. I guess because if you're walking around too much, you're going to disturb the burbs, right? By birth. Technically, no, actually. I was born in Essex. And then lived in Essex for the longest time. I realised I have very little connection to Cambridgeshire other than it being really, really close to it. But I was born in Essex. Right, start at the bottom, work our way up. Just take the freebies. Got you both days. You love to see it, Dan. I think you're working from home today. Essex tracks in it. Like, I'm from that like kind of well-spoken bit of Essex. Like, it's not like geezer Essex, but it's also close enough to geezer Essex that you can still hear it in the way that I speak sometimes, because I still soften and cut off words in the same way, just with more elocution, whatnot, and received pronunciation. Where Essex am I from? Basically, like the Cambridgeshire border, Essexy bit.
Syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Like about as far out of Essex as you can get without losing Essex. Wolfman, no, even further. Like, genuinely, like right out towards Cambridge, nearly. Stewson-Boyle, thank you very much for the follow. My mum's family are from around that sort of area, though. You're sort of the Harlow kind of way. Lose your accent. I didn't lose my accent. This is my accent. Yeah, not Cockney diaspora Essex, but not that far from that either. It's weirdly, at a certain point, it just kind of, once you get out towards like the other side of Harlow, it sort of the accent drops off as you get towards Hertfordshire and Cambridgeshire. It's, yeah. As far as I know, my accent is exactly the same as it's always been, because it's just kind of very neutral sounding, I suppose. Neutral sort of home counties with a kind of Essexy twang in places. Very, very, very near that, yeah. Mushroom Man. To the point where you would forget that it is even in Essex kind of thing. Hello, Fel. Yeah, screw it, we'll have him. More freebies. Stop that loan farm. Keep it going. And he's Cypriot, which is just more fun. There is definitely a more noticeable... Dunmo, yeah. That was... Have I ever been to Dunmo on purpose? My ethics... I'm a very unethical man, what can I say? Actually, I'm a very ethical man. I would have kept the Spanish Scourge if I was unethical. Half aeroplane. I am half aeroplane, but it's the bottom half. I'm like a mermaid, but it's... I'm like a mermaid, but my bottom half is actually an Airbus A380. Because I've got that ass. You should see my fuselage. Woohoo! Okay. I don't know where my brain went there. I'm like a merman, but half plane. You should see me handle baggage. Okay. Drink your holy and shut up, Matt. Oh, 100%. Here's one for you, right? I was thinking about this last night. The YouTube videos used to be like this too, when it was a lot more stream of consciousness back in the day. And I was thinking this to Pog, and she's like, you do realise that might be part of the reason why you grew initially in the first place. And I was like, perhaps. Maybe I need to be more unhinged on the YouTube side and stop being so goddamn professional. That'll be on the high Patreon tier, and by that I mean the £4. Spent the weekend seething. Oh, I saw this. Yes, I actually saw exactly that. They were denied because of licenses, right? And then it's going to be Edinburgh City versus... Is it Brora? After picking up Big Gay David Trumpington. Oh yeah, I suppose you can go that way. When I used to go to Chelmsford back in the day, I'd sometimes go through Ongar and that way. I played a couple of gigs in Chelmsford, and I had to pick Pog up from Chelmsford a few times when she was doing like stuff at uni. Not that she went to uni in Chelmsford, but sometimes they were like part of the same university group. I'll have you as well. Franco Gianti. It's a good name. Lots of Argentinians on this one, which is nice. Mamadou Sane, Freebie Monera. That's lower league Spain. You better not be too good. Nah, you can't be that good, can he? Nah, he's free. It's fine. I have an extra level of skepticism for these fellas now. Just in case. I've got my eyes open to see if there's any more Spanish Scourge coming through. We'll have North Macedonia fella who actually... Wait a minute. Hang on a minute. That is lower league Spain. Yeah, that is lower league Spain as well. I will sign him too. But if I start seeing too many of them, then I will start to get my back up. Any more? No. I mean, there is more, but just normal Spain. Okay, phew. I think it'd be way more obvious if it was more, because it would be just like everybody. Imply that anyone doesn't use attribute license. I think I get into the mindset of that I would not be able to enjoy FM if I was playing with attribute masking switched off, because it would just be so easy. But I also sometimes have to remember, not everyone plays the game in the same way, right? Who's this guy? Oh, I got so hopeful, man. Sergio Centurion plays for Knob, 17 years old, high PA, and he's got maximum of 8 jumping reach. And he's 5'11". I know he'll grow a little bit, but he's not going to likely get that good there. I'll scout him anyway, but I'm so disappointed. I was thinking, the name like Centurion, I thought this could be one of those players. There's a German lad here that plays for Mallorca. Marvin Blank. Sorry, Irish-German called Marvin Blank, who plays for Mallorca's under-19 side. There's some fun players here. I'll get them scouted more, those guys, but still. Who's this? Ah, this is a guy from before, isn't he? Yeah, I was... Actually, I'll tell you what. Do we need any more of them, though, is the question. Because he ain't... Actually, the more I look at him, the more I've... Oh, my God, he's really good. Holy shit. I thought he had 9 tackling, not 9 passing. He's actually quite good. Consistent, professional. 18 years old. What would he be willing to join? Oh my God, he wouldn't even want a giant wage. I thought he was going to want like a stupid... Oh, I feel like we almost kind of have to. He's a lot of money, but I think he's so well-rounded. His off the ball's a little weird. Work rate's only 10. But with professional personality, I quite like him. Maybe the fact that he's Argentinian is actually swaying it more. Maybe I'm going, oh, he's really good, even though perhaps he isn't. But would I pay £8 million for him? Do you know what? I think I probably would. He can go with our Brazilian fella. We're finally getting some South Americans into the squad. South Korean. This guy here. FC Seoul. Minimal knowledge. Certainly going to be worth another... I mean, they're all going to get rescouted anyway, but he'll come back around again. Is anyone towards the top? Anyone that's fully scouted that I can take a little look at? He is a left-sided player, so probably not... I mean, he's good, but I don't know if I want to pay £11 million for someone that won't play for us. He's Italian at Napoli, Juve. Ladislav Peck. Doesn't quite do it for me. Either way, good players in there again. Right. How close are we to actually being able to play another match again? Oh, there's more. I probably should keep an eye on the team reports as well while I'm at it. 10 minutes. I was going to say, he's not Belgian enough. It's like, has he tried being more Belgian? Because then I'd suddenly be more interested. Wait, did this guy there before? Fernando Sotelo. Okay, he's the sort of similar story. I think I am scouting him though, right? Or maybe not. I have made sure that I've started scouting anyone that's down to 4 stars. And this guy's got really high CA. Rasmus Dupont. Oh, just straight up Danish. I just assumed there was going to be like a French second nationality in there somewhere. I mean, French fries are trying to be more Belgian. Not that they could be any more Belgian, of course, because they're from Belgium. I'll have that. Future prospect. I mean, if you'll go for future prospect, I might get rid of that too, actually. The wage is so low. Which does make me wonder if maybe the CA is the issue. Sorry, CA. The PA with him is perhaps the issue. Because he's asking for quite a low wage. Even his, like, clauses aren't particularly spenny. I get the feeling he may end up joining us and only have, like, 3.5-star CA, PA. But I think his attributes are good enough that I don't care too much. He might be one of those guys that's just usable. Regarding license. So what are the licensing rules that are coming in Limerick? I'm not super clued up on that sort of stuff. And when you say lower league, like which lower leagues are we talking about? Is it just like non-league stuff, or is it way further down? I must admit, I don't follow those things as much as I perhaps should do. Even though I do have some like football RSS feeds that I try to keep an eye on from time to time, because I'm apparently 1,000 years old, obviously. Jesus, we're not even close to it now. Right. I really decided that we were going to get through all of the rest of this today. So what we're going to do, I'm going to smash... Look, if I'm not smashing the spacebar, chat, embarrass me, ridicule me until I do. Mermaids! Well, that's the stream summed up in one notion. Is that Aquaman? Hey, you even got my tattoos right. I've got better abs than that. It's not Jason Momoa, it's clearly me. Stop lying. Jason Momoa is actually based on me. You know, like a film's based on a true story. That's how that works. Or so I'm told. Barco gets a wage hike. Okay. It's Jason Mamato? Does that work? Puerto Rico. Paul Arce is getting caps. Ah, Peru cap, though. I don't think we've got any really highly rated Peruvian players. Oh, it is Barco. He's not actually that bad, to be fair. He's 24 now, so he's unlikely to ever be a player for us. But doing stuff for Vidjevoj, which is nice. New Nigeria plot. Really? He's not bad either, actually. He's a little bit Lucinio coded. WrestleMania. I've not watched... no, is the answer. I haven't really been that interested in wrestling for quite a long time, to be honest. Well, I used to watch it a lot back in the day. I mean, I like back in the day. To the point where I owned like CDs with the theme tune music and stuff on it. That kind of level of watching, you know? Never actually got to see it live or anything because it wasn't so common back then. Like when they did like a show in the UK, it was like a huge deal back then because it didn't happen anywhere near as frequently. I can't remember what they were called. Was it called Rebellion or Insurrection or something? Financial stability applies to... Oh, really? So is it kind of like the... Because obviously next season things are changing too with PSR going out the way and it's now the squad... Is it SCR? Squad cost ratio, I believe? Something like that. I watched Adam Cleary's video about it the other day, and whilst I understand it, I'm also just like, I can totally see who voted for this and why, because it seems to entrench things even further. But we will see. It's sort of like ladder pulling up with type of behaviour, it seems. Red arrows, okay. I think it's just that it's just like quite a commitment. Almost like learning a new soap opera. Do you know what I mean? Where you're jumping in, or a telenovela. Because to me, wrestling, in many ways, I feel like it actually ticks a lot of the same boxes as like a good soap or a telenovela, just with more fighting, or actually, in some cases, less. Depending on what particular episode of EastEnders / choose your favourite telenovela here that you happen to be watching at the time. I will just permanently take Fila out of the team for a moment. Permanently take him out of the team for a moment. Yes, that's right. I speak English natively. And there was much shock across the world. Right, we'll get him out there. Molsky is not injured anymore, no. And so as a result, he's actually back on the bench. Ah! And he counts as an under-22 player now. That's why we were able to put the extra player on the bench in the last game, because Molsky now counts. Amazing. So obviously this next match will be rotated, and Molsky will get to start. But I wanted to get Fila out permanently before I did the rotation option. I'll pick youth prospects. It should put him in. Yes, it does. Nice. And presumably one of the guys from the youth intake in there too. Right. Let me just check on the fantasy thing. Make sure that's still cooking in the background. Nice, 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 nice. I'm going to just... Oh, no. Wait, this is a instant result game, isn't it? Don't need to lock it yet. When you learn to love it. Exactly, yeah. I was one of those people that back in the day when my dad would be like, you know, it's not real. I'd be like, no, Dad, yes, it is real. Clearly, that's definitely a real thing that's happening. As I watch people just beat the shit out of each other with chairs. I suppose that is happening, isn't it? Just not in the way you think. What I actually really like and find interesting about wrestling is the mechanics of it and the way, the actual art of it itself. I find more interesting perhaps than the actual entertainment element of things. Like, I'll happily watch a 3-hour video essay about wrestling, but not actually watch WrestleMania myself. There was a video essay, I can't remember who it was, they did about Roman Reigns. And just the entire sort of character arc, but also the way that they tried to like bring him in and all that kind of stuff. It was absolutely brilliant. I can't remember who it was, but if you haven't seen it, it's genuinely, if you like wrestling and you're into that sort of stuff, you'd probably enjoy the hell out of it. I realise I've given you nothing to go on, and what I'm actually doing is I'm talking into the ether in the hope that someone in chat knows exactly what video I'm talking about, and they can be like, hey, that's the one. You know, I do that a lot. Speaking of art, the dog is in the... You mean the pog is in the house, surely? He sits, he stays, he shoots, he scores. He does none of those things. He sits. End of sentence. 53,000 people. Was it a 1-all draw? I do have the notifications turned on my phone. I just want to make sure that is actually the right team. That'll do. Right. Still reading me. The dog is in the canal. Well, the pog's fished it out by this point. Super Eye Patch Wolf. I thought it might have been Super Eye Patch Wolf, but I couldn't remember. That is the one I'm thinking of, yes. I was watching that video on and off while I was making the Aaron Walker agent video back in like 2023. Because obviously there was a lot of simulation going on. So I just had it on another monitor. And in between each like sim and talk to the camera bit, I was just watching that video in the background, basically. Okay. 1-0 victory, which means clean sheet and goal for Gomez. Which means... Any yellow cards? We did. Hernandez and John... That's the wrong page, Matt. What are you doing? Hernandez and John got booked. Nobody came off the bench and did anything of note. Johnny's also injured, sadly, which kind of sucks, to be honest. Let me grab that, copy that image, drop it in... where are we? I like the fact that it will let you paste screenshots straight in. Right, I'll get your points sorted out here. I don't think you're going to get a lot of points, although you will get some points for clean sheets if you actually had any players in this game. I'm not sure you will, though, to be fair, chat, because I don't think a lot of you would have had... Actually, Coffee played, so if any of you had Coffee or Cassidy... Maybe it could work. Rotation lads could play quite a lot. So we get points in this game for... it was a clean sheet. And presumably there's Man of the Match award as well in there, which went to... Yeah, we did. It was Gomez, in fact. So I'll turn that on as well. So yeah, we get points for the Pud, Hernandez, Coffee, Cassidy, Herrera, Molsky, and Gomez with 13 points as well. So I'll apply those. And I'll also take off some for the yellow cards too, sadly. The yellow cards were to... Hernandez and John. So I'll nab their points off them here. Hernandez. Just when he was getting back into the positives. And then Olafemi John. -2. There we go. And we're up to date. Don't know who's actually made out like bandits there. Or potential 1985 is cooking at the top with a 10-point lead. You had Gomez in your squad. That is a... Ooh, brave. And a really strong shout. Gooseman's still up in there as well, though. Nice. And we got the 1-0 win, crucially. That's what matters for us, although we did miss a lot of chances. At least Gomez has scored a goal, though. Yeah, Cassidy being up there, I was not expecting. I mean, it's not going to be Fila anymore, is it? What a play. We pull on your for an extra time for losing to Liverpool. Extra time, a couple of... Ooh. You got... Oh, actually, I don't know if you saw it, Ollie. I actually... Earlier today signed up. He hasn't joined us yet, but he will. What I believe could also be my equivalent of your crazy good Japanese striker. We found a guy who just looks like he has all the minerals to be... Oh, good training there as well. The guy, potentially. Absolutely, yeah. I'll show you him. What's his name? Was it Takahis? Was it Tanaka? Or Taka... I think that's like a double name kind of thing. It is... Oh, it's not in order, is it? Shit. Where is bro? Where is bro? Oh, no. Tanaka. Why can't I see him? I'm sure he's here. He must be here. Ah, there he is. Takahisa Tanaka. It's the fact that you can't sort it in any kind of meaningful way, which is unfortunate. Yeah, it's more spread, and I think it means there's less room for, like, manipulating it, because you have to sort of pick players to do good in their actual position. So you don't just get, like, a defender that's a wing-back that's basically playing as a striker to get loads of points for scoring, because he'll actually get less points for scoring goals. Yeah, he's... The fairly sporting personality, I'd prefer it if he had sort of, like, you know, professional or something, but ultimately, for 3.5 million quid, I think, wow, Mocho Lublin are unbeaten at home in 20 matches. They're actually, like, sneaky good. They're kind of doing okay in Europe. They've only lost once this season. We're at the halfway stage, and they've lost one game, and that was to the team directly below them. Lech Poznan might be getting relegated again, chat. Don't do this to me. We could really do with... Like, if I'm just looking at the league at the moment, for what I want for next season, in terms of Europe, given that we've got 4 Champions League, 2 Europa, and 1 Confo, Legia have to be in the Champions League with us. They need to get up there, and I just don't think they're going to do it. They're already 12 points off of it, but they need to get into Europe in some form. Motor I'll happily take. Gornik, I feel like we've been building towards it for a while. Jagiellonia and Brookbet, totally fine with that too. Especially Brookbet, as they actually might be one of our secret weapons. I think in a couple of years, Zagłębie Lubin are going to be really useful as well. But losing someone like Lech at this crucial season... Because you know they're going to screw us too. They'll end up... And Arca, potentially. Although I'm not sure about Arca. They've done okay in Europe, but I think they're a bit fluky. The reason I think that Zagłębie Lubin could be the secret weapon is just because they have produced some insane talent in this save, and they seem to have a really good recruitment. We keep seeing players coming through the scout reports that just happen to be there, and they're clearly doing something right, because they managed to stay up, and it looks like they're going to do it again. Yeah, Lech might... Where's Podolski managing these days? I actually didn't see. I believe Alex Greenwood is still kind of cooking at Rook. Yeah. They had a bit of a poor year last year, if I remember. They've had a few. But she's kept them up. Which is really all that was required. And it looks like this year they might finally be pushing forward. But if we're talking about, like, lady managers in Poland that are chefing, look no further than Marta. The job that she's done, first at, I believe, Vidjev, getting them promoted, then takes over at Brukbet Nichetsya. The squad they've built there, with some of our loanees admittedly, is incredibly good. Another draw there for them, though. But Gornik, I like these guys. They were one of the first sides to start taking a good chunk of our loans, and good quality ones too. They took that 6'8" centre-back off of us, like, I think maybe even the first season we started proper the loan farm. And they've been slowly adding to it every winter after, or every single season after that, and it's just kind of working for them. They've done it slowly. They've not kind of had a crazy good season and then bombed out because of too much football. So they could be one of the ones that are going to benefit the most, potentially. Top after losing the final against Haidu. Oh! New team up from the second tier. I don't think so, sadly. If I remember correctly, it's the usual two going back up again, and then the same kind of playoff team. So Korona Kielce are absolutely running away with it. They're already 11 points clear. Lechia, pushed in Neopor Mitsa. But we've seen this story before. Because if it isn't them, and Schlonsk don't get up, then realistically, it's probably only Zagłębie Sosnowiec that are involved in it. Ah, dear. We just need someone to... But it's so tough. Because they come up, and they do get a decent chunk of cash as well. Which I think is possibly what's made it so hegemonic. I haven't had to adjust the template I use for the league tables in like 6 seasons, I think. I don't even have to do anything because they're all built into the logo map lookup thing I have in the code that I use to update the table. And I've not had to add a new logo to anything for like 6 years in the save. I just go straight in, run the scripts, and it just pulls the logos that aren't even in the file back into the file from the Photoshop file I use. Renan Lodi, if he'd have stayed longer, maybe they'd have done better. It does seem less, there's way more fluctuation in the top flight than there is in the second tier, which I find very strange when you consider that maybe the top guys are just so much better. It's almost like there's like 3 divisions. There's the top flight, then there's the top 6 teams in the second tier, and then everybody else. They're almost like in their own division, which is, I'm guessing, what's doing a lot of the heavy lifting there. Right, I need to have a pee, an early pee today, because I'm staying hydrated, my friends. So I'm going to go grab myself a holy, and I will be back in just 1 moment. Don't worry, I've got 2 whiz quizzes available today. That way I can piss myself to my heart's content, and then we're going to bomb through loads of matches, because I am going to get us up to Christmas today, I promise. Youth and Tech preview is happening on stream, I assure you. How do you do this? You're right. The answer was Kocharashvili, the Georgian fella. I guess at least because he's an active player, right? Or is he? No, he is, isn't he? They both are. Well, you don't know who the other one is, but now I've just given it away. Georgian. Ah, I suppose. I must admit, the reason I liked it, I nearly picked Marmadashvili because he was right there, but I thought, that seems a little bit, because obviously he played, I believe, at Valencia at one point. But I thought that would be a little bit too easy, but turns out, yeah. Okay. Bit of holy for your boy. love to see it. We're actually going to the end of the save today, comrade. It's weird how that happens. Going all the way there. As I enjoy a lovely little holy to give me a bit more energy back. And yeah, you know the drill, chat. You can get, what is it, £5 off your first order with code SPC5, or 10% off your first order, or off any order actually, with code SPC. I think that just applies to any order in general. And the new syrup ones are out now, which is great. I've been enjoying the white peach one, but just everything about these things are so sick. Just being able to control how much syrup goes through it is kind of dope. And they just last for fucking ages, to be honest. I've been drinking the same pouch since last stream, and I've probably had about 10 of these now, and it's still got flavour coming through. Amazing. And now, for a bit of caffeine. Don't mind me. Yeah, the Lone Farm is going to get pumped up, particularly as a lot of these guys seem a little bit better as well. Future is now on that. Damn right it is. I like any team that gets to a major tournament, and it's just a little bit out of left field. I think like the World Cup's going to be really good for that this year. Right, let me sort this in a way that we can work with and go from there. Oh, apparently, it's not yet, but there is a chance that soon Holy will be able to be shipping to the States as well. Because I know that was something we talked about before, but it might be close to happening, potentially. Which is dope. Right, let me just get these guys scouted more. That way we can look through them properly. Okay. I mean, these guys are just complete instant pickups, right? Unless they'd have to be really, really... Maybe I'll give him a miss. Just because it's yet another young goalkeeper. But... Okay, oh my god! I know that he's yet another young goalkeeper, but he is... Okay, he has no aerial reach. He's basically got T-Rex arms. But the rest of him... Big fan. Also, NWZSPG Vels. Go on, Austria, with your team names. Yeah, that's the thing, Chaser. That I think is my biggest tip for the Lone Farm for people, is a lot of the issues I noticed for people weren't signing enough players. Their squads were simply not big enough to be able to sustain a Lone Farm the size of the ones that I have. And a couple of the other save files did have the big Lone Farm squads, and that's how they did it. One of them was very impressive, actually. They even had less players available at the club than I did to loan out, which was so, so cool. Gazman!
Afternoon,
thank you for the
Matter.
36
Love
months.
a week of annual leave, sick Matt Jam.
And what a deliciously weathered week for it as well. They didn't buy the World Cup matches at all, David. Ah, that sucks. I mean, ultimately with these things, there is always a way to watch them. Even if you have to fly to every game like what I do and that. But I won't need to do it at the World Cup, of course, because it's free-to-air television. Unless they've changed the rules that I just didn't know about.
You see this?
So did we discuss the licensing rules changes in non-league? Because I don't think I actually got a concise sort of answer as to what that was really about. Yeah, probably got a fire. I actually don't have a fire stick, no. We have an NVIDIA Shield, way better. Jeffrey Fong, thank you very much for the follow. I nearly read that as Jeffrey Frog for some reason. I think it's the free on the end of Jeffrey, threw me off. But thank you for the follow, my friend. Hope you're well. Welcome aboard. Like fake birth certificates, useless. If you can't have fun, what's the point, right? Why are they all goalkeepers? Wait. No, why are they all goalkeepers? Is it from the transfer room in, perhaps? Some of these guys have just been thrown into here from that? That's a lot of players that are just randomly goalkeepers out of nothing. This is the dude. You're from Malaysia? No way, Jeffrey. Sorry, that's so strange that we were just talking about Malaysia and World Cup rights specifically. What are the odds of that? You're probably my only ever Malaysian, or maybe not, but one of probably two. That's awesome. Welcome in, Jeffrey. What time is it in Malaysia right now? Quarter Saturday is not short and works really well. Really? I don't think we've scored a single-headed corner goal in this entire save. 8 p.m. Oh, okay. That's actually quite a good time then. Maybe I need to target more towards the Malaysian audiences. I like this guy. January, I think, is going to be a really good time to try and pick him up because he kind of has everything except for his physicals are a little sus. Does also have capture creation now. Can I try and sign him again? I wonder if enough time has passed that maybe he'll be willing. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that. I know it's relatively friendly for sort of like NZ or Anzac type of area as well, to an extent. I'll be honest with you, Jeffrey, I know very little about Malaysian football. We were just talking about how apparently the World Cup isn't going to be viewable in Malaysia because they've not... because the rights were too much to buy to air on Malaysian television, which kind of shit. These players are like sketchy for me because they're cheap enough that I'd be willing to punt, but I feel like I'd want to get them at least scouted a bit better first. because it's still not free. You, however, are free. He's Algeria. That's another goalie. Please don't be a goalkeeper. Ah, you're not. Ooh, he's actually tall. Manuel Amaya. Have a bit of you. That's actually quite a lot of money. When these guys join us, which presumably will be next stream, oh, good God. First half an hour of Thursday stream is just going to be us looking at the players that I've signed, because I think we're going to have maybe a record number in joining us in one window. As in from the first day. I think our record is like 25. This is going to be easily 40 perhaps, if not more.
Off the Pope hat.
This much selection to the club. Made an offer of 41 million for Paul Coley, subject to conditions. The transfer may eventually rise to 46 million. Isn't interested in speaking to Juventus. I love players like that. We actually had Adrian turn down a release clause move at one point, which just doesn't happen. Although we did offer him a new contract, so then maybe that was it as well. Kramergeis. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. I'm probably not. Do let me know. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, friend. Are you Dutch by any chance? Weird badges. I actually don't think there would be. I think Malaysian teams, because there was obviously Malaysian Endrick that we had in the past on a previous save. Actually, speaking of Asia in general, 19-year-old DM in South Korea called Yoon Tae-wook. Ooh. I want to scout him further because we've got time, but he's an intriguey fella. Tall Serbian. Ah, yes. Oh, very tall Serbian. The tallest of all the Serbians, in fact. Would I be tempted already if he's on the lower end of these? Certainly for those wages, I potentially could. Yeah, I think I will. 17 as well. Ooh, 1.3 million. Let me offer you $1 million. Just slap $1 million on the table. Okay. Looks like we're not doing that. Okay. Right, here's what I'll do. What? I see what they've done there is bend me over a table, pull my pants down, then just steal my wallet. Then just leave me there on the table. Okay. The art of the deal with Boban Stajic. That's true, but I was at least expecting them not to lock it in with the original amount, so I'm just going to end up paying that with an extra random clause in there. At least we don't play... Fuck it. Do you know what? I'm going to accept it simply because I respect the hustle of them actually doing that. They just locked it in. I went, no, not having it. I said the rest around again anyway. The Korean guy is very good, interesting. That guy maybe? That guy's at Barcelona. Probably not quite in our price range these days. Not with the other guys I've been signing. So what we're doing, Jeffrey, is we're building a nation in the sense that what we're trying to do is make the Polish league itself the best league in Europe. So one of the ways that we're doing that is by building what we call a loan farm, which is where we just sign as many young, not yet, reasonably good-looking players as we can, with the idea that we can get them out on loan to other clubs in Poland where they will then develop and improve the quality of their squads and thus help them perform in Europe. So to give you an idea, we're in season 9 of the save now. We've won the Champions League as it happens, but we've already got Poland up to 4th in the coefficients, and technically we're 3rd on the year currently. But what the real fun part is about that is that other Polish sides have performed well in Europe too. We've already had a side reach a European final before us. I've had enough of Boban already. You can go away. I got a cop out there because Boban was a whopper on the second side of the meeting as well. Part of me also kind of wants to sign him even more now. Arsenal bottom. We actually didn't, you know. But I have got it on my list, in fairness. The Donnarumma situation was because I obviously, after stream on Sunday, I was like, which of those 2 o'clock games do I choose to watch? In the end, I ended up watching the fucking Merseyside derby, and I think I missed all of the good games as a result of it. Hello, Tommy. It's typical of me. London Samurai. What division do they play in? There's some really cool teams like that. There's a team called, like, is it London Romania as well? That I think are either based in Essex or just outside London that have, like, Romanian youth intakes and everything. Subscription package to our national broadcast. We still don't know what the package is going to cost. It starts in, like, 2 months. Do you not think they would... keep me on your toes, right? They know you're going to pay it anyway. It's one of the few times I'm thankful that we do at least have BBC and ITV that will buy the rights for it, and okay, yeah, we do have to watch ITV as a part of it, which kind of sucks sometimes because ITV Player is the worst thing in the world. Like, there are diseases that I'd rather have than watching things on ITV Player. Unless they've somehow improved the infrastructure, but I really very much doubt they have. Do not forget. Hey, VRL's going to become the man. Just you wait. I don't even know what VRL is at this point. Particularly, I just call him Villarreal, I think. It's not getting any better, is it? Yeah, I wish the game would make it easy for you to pre-code those kind of teams into the database, but unfortunately, as far as I know, Hadrian will back me up on this, possibly, or slate me, which is fine too. Those are completely hard-coded in the game and really, really difficult to recreate with like the pre-game editor, and I've always wondered why that is. You'd think that it would just be quite a simple toggle you could select where Youth Intake Nation is this, but the game is like weirdly difficult for you to do that, if I remember. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I almost never watch television at all. I'm not even sure the aerial is plugged into our television. We pretty much exclusively just watch like things on streaming or whatever, or YouTube. And mostly just YouTube these days, honestly. Like, we've been eating good lately. But if you watch the exact same videos that Pog and I do, I suppose. Yeah, I think, isn't it 480 technically? But either way, it still looks like absolute ass. Like, truly, truly awful. Have to be free to wear. See, that's good. Because it's the World Cup. Everyone should be able to watch it. I love the vibes in the country during a major tournament. It's just, there's nothing better. It's the summer. The weather's usually good. The vibes are just immaculate. There's something about it that I just love. I can't wait for it. Right. Liverpool Champions League. Got to swap out the keeper, of course. So Diakite comes back in. Adrian Mana. This should be fine, right? Although I can fill out the rest of the bench too. With whoever's left. So Herrera will come in. Coffee, of course. Eventually. Nope. Get there in the end map. There we go. John as well. And possibly so many centre-back options. There we go. We'll have him. Coming to Poland. Oh, really? Like sort of like a Polish adapted version? Because I know that like syndicates in quite a lot of countries and they have a lot of their own versions of it. So I haven't actually watched it yet, Bit of Child. Pog's been feeling a little unwell, so she went to bed quite early yesterday and stuff, so we weren't gonna, I didn't want to watch it without her, you know, I'm not that guy, but there was quite a lot of YouTube I had to catch up on yesterday, because like I said, we were eating good, because there was a new Harrison Webb video, there was a new Gary Eats video, there was a new Ed Chapman video, there was a new TDC video, there was a lot of things, and it just sort of ran out of time in the end, so we're going to save Tom Scott until tonight. I'm assuming it's a good video, because it's Tom Scott, right? But it did look super interesting. But no, so I haven't watched that one yet. Playstyle. So actually, I use Clean Slate because I like to build it myself. And I actually haven't really experimented much with the styles that the game has involved in it. So I don't know what you'd even call our mess. The best way to describe it, though, would probably be it's a very aggressive attacking approach with a lot of passing concentrated in the central areas of the pitch, and then a lot more dribbling in the wide areas. So the idea is that we have these really tight passing triangles that try to pull defenses around to allow space for our wide players, the two wingers essentially, to bomb down the wide areas, take on their man, and get balls into the box for either the players that are pushing towards the 6-yard box or the guys that are hanging back towards the edge of the area. That's generally the plan in terms of the style of play that we play. So it's quite high tempo, but still quite a lot of short passing in these little triangles that you play. You'll see what we mean when we get to the match. Tactic for sale! Is it the £60 tactic, Tommy? I don't know if you guys have seen this. Like, could anyone give me like a TLDR of exactly what was going on with that? Because I saw Hold My Heim did a TikTok about it, but I wasn't quite sure what was going on. So my understanding is that someone was selling FM tactics for like crazy money, and they were even not that good either. 11k wage? Good God. Either they're really young and they're trying to put you off of signing them, or you may have just found the best Belgian amateur regen of all time, and I can't wait to see which of the two. Have you got a screenshot of them? Yeah, just vibes around major tournaments. I always told you about the time when I was watching the Switzerland-England game. Oh, did he? Through the window of a pub while I was sat in my car listening to the same game on the radio at the time. Right, I'm just going to quickly lock the fantasy as we're about to jump into this match now. Shadow Parzival. No, correct. I doubted myself there. Thank you very much for the prime. That's super kind of you, man. I really do appreciate that. No, Duru is a Nigerian. His name is Ifeanyi Duru. He's to sign in first. Ooh. Have you got... That's interesting, though. What team does he play for? Yeah, I was picking up Pog from work. There's a little, like, cutaway street in Cambridge called King Street. There's a pub there called the King Street Run, and there's another pub on the corner. And I was parked there waiting, and there was a big screen in the pub, so I was just watching the game through the pub. It was the penalty shootout bit. But because my radio broadcast was ahead of the TV broadcast they were watching, I knew the penalty had gone in like 2 or 3, maybe about a second and a half or so before it went in or didn't go in. So I'd listen to it, turn straight away, be happy, and then I'd get to watch their reaction a second time. It was brilliant. I would really encourage that as a way to watch football sometimes. I just got to enjoy almost like it twice in a way. It's like the anti-VAR. What type of tax you need? I just think the idea of selling stuff like that is a bit... makes me feel a bit icky. It's like when I showed you guys the automated transfer room in thing, and I think it was Dan was like, oh, you could sell that. I know you're only messing around, but I wouldn't want to do that. I want to make... if I'm making tools for the community, right, I want it to be things that people can just use and have freely available, because ultimately I feel like it makes everyone's experience with the game better, and that makes me feel better, because as always, I'm an altruistic vampire. The Sky go on his laptop. Yeah, and then an illegal stream after that too, because then it'll be even more delayed. Brilliant. You get to laugh 3 times. The commercial mindset. Oh no, Dan. I respect the hustle. Trust me. I just think that it's why, like, you know, as much as I do store some of like the filters and stuff on Patreon, it's not even on like a free tier. It's just completely open. The useful thing about it, which is actually what I got from Mr. Teeny, was just being able to update that post. Polish striker at Liverpool. Is there? Ooh. Let's have a look. I think he's German-Polish. Udo Stefaniak. I'm assuming he's one of the sort of many... Do you know Dresden? Ooh. Sort of Polish diaspora that you get in Germany. Fake Pole, indeed. He's like Kosovos, except at least Kosovos came back. Hello, Peter Brent. It's going actually quite poorly for us. We've only played 1 Champions League game, but we lost to Bayer Leverkusen away from home. It was a very frustrating game, and Michael Fieler is out for 3 months as well, and now we've come to Anfield, and we're going to just try and clobber Liverpool, which is, you know, really easy, as I'm sure you're aware. Those guys are back. Oh, really? Does anyone remember the FM Council? That was a fun little period, wasn't it? I can't even remember what the purpose of it was supposed to be, but it was this random thing that just popped up on Twitter. Or is that the exact people you were referring to, Gordo? Because it might have been. Old school FM drama was just... it just hit different, didn't it? Like, people do like crazy shit now. Like, I want scandals that are about as tepid as Stat App editing players. You know, that's the kind of FM drama I like to see. Oh, 100% David. Like, I do not blame modders at all for paywalling things because of that. Because I see the things that get said to them, and it's actually wild how entitled people are with things like that. So this is why when I talk about this, I try to be nuanced in the sense that, like, I personally wouldn't like sell this tool that I'm trying to make, for example, right? But I completely understand why, so for example, Mr. Teeny has his skin on like a £1 tier on the Patreon. It's a quid. Like, for me, that's well worth it for the enjoyment it adds to the game for me. And I kind of look at it as less of me buying the skin from him via that. I'm just sort of essentially supporting him in his endeavours to make it anyway. We've just been cut open by Liverpool there. Like, quite considerably. Oh. Self-appointed creators believe. Yeah, but no one actually knew who they were, though, as far as I know. They were just like random people that sort of self-appointed things, and I don't know what they were even trying to change, per se. But I think you get a lot of this in sort of any niche gaming community, or community in general, right? I'm noticing a lot of our outballs are being... Lucinio sort of essentially getting it in the pivot position, like here, but then he's having to go straight back a lot of the time because he's not got a passing option, and what? FM Council. I can't remember exactly, David, but basically this was like before COVID. It was this random group of people, might have just been one person, that were claiming they were going to like expose people or something. I don't know what they were exposing them for. I'm a good boy, you see. Although it must have been actually, someone did actually try to expose me once. Which was bad because I was in public and they pulled my trousers down. Horrible times. No, there was this person that No, 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 no! Fuck's sake. The fake poll scored against us. They basically thought they'd caught me cheating, whereas in actuality what they'd done is spotted that the game sometimes is very inconsistent. So there's that. I mean, yeah, everyone I was up against in the charity game, fair. So like Ben and Kev have been behind. No, I know for a fact they weren't. I mean, this was, I think, even pre-Kev as a content creator. This might have been even before Kev was in the scene. That's how old this was. Freeloaders demands. I think so, probably, yeah. People feeling quite entitled to things they perhaps weren't. Sorry, yeah. Basically, it was back in the day when there was a screen that would show manager movements, basically. But it would sometimes inconsistently show certain ones. And so, because obviously back in Let's Play times, what I'd be showing wouldn't always... Basically, one day it showed one manager movement, but then later in the same video it showed a different manager movement. But it was different managers. But they were implying basically because it showed different ones each time that the first one had now not happened, and thus I'd like save scummed something or something. Except during the period where those two managers were like sacked and replaced, there wasn't any games or something, so it would have been a bit pointless, etc. That was essentially what they were claiming at the time. But me being me, went into my save file, moved things around, and actually like made a little unlisted video to be like, this is actually what happens here. Mere concept of time. Yeah, but if you've all you got's a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? We're Polish. Unfortunately, Mixie, not a lot. Mostly down to the fact that our youth intakes have been absolute ass. But the other main reason is that because of the way we're building the nation, we don't sign the good Polish players off of the other Polish teams because we want them to develop and become better on their own. So it makes it quite difficult for me to have good Polish players on my team unless I bring them through myself, which we are trying to do, but the game's not helping us in that demand right now. For throwing dogs in rivers. I mean, fair. Catch me doing it, and very different situation right there. Make it better for the community. Yeah. That's always the issue. I mean, I'll be honest, like, even when I mentioned the tool for the transfer room in things, I had people like demanding I give it to them straight away and just be like, where can I get this? Can I have it right now? And I'm just like, calm it down. Like, it's all good. So I feel like I'll probably find myself in a similar position if I do release that. It's going to take a little while though, because I did some tests yesterday and that's very much going to require a lot more work than I thought. Thank you very much for the follow, Mitchy. That's very kind of you, man. Sorry, Mitchy. That's true. You don't need proof. It's like the other week when I was trying to get like advice about lawnmowers from you lot, and it went from me talking about maybe needing to buy a lawnmower to me having a load of lawnmowers in my shed / under my patio, like the Fred West of Flymos. You lot could manipulate anything, man. The truth has made a couple of loops around the world before. Sorry, the lie goes around the world twice before the shoes, or even this is not even. You know the quote I'm trying to use. Insert that into your brain for me. Do the thinking for me too, if you could. We're just not playing very well here, unfortunately. Liverpool have caught us out in that one moment, and we've not been able to get on the ball enough. Go on! Don't let me flap any further. Shoes, lies, something, videotapes. Oh yeah, and don't get me wrong. Like, I think it's always exciting when something you're working on is interesting enough to people for them to want to be involved in it, and that's dope. It's always just more about tone, isn't it, really? And like... more of those things than shit in hell. Right, I think I might have to make some changes. It's a Flywheels as an album. No, I do still need to buy one, to be fair. That's just every stream, Chris. Yeah, no, exactly, Hadrian. That was one of the things I almost wanted to sort of shield you from in many ways. Because I see how people, for example, when Saz had a section of the Discord that was just for like skin stuff, so that way he didn't have to run his own sort of... Discord server. He just had a section of mine. Oh, what a save. And he had like control of that. Some of the things that people would say to him, and I'm just, and I imagine it's the exact sort of stuff that Mr. Teeny gets, you know? You are allowed to behave. Exactly. In fact, some would even say, Flashin, that it's encouraged to behave. So take that from a man who doesn't behave very often. And when I do, it's badly. That's what the sitcom was originally about. It was about me. Oh, no. Yeah, I think... Oh. We're needing some switches here because this is not happening for us today. Montparousa's had a string of really poor performances, unfortunately. And it's not helping. Because I think when he's on it, the whole team is better as a result. Even Naeem's been poor today. Coffee time? We're lacking those extra game changers, I think, off the bench at the moment, which is not helping either. Bellingham and Cassidy can be quite clutch sometimes too, and Obra has been kind of poor. I'm thinking Bellingham. save the other subject in case. Prince FM, thank you very much for the 45 months, my friend. How are you on this fine day? System would say otherwise. Don't make me take the socks off again, Andrew. I'm still not convinced that really happened. Oh, if you're not used to it, yeah, no, that's the, I think, probably the worst is when someone just sort of enters the community, they're just a person that exists in the community, and they go, oh, cool, I'm going to make this kind of cool thing. They put it out, and then they realize, oh, God, this is what it's actually like. And yeah, it can be pretty a lot. Like, I've been doing this for 12 years now, and sometimes I'm still like, okay, damn, you know? Less so, though. It's actually, I think it's got better, weirdly. Not even weirdly, hopefully. Yeah, I think what's happened with us today is we've given up a couple of really good chances, and we haven't managed to break through and get a clutch moment in this match. But I do think that the players on the pitch are capable of it. We just need that one little moment of breakthrough. Someone like a Jens to do something crazy, like a pick out Uche there, or not Uche, sorry, Duru. Just find that little gap in the team that could maybe work. It's yes! Come on! That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Mumble has been awful today, just throughout the course of this stream. He's been crap. But Herrera, though, now that is a lovely bit of play. 1-1 at Anfield. I'd take a draw here, actually. Liverpool are really good, and we're away from home. This is great from Alvarez. Hey, Alvarez believers might finally get themselves some points today. Hello, Prince. 3 days off work. Ooh, in the middle of the week, you'd love to see it. That's an interesting one. So you had, like, weekend, day on, and then 3 days off. Cool. Kicking off saying, because I'm a paying member. That's the other thing. Yes. I think what you've got to... The way I tend to try to... The mindset I use is that not everybody has the best social skills. Not that that's an excuse. But it's more of a reason for it, and why sometimes you're like, oh, okay. Not that I have the best social skills myself, of course. But I think sometimes you get taken aback by it, because it's just like, oh, wow. That's a way that people sometimes behave. And you get exposed to it more online, perhaps. Shall we say. Almost never in streams, though. I don't know what it is, but this is something that still sort of baffled me, in a good way, for the entire time of me streaming, is how untoxic it has been. I couldn't... It's like a 10 out of 10 for untoxicness as far as stream, which is weird. We do need a reroll on the Mumbler. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, wait. No! Fuck's sake. I think you're possibly right, Hadrian. It's like... It is a bit like saying it directly to someone's face, I suppose. Unless you get guys like that person earlier who was just trying to get banned, but, like, not even in a fun way. Like, I didn't even get to play with my food that day. You notice strikers are taking chances from nothing. Our strikers haven't really been getting a lot of chances today, to be fair. Liverpool are set up in a way that is really stopping us, and I'm okay with that. But they've definitely... I think it doesn't help that we've not got our first choice pairing in play either. That's just what happened, yeah. And some of us became streamers as well, postcode. I used to be so much worse, though, before I... hate to bring it up, but before I was diagnosed and was able to get the medication, I was much worse when it came to handling conflict and general, not criticism, but to an extent that too. It was the sort of thing that could ruin my week. If I got a genuinely shit comment, just completely unnecessary. When there was like personal attacks, weirdly I was okay with that, is when it was something that would actually be not true, but in a way that makes you go, oh shit, maybe they're right, even though they're not. It would dwell in my brain for like 48 hours. And it was the fucking worst, man. Because I was so easy to knock off of my like perch as far as momentum goes. But that is one of the things I'm very thankful for now. That just doesn't happen anymore. It's the weirdest thing. The best way I can describe it is it's like the emotional half-life on the event is now massively shortened. So within about 2 minutes, it's just gone and my brain just doesn't care anymore. It's the weirdest thing. Love it. I don't know if James can back me up on this as well, actually. I don't know if you noticed anything similar, James. Block button. I almost never block people. I just think that, particularly with YouTube comments, I just find that it's all engagement, ultimately. Hello, Hainsey. How's it going? Apologies that I couldn't stick around after stream on Sunday to actually be in chat. I was absolutely desperate for a piss, and then I had to catch up with all of the post-stream work that I have to do after every stream. So I do forgive me for that. Hopefully it went well. For Tommy Tippy. I think you'll find it's a Cola Koala, actually, Tommy. What's a Tommy Tippy? I think you might be right, Anarith. But the problem is, do we put Herrera in just because of the pure work rate? Honestly? Oh, sorry, I can do it from here. It's slightly less feasible from here, but I will still get it done. Yeah, luckily everyone's still visible on screen. Herrera's going to get some points, though. Did anyone actually have Herrera in fantasy? Mute button on YouTube. There's a mute button? With YouTube, I care less with that, because to me, it's more about, like, I'll happily just leave it up there for engagement. It all counts at the end of the day. Unless it's, like, actually causing people an issue, then I tend to just leave it. Right, let me just open it again. Paste the screenshot in. And read stats. Let me just check, see if any yellow cards happen in this match. No, we're all free of that. No clean sheets, unfortunately. And man of the match, though, is going to go to Herrera. So we do get that. Not one single person had Herrera. To be fair, that would have been a real shout. We put on a improvement plan because of miscommunication. Really? Huh. But yeah, sorry, James. Just coming back to that, like, I wonder if you notice it in the same way I did. I guess that, you know, I probably have very different lines of work, but it still sort of manifests in a similar way, right? I go start to this. You love to see it, man. I think I definitely will, yeah. It's okay, but Max. We can, to be fair, you get the benefit of now not having to pick Michael Fieler, which means you could catch up on everybody. So Adrian, Mana, Alvarez, Lucinho, Jens Hjertedal, Bellingham, and Herrera get points for this one. Alvarez actually gets 4. Right, so I think we want player of the match as well, which means more bonus points for Herrera. So I will apply those points, and we get the latest update, which is a big little step up there, which means our current leader now is actually still potential. But the gap has shrunk, because Anna is up into second, and Mandar's up there as well. If you want to get involved in fantasy, !fantasy, and you can get involved. It's so much easier, isn't it, James? It's the weirdest thing. It's almost impossible to explain, I guess. But the way I've tried to explain it to Pog is like it's got a short emotional half-life, I guess. Oh, so there's yelling into the void. I see. Interesting. What if it still counts as engagement, though? I mean, I don't really care, ultimately, you know? It's just one of those things that you have to sort of be able to expect and anticipate when you put yourself out there in any form of content. Like, I'm really kind of curious to see what happens when I do finally publish this video for that other channel and that brand new thing that's completely separate, just to see... Because I will obviously tell you guys about it, but I will probably give it a bit before I do, just because I want to see what it's like on its own beforehand. Because I'm just curious. I've got most of the stuff set up for it, but now I need to actually make the damn thing. Yeah, the Fila and Montparnasse issue is really... How many of you had Fila and Montparnasse in your fantasy team? I bet a load of you had Fila, Montparnasse, and Naeem as your 3, right? Apologise, didn't really think... A lot of the time, Prince, it can just be a misunderstanding, but I am so prone to a misunderstanding myself. I think it's because I always try to establish clarity before I go forward, so I know what kind of ground rules what the ground rules are of the discussion I'm having with someone. I think sometimes that can come across as like argumentative, whereas in fact in my brain what I'm trying to do is establish the terms so I can go forward with it. But that, yeah, it's probably just my inner, you know, spectrumness, I suppose. Oh, wow. Yeah, he's a little bit alright. Oh, and resolute personality on top of that. Nice to see it. So this was the Japanese guy from earlier. We were talking... Oh, no. Oh, the Belgian dude. Oh, yeah. He's a... 11 grand a week is a lot, though, is what I would say. So be careful with him, but still, he's very good. 100%. Lucinio main. Oh, I see. So you get to pick 4 players then. So you pick a defender, a striker, and and a midfielder, and then one other player is the captain. I see. Right, so I didn't know that. I thought you had to designate one of your existing 3 as the captain. That's kind of even cooler, actually. I really need to just hop into someone's stream when they're playing it, so I can play as a player for a little bit and understand that a bit better. Right, Legia. Oh, you stupid bastards. That's going to cost them dearly. Losing at home to the zoo, that might have just put any chance they get of qualifying gone. Because if they win that, they go to 7 points. They need like a point here or a point there to maybe qualify, but they've just lost it to Djurgården, giving them their first win. That sucks so bad. What are you doing, lads? 8K's not too bad, I guess. What sort of wage budget are you working with? I think now that I'm a bit more... Wait, whoa, hang on a minute. It's actually happening. The board have placed an embargo upon transfers as a result of rumours regarding a possible takeover. Are we actually getting a Tycoon takeover? $65 million available. We already have a budget of 50 million. Perez is looking to buy the club for 1.1 billion pounds. Nick Perez. So sometimes these are real people, right? Or at least analogs for real people. I'd be curious to know if we can figure out who this is, because we found the actual guy that bought MTK in the previous save, right? After later on, I see. I mean, we won't get sacked because thankfully the game has protections in place that will prevent us from being sacked if they take over. But not if you're doing a journeyman. Bear that in mind. If you get a takeover in a journeyman save, your job is not safe. Oh. Why has that been flagged? So sorry about that, Thorn. I have no idea why Twitch flagged that message. That's literally the most kind and nice message. And Twitch is like, how dare you say that in here? Yeah, if you do !skin, then you'll get a link to Mr. Teeny's Patreon where I got it. It does cost £1 a month to have it, unfortunately, just because of... but it is well worth it, I assure you. He has a Spotify. Yes. Now we're talking. He's an arranger. Me when I'm doing the hoovering. Fine. I guess so. Yeah, it's almost... God, you think that Twitch thought that Thorn was a bot because they were so nice? They're like, no one's this nice on Twitch. Not allowed. Fair enough. I like the headcanon idea that he's a musical director. I think I'm willing to go with that. Hey, you got away with that one. What you need to do, Thorn, to make sure the messages get through in future is to make sure that even if you're going to say something really nice, just call me like a horrible slur at the bottom. So that Twitch goes, it's fine. Real person. It's like a capture test, you know? But with pejoratives instead. Oh, yeah, good point. Our finances, I think, were 240 million. This is going to be one of the most meaningless Tycoon takeovers ever, and I really wish they would buy someone other than us. But I suspect it's because our rep is high that... Yellow Clanker? Oh. I mean, yes, in a way, because obviously I did do a lot of the coding for that tool I'm making with that. It's a lot quicker. Oh, yeah, no, I agree. The protections that it puts in place for your long-term saves, I think that would be catastrophic if they remove them. Can you imagine that? You're just doing a one-club save, having the best time of it, 20 seasons in, and you get a random board takeover, which is an event, and they just sack you, and you're like, cool, my entire enjoyment of the save is gone. Totally see why that's in there. No worries, Dennis. Oh, Dennis! How did that go? I'm really curious to know what's happened since we spoke on Sunday about this, because I was thinking about this exact thing earlier. I'm glad you're here. Because I want to see if the advice we gave actually helped you. I'm really, really curious now. Because then we could be 2 for 2 on advice lately, which is terrifying, honestly. There you go, Andrew. That's more like it. That's what you like to see. I would ask you what you thought of the race yesterday, but... Oh, not yesterday, day before. But I didn't actually get to watch most of it because I was watching the hockey on the other channel, and the race started an hour earlier, and Trackhouse are absolute ass, so I've been pretending not to. Lately, that's been my approach to it. You think I should be able to... I could start my own ownership group. I'd like that as an option. Okay, so this is League, but the question is, how League is it? That almost sounds like a pantomime villain. How League is it? It's very League. So Vidjev Wodge Cup, where we can just go full strength, but not entirely. We'll do full strength with a slight tweaky tweak. Meaning... Just keeping those guys out there for the time being. That we want to dump back in. I'm going to take out Montparoust for a match. Head in hands for all the fantasy enjoyers. Feeler's actually somehow not fit again, but he's getting there. I believe that's... I have to have one space on the bench now, don't I? Thank God for Molsky. Who might... Do I start Montparoust or Molsky today? What race? In it. Which weird, because Kansas has been one of the best tracks as far as the next-gen car, but lately, not so good. Well, Tyler Reddick, though. Holy Christ. I mean, he is cooking. Oh, you got sacked. Shit. Mentality to Cautious. Oh, Cautious. Interesting. I haven't tried much with Cautious. I did a little bit on the beta, actually. Right, so I think he needs a day off just to think about what he's done. I'll put him on the bench still. So he could still likely come in. But we will see. Is anyone else in this team that could really do with a... I could maybe start Uche for a game too, as I do want to keep cooking him for a little bit. I'm just doing this to mess with Hadrian. Our well-known Lucinio main. I'm sure he'll do fine off the bench. Think about it like this. That means he'll be fresh for the cup game, where likely we'll have an absolute monstrous win. So, in a way, I'm doing you a favour and you should be thanking me. You're welcome to pour on the praise now. It's weird, no one's even cracked 10 goals yet. Last year... Oh, no, Montpellier has. Fila already had like 15 at this point. Right, that'll do. Well, so, Dan, I don't know if you have access to things like Game Pass, but as far as I know, it's actually now free on pretty much every tier of Game Pass as well. And I believe it's actually on sale too. I might be wrong about that. So if you can find it discounted or on one of these things, I would say 100% now is worth the time to jump in. With the way that the game is developed and all the modding stuff in the community, it's become a really fun game and it's getting there. I truly believe that 27 is going to kick ass because I think a lot of the stuff is going to be swept out of the way. Maybe I'm just coping, I don't know. But I'm really quite positive about what I'm expecting from 27. Cut to the announcements and it's just like, actually, we've decided to steer even more into that interface. 10 out of possible... Oh, no, 11 out of possible 12, that's fine. 40%, that's a really good discount. Because I think even if it's nowhere near as good as previous games, I think it's going to get there. The amount of enjoyment you'll get out of it is still well worth it. Because if you think about how FM is in terms of the value of the... Wow, 1-1 draw. Well done, lads. That's absolute... Oh, dear. Not even man of the match. No clean sheet. Nothing. Ah, lads. No one good off the bench did anything. That is a dreadful performance. On the plus side, Montpellier did actually come off the bench in this one and did a thing. Naeem scored a goal as well, and Effiong Uche did a thing too. Let me just quickly copy that over. I didn't lock it, did I? Accidentally? I hope not. Set up. Nope, controls. There we go. Got there in the end. And I want to get that in. Read stats. Nice to see it. Basically, Hayden, we've been ploughing through some Champions Leaguery. We actually haven't won. We've lost and drawn today. And obviously, we've been playing FM Fantasy along the way while I'm trying to learn that a little bit and getting better at it in theory. I want to take a look at the XG on the squad screen. I would use the simple analysis view. That's the one I use when I'm showing my squad screen. There is a deeper one, but that doesn't really seem to work very well at the moment. So I would go with the simple analysis view. I'll show you in a sec. We've removed F from 27. It's now just called 27. Pretty much. Right. Let's see. So that's going to be Mana, Naeem with the points. We didn't keep a clean sheet. There was no man of the match. So Effiong Uche is actually going to be the one. So I'll apply those points. And then take 2 points away from Obradovic. Sadly for the Obradovic enjoyers, who's been getting some decent points today, actually. There he goes. And that should update that. There you go. What does that do to the table? Potential still up front by 10 points, in fact. But... Oh... It's a lot of Michael Fila's enjoyer. Their goalkeepers haven't... Can I have their keeper, please? I love that 27 of you have Anwar Naeem. A lot of you have... 17 of you captained Montpellier as well. But the top player right now is actually Cassidy, of all people. That's so wild. Next stream, I'll have it on Firefox so I can actually show you that stuff on stream instead. I've been running it in Brave instead. So Europa League... You're right, it has happened, hasn't it? I need like a reminder that's going to stop me from going past that. Let me just clear the box here. And no. You already have a contract, right? Yes. What I will do, though, is I'm very kind and benevolent, is offer you a 3-year extension, which you will take. Session code. If you do exclamation mark fantasy, Hayden, you'll get the session code as well as a link if you probably already have that. I will walk away from that for the time being. Oh, dear. Right. Let me just check the Europa League. We're sort of learning as we go today, because I couldn't really test it properly without being live, really. Okay, I'll go to the Champions League, and then we'll go down from here. Come on. Show me some good stuff. Oh, yes. Arca. That's more points. I don't know if they've won or drawn, but it's more points. Did they just beat Sporting? No. They beat Vitória de Guimarães. Of course they did. Arca Gdynia 2, Vitória de Guimarães. That red card has been a saviour there. Bakic and Sands, both loanees as well. How are they doing this? I mean, they did win the Super Cup as well. They're so consistent. What about Brookbet and Martyrs, lads? Where are we at? I just looked for the long name. Wait, are they further up? Malta? Hello? Did they win? I assume they're away from home. Why can't I find them? Am I being blind? I'm sure I am, right? Oh, they're there. They're there. They're against Cups. Little man, thank you very much for the 27 months. That's very kind of you, Brady. We've got you on trial at the moment. And Ilan Sports. I don't know if I said thank you, but thank you for the follow. Burner account to test things. I actually don't. Usually when I'm doing like Twitch test things, there's a thing you can do inside OBS that basically puts like a bandwidth test flag on your URL stream key. So it basically doesn't send it to the main things, but I can still stream to my account to do like, when I first moved here, for example, I was testing the internet and stressing it. That's how I figured out I could stream at 8K instead. RCHCM05, thank you very much for the follow. Love to see it. So 2 more wins for Polish sides in Europe. They're both now officially going to be qualifying for the next round in some form. Maybe even top 8. That's brilliant. Right, what about Europa? Sorry, Conference League. I think that's a draw, because they had 6 points before. Wait, hang on, weren't they playing Man United next? They didn't draw with Man United, did they? I mean, that's football. That is the most Man United thing. Man United 2, Motor Lublin 2. They took the lead. Ahmed and David, that's David to you, oh no, they were 2-1 up. They led twice. Took points off England. Should have done worse than that. Well, there's a David up front and a David at the back. But this is David. Whose actual name is David Frias, but in the game he shows up as David for some reason. Incredible. Morning, friend. How are you? We just see the Polish side take a draw at Old Trafford. You know, normal things. That's incredible. England did not do well this week, did they? Pretty much, Hayden. Yeah, I'm going to get better at it and learning how it works. But I'm finding it smoother and smoother now. I just have to remember to check off the yellow card stuff and make sure I don't forget things. But for the moment, I think the fantasy thing is so sick. And remember, this is just the beta version that Clates is working on. I'm excited to see what he does with it. It's really, really cool. Eurovisioning this show. I mean, obviously watching it, but we haven't really decided how yet. Whether it's just people coming over to our place or something. I see. Are you taking the blame for this one, RCH? Because what I'm going to say is, could you just quickly mention something every time we play an English side? Just in case there's like some bad omenry at work there, because we could really do with extra Polish sides doing well in Europe. So that's more Polish points. The dream. Nah. If it makes you feel better, United have already won multiple European trophies in this save. Just not the one that you'd expect. Right. 7.9. Only Croatia have more points on the year. We're not going to catch Spain, but Germany are actually doing okay, in fairness. Italy, though. I mean, they could lose... Realistically, they could fall below Portugal at this rate. Whew. Bad omens. Yeah. I'll wait for you at the bottom. It's been a weird year in general. I think it possibly does, Hayden. I'll be curious to see how that tracks long term. But you're probably right. There is definitely something to that. But obviously, I don't want to have, fake engagement is no fun. But I do, I just like chat. I say it all the time. It's the case, though. Streaming would... If I didn't have a live chat while I was streaming, it would just be... I wouldn't be able to do it, I don't think. Right. More of these laddies. God, there's literally 5 stars in every single one, isn't there? Which does show that I think we're starting to zero in a little bit more on what we're looking for. Although I think some of these guys might be... Oh, no, they're not. I think I might have accidentally scouted some players from, like, really, really good European sides that realistically we're never going to be able to sign from. But still, any more freebies? Completely free. Yep. Chilean. Marcelinho Livingstone. I mean, who wouldn't want Marcelinho Livingstone, ultimately? Banger songs this year. Yeah, I just kind of watch it for some silly music, ultimately. I just remove everything else from it and go, ha, that's a fun, silly song. Oh, yeah, we can't sign anybody. We're under a transfer embargo. What I'll do is I will not do anything with this, essentially. Actually, what I might do to ensure we don't ignore anyone who... Oh, my God, there's a Lithuanian in Spain here as well. I'll send them all round again, even the ones that are fully scouted, so we can actually sign them properly once we're out of this transfer embargo. I totally forgot about that. Actually, yes, absolutely, Dennis. But basically... It should be in the pack. It's the one that's called Simple Analysis View, I think. That one. And you can see here that it shows the XG. Yeah, so we've got a takeover embargo because apparently we might be getting a tycoon. Not that that would do a lot for us because considering the money we have, and I'd much rather they buy Lech Poznan or someone, but yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing a few more of them, Anarith, but I mean, I obviously, if I do start to see more and more of them, then I may just not sign them, and that will avoid any issues with that. What I need to test, actually, is just sim that Ferencváros sim test that I've got further to see if it comes around again on that save or something. I really hope that it doesn't. No investment. Ah, but was it actually a tycoon? Because there are different types of tycoon you can get, I believe. Although I think always with the tycoon, you get some type of investment, right? XG over. So basically, this is XG over performance. So basically, a player who's got a positive number on this one means that they're overperforming. So you can see here that Cassidy has got 6 goals from a 2.99 XG. And it's a good way of spotting players that are either doing really well or, alternatively, like Christian Gomez here, struggling a little bit because he actually only has 1 goal off of 2.78. So perhaps with him, it's a case of he's just a bit young. But it's a way of being able to narrow down quite quickly if anyone's sort of struggling, I suppose. Uchi's got an extended contract. Love to see it. We're back in Japan as far as scouting too. Although I don't think we actually are. I think it's just they're all over the shop at this point. Is he? I think Molsky is one of those players that is going to fluctuate on that based on the form of Naim and Montparnasse, because I think it does use those star ratings as relatives. Torres is now a Polish citizen. Love to see it. Damon Weir and Gordon Stevenson are going to be coming in the... I guess... Oh, yeah, because they're finishing May, because Scotland contracts are a bit weird, aren't they? Oh. Learn how to do dynamic season-by-season versions of state championships in Brazil. Oh. Yes. So you could do that in England. With, like, county championships, then. That sounds like a fun-ass video. Oh. That could be very... Oh, no, it's not counties, is it? It'll be, like, regions of England, I guess, right? But still, that's dope. So apparently, Hayden, we already know our name of our tycoon. It's a guy called Nick Perez, who chat have decided, / might be the case, that he's like a music composer kind of guy, which is kind of sick, actually. Afternoon, Waterford Wizard. Hope you're having a fabulous day. Make it counted. That could work. I think that'd be fun. I need to stop thinking of new video ideas before I finish the one I'm working on. This week it is the Lone Farm. Not guide, but the Lone Farm, what you're doing wrong, potentially video. And I've definitely, now having had a look through those sort of 5 or 6 save files, got much better information on that one. I'm starting to understand it a bit more, I suppose. Right. Right. I think I'll let these guys back in, but for the next match, we'll drop out Dudu for... Screw it, I'll give Gomez a start. Kjortadal will drop out. Maybe give Cassidy a little runny run. Obradovic as well, maybe for... Ooh, who do I want to put in here? Maybe Job, actually. Alvarez is apparently still fresh. Naim could do with a rest, though. And the centre-backs could probably do with a little dropout as well. Although I'm going to rotate next game, too, so maybe I'll leave those guys in fact. I'll give Montparnasse a chance here, because Molsky will play next game, because he'll have to. I guess you're right, Andrew. My problem was always, like, getting a new idea and being excited about that before I finished the previous one. So that's why when I was like, oh yeah, I want to do this big project, I'm like, Matt, that's never going to happen unless you do it as smaller videos. So that's going to be my plan when I finally do launch the running thing, but I need to get a bit of equipment to do that first, like a new phone to actually film it on. IRL, and no. Okay, yeah, I'll go with that. And then, oh dear. The cup's got weird rules as well, hasn't it? Which I think means Molsky might have to start here, actually, because of the rules. Now that I think about this, where the hell is Molsky? Is he not on the bench? Oh, he's one of those sort of extra subs, isn't he? Right, we got Molsky there. And then make sure Molsky then goes into the first team squad. I think I might have to start him. Because we actually do need a young Polish player in the starting 11 because of the cup. And Molsky could be the man for that job. I think we should be able to beat Schlonsk without too much of trouble, I would have thought. Possible 9 subs. It's okay. Yeah, you have to have one under 21 Polish player. It's kind of like the league, but they just have to have a certain age bracket. Okay. What do we... 3-1 win. No clean sheet, but Molsky scored. Did anyone actually have Molsky? Don't know if there's any... by the way, in the previous round, a team got knocked out by their own B team. I forget who it was, but they lost to their own B team in the cup, which is just perfectly funny for me. Any other crazy wins for the B teams while we're here? Jagiellonia's B team are through. Okay, so a 3-1 victory. Man of the match was awarded, but no extra points. No one off the bench did anything good. Some good scorers in this game, though, potentially. Different goal scorers all round, in fact. Molsky getting a goal and an assist. Okay. Go off, sis. Just copy that image. Whack that in. Nope, wrong one. Controls. Paste screenshot. Read the stats. Any yellow cards? One for Alvarez, of course. Because obviously. Oh, I've just tried to drink out of a container that is shut. You sold him. How much for? And on purpose? Right, let me just see. Has that triggered it? So Adrian, there was man of the match, yes, but no clean sheet bonuses. That's fine. It's a big day for Molsky. That's 15 points for Molsky. So I'll take him. Is there any some big... Oh, Cancel, I did get some in that one. I'll get those in. The only thing I have seen it do is it occasionally confused Adrian Damashevich with Adrian. It's more negative points for Alvarez, though, unfortunately. 2 more points off for you. There we go. And that changes things again. Oh, it's much, much tighter at the top as Anarith has overtaken. 45 points now for Anarith. Cassidy is still the top scoring player. And Molsky's number 2 for the session. That's wild. Right. Everybody's now tired as hell, unfortunately. I feel like this song... Is this just on the playlist? I can't remember if this is just on the playlist. Not address injury. Oh, shit. Who's hurt? Okay. It's not great, but at least it's not one of our starting players. Wait, is there 2 injuries? Oh, I have to address it. Oh, I have to... What did I press before? Oh, continue loan. Right, we'll take that. Then it's Arca at the weekend, in fact. Oh, got to request it. I feel like it gets requested quite a lot. Give him a new contract. 34 million. Like, for St. Pat's is probably very good money, right? Aranda claims of November Player of the Month. What for this time? 4 goals in 3 games. He may end up winning all the Player of the Season awards. He's got 19 goals this season. It's not even Christmas. As much as I wish he was playing for us, I'm glad that he's not, in a way. Alvarez apparently is just a yellow card magnet, it seems. 4th place without Feeler. I think there's definitely more strategy to it. Yep. So, if you do ! Fantasy, you can join it at any time. It's open right now. The only time I lock it is when we're going into, like, live matches. We'll be a bit more smooth with it on Thursday, because I'll have actually understood what's going on with it this time. 20% sell-on is very decent. Is that just straight up sell-on, or... Wait. Oh, Oh. Takeover talks between Wisła Kraków and Nick Perez were suspended indefinitely yesterday, with the American tycoon reportedly unhappy with the way the talks have been progressing. Reports from the Krakow Football Post indicate that Perez had not been provided with certain financial documents. Chat, I do believe we were being shady. Which is... What? I've never seen that before. Hey, there you go, chat. Some actual spammery today. Love to see it. Talks with Nick Perez have not gone well, but it would be unwise to rule out the possibility of investigating the club in the future. Give him the documents! Release the papers! Release the Krakow files! That sounds kind of bad as it is. I think he might... I mean, we'll just see, Hadrian. If they do it again, then I think I would say release the hammer at that point. Good old dis.cord. Right. Sick. How very strange. I don't think I've ever seen that before, or I've just seen that before and haven't actually clicked on the post properly to notice the difference, but still. Right, Chamois Rocks. Arca at the weekend. God, that is not a huge gap, so it's full rotation for this game. God knows who's going to be in this match. That's the thing. It'll just go on to the next one. It's not even worth it. Nick Perez, yeah. He's done it anyway. The hammer was lifted. I mean, at that point, you either put it down or not, right? Roll closer to expectations, maybe. 6 minutes ago, damn. That's fast for the bot farm, I'd say. Yeah, I mean, it's a heavy old hammer these days, isn't it? Speaking of which, we actually talked about West Ham Palace, didn't we? I was really surprised this morning to find that there is a Premier League game tonight on the Tuesday. Like, I completely forgotten. Wait, is there midweek? Is it just midweek fixtures this week? Perhaps. That might be why. Because Chelsea played at the weekend, right? So for them to already be turning around to play Brighton. So is it just today and tomorrow. Oh, it's catch-up games. I see. What ones I got? I guess because of European or FA Cup stuff. Only for the snorkeling. Yeah, I was just there to see the clownfish, Hayden, because I am indeed a clown. That makes sense. So what games have we got tomorrow then? Does that mean I have to do a prediction? Chelsea Brighton. Surely Chelsea aren't going to lose a third home game in a row. Except they are, because it's 2-0 Brighton. I'm saying it. I'm calling it out. Right, this is full rotación. I'll do full... Yeah. Suarez and Gomez. Herrera. Yeah, that's probably fair, actually. Cassidy, Uche, Bellingham. I like that he puts Uche in there now. John Hernandez. The Pud. Coffee. Windles. It's a choice. Also at home. They're both at home. No, yeah. I must have written it wrong in my notes. I'm a new man, Dan. I have notes inside stream now. It's just... I've changed. Stack songs. I believe so, yes. Well, let you confirm. Is it open? It should be. As far as I can tell. Like, it's listed as open. 2-0 Brighton. Oh, yeah, the game's tomorrow. So, we got City Burnley. Okay, City are hosting Burnley. 4-0 City. Bournemouth Leeds. Bournemouth are in great form lately. I know they don't win as much, but they have started to now win games too whilst continue to be unbeaten. Which is meaning... I'm going to say 1-0 Leeds. I think Leeds have kind of been looking a bit more feisty lately as well. I'm going to start Montpellier in the Champions League, but I think for the purposes of this, just want to make sure we get the... Do you know what? Screw it. Moski's actually done okay, hasn't he? You know, I think I will. Yeah, no, I think I will start him. He seems to have now reached that point where he's capable of putting up okay numbers. Yeah, the captain has to be different from the picks. I didn't know that. I didn't realise it was a thing before at all. Brighton just drew against Tottenham. They did, but they also bailed out a late draw against Tottenham. Yeah, I don't know what to think about. You know, I don't know if you're still here. You know, you are. What do you think about the Rosa appointment? Okay. I think that's going to be okay. Should be good to go. Yeah, the CA's starting to grow too, which is good because he's getting lots of football, which is kind of what we wanted. Even if he isn't maybe as elite as we thought, if he's any good, he's going to get the chance to be good, I suppose. And it's another draw. Thank God we've got a higher lead in the league. So that immediately means no clean sheet benefit. Man of the match. No, we don't get man of the match either. Wow. That is one of the performances of all time. I suppose what should give you solace is the fact that I suspect there wasn't a lot of your picks in the team anyway at that stage. Let me just dump that straight in from the screenshot. Any yellow cards? There was one. Hernandez and Joe both got booked in that one as well. First few games, I guess so. But like, I don't really know what type of football Rosa is expected to play, right? Obviously, it came from Leipzig, which we were discussing earlier, but I'm still not clear. I've been getting back into the tactics and stuff lately, but not as much yet. So Gomez got a point. Oh, it was really just slim pickings. There was no clean sheet, no man of the match award. So it's just Hernandez, John, Cassidy, and Gomez getting a point each just for having an okay rating in the game, basically. And then obviously Job and Coffee both lose 2 points as well for the yellow cards. Where's Coffee? Oh, Coffee does have 13 so far, but he's about to lose a few. There we go. I watch more than just Adam Cleary, although I must admit I do enjoy him the most, I would say, of all of those types of channels that I do watch. Football Made Simple is also pretty fun. And like some of the videos that Alcott does are really good too. I'm really glad you guys suggested him to me again. Yeah, Werner's getting all the points under the table. It's got the pot emote now. Put Cassidy as captain. Cassidy is... He might still be the top scoring player actually today. Yeah, he is. He's got the most points of anyone. 21 points in total. And it's so tight in the top 3, though. In fact, there's quite a few of you right on the cusp of this. I think now that we're starting to understand the way it works properly and getting the vibes moving with it, I reckon Thursday stream, it's going to be really, really cool. Now that I'm liking the smoothness of it. I was worried about how long it was going to take for me to actually update it each time, but actually it's just screenshot grab and then change the cards around myself and then it's all good. Yeah, so what I'll do is at the start of streams, I'll obviously explain that to people. Show like injury lists and things like that. See the stars on the tactics screen. Oh, I don't know, Alphan. I know we've got some console players. You know, you're a console player, right? Improved contract, established member of the first team. Well, no, you're kind of You have he has a 5-year contract currently. Bro, go away. You have that's literally the longest contract man can have, and he's like, it's not enough. Is there a way to see the you saw your own ACL? Oh my god, that sounds horrible actually. It's a very fun, smooth addition. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the thing. It could only become better too, which is exciting. I say that about a lot of the FM like updates and things, but it's true. Right, so we did that. That's now done. We haven't done VOD comments. It's so sick. I just love the ingenuity and like creativeness of people. Everybody's so creative, and in a way that is not like in a good way. Now we can come back to that guy. And apparently signing has been confirmed, weirdly. But before that, VOD comments. We have a couple today. That's the wrong screen, Matt. I could just... My Firefox browser is just full of my own screenshots now, of course. So, apparently the league that Fulham's women's team are getting promoted into is absolutely wild in terms of the relegation battle. I assume it's because we're going into the southern one, right? And... Because didn't Bill and Ricky have an absolutely horrible season and lost every single match, if I remember correctly? It was fair play to them for even being up there in the first place, though, I suppose. Now, it's quite a long one, but the youth rating thing. So, I don't think that... The problem basically is it's just too many players. And when you look at the normal save database and what players are coming in with what PAs, the problem for me is that you just end up with so many of them. Like 800 players is just so many that it completely upsets the balance of the entire database. And if every league was doing that, it would still be less fun. But because it's only a couple of them, it doesn't feel as fun for me because of that. And particularly now that I've shown that even if you turn on Sweden, Denmark and Norway, they still do it, just to an obviously lesser extent. I just don't like it very much. I feel like it unbalances things way too much, and there's not a lot you can really do about it, and that kind of sucks for me personally, I suppose. I prefer... Particularly now that we're aware of it as well, I'm almost having to go out my way to not sign them. I mean, we probably will end up falling into it in the end anyway. Fila was out for the final last season as well, true. And he's had his big injury for the season, so you never know, right? You've never had any troubles with trains. That is surprising. I have only completed successfully one train journey on our local railway since I moved here 18 months ago, genuinely. And I've probably taken 10 to 12 train journeys to and from places. I've managed to have one train journey there and back to somewhere that didn't get affected by massive delays somewhere. It's actually crazy how many times this has happened to me now. Thankfully, delay repairs, I think, so I'm at least getting some of the money back, I think. I'm getting Deutsche Bahn even from the UK. I mean, I did get Deutsche Bahn in Poland too, with an actual German train as well. Well, sort of, Hadrian, in the sense that the train got cancelled before it reached its destination, and I had to get up at Nottingham, wait for half an hour, then go to Sheffield, then stand on a train from Sheffield all the way to Manchester. And then on the way back, the train never left from Manchester, and I had to get another train to Birmingham, switch trains at Birmingham to get a train home. It was a bit of a palaver, so I had to stand all the way to Birmingham there too. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, in the entire database, there was only, I think, that Farage test, like 130 players in the entire thing that were above 170. But then Spain had now suddenly got like 800 of them, and it took a lot of the fun out for me, I suppose, which is why I decided to inject it back in, essentially, by kind of by ignoring them to an extent. This was that guy we found in the not the next gen, sorry, the transfer room in. I don't hate him. Middle of nowhere on the East Coast, but I'm not, though. That's the thing. Where I actually am has a lot of direct travel links to a lot of places. Like, I can get a direct train to Manchester from here, which you'd be surprised considering how small the place I live in is, but it's actually not sort of middle of nowhere as far as trains are concerned. A lot of things go through here, which is one of the reasons we moved here, because of the train links are absolutely insane. I could get a train to Bournemouth from here. It's very, very odd. The train we got on actually goes from Norwich to Liverpool and passes right through. There was like 6 trains to Cambridge an hour here. I did my research. I went full on try hard mode when we decided to move here. So I'm going to scout Bernardino again as well. Yeah, he's another number 10, but we are a lot more light on our number 10s now. He's one of those ones where you sort of monitor, I guess, and go again. That guy is a bit intriguing. And his extensive knowledge. Any random freebies? Tajik dude! Yes, please. Random Tajik fella. Don't mind if I do. I probably could have just approached to sign him, actually, but this way's a bit quicker. The crew of the South? Exactly, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I kind of want to let Molsky have a chance, but it also does just... we do lack depth, because as much as I like... Oh, an Estonian. I like Molsky, and I think he might be a decent player one day, but I don't think he's likely to ever be... I mean, no one's going to be Montperouse good, let's be honest. I think we do need another number 10 player, probably. And Herrera kind of does the job for now, but ultimately Herrera is one of those players that if we did get a bid on, I would have to accept it. Struggling to get players out on loan. Ultimately, I don't really. We've got 280 nearly players out on loan, and I haven't really struggled that much because there's enough tools inside the game now that kind of means that players just seem to find loans for the most part. Often it seems that people that are having trouble finding loans for their players, it's just because often they're not signing enough players. It really is just a scattergun approach. There are some guys that we'll sign that will never find loans. But I signed so many that those guys kind of get carried under it. And once they hit 23, I just release them and then they're sort of no longer my problem, I guess. But affiliate clubs are very useful for having those extra loans as well, for sure. But the difference in reputation matters as well. So I noticed in some of the save files I was sent that the reputation gap between the person's club and the clubs they were loaning to was nowhere near enough to be able to get the kind of loans they were looking for. Sometimes it was like actually lower, and they still had some good loans out, in fairness. Yeah, Molsky's going to have to play a bit because of the rules right now, and I do want to bring some more guys in. I just hope that we get a good intake this year as well that could kind of assist us with that. I say good this year as well, as if last year was actually that good, but I'll send those guys around again. These guys are having a little bit of a closer look, but expensive. Uzbek, but not quite got the... I'll have a look at them, I suppose. He's not... 50 out of 130. So is that your total squad of 130? Or like total eligible loan players? Because that's where it is a little bit different. Yeah. But my question is, would he be good as a sort of loan farm player? Or are there better options probably available? Honestly, he's probably a better option. And he's Uzbek. Contracted players, right. Because what it is obviously... not every player you have contracted is a sort of a loan farm player. So I think what you kind of need to work out is how many players you've actually got that are sort of loan farmable, i.e. they're listed on loans lists right now. Okay. Hilmar Coutinho Neto. He's quite fun as well, but he does have a £14 million release clause. He might be a keep an eye on type of fella. Would he turn 19 before the window? No, he wouldn't actually. So we could have a bit of a 95. So you've got 95 players listed for loan. Damn. Actually, that kind of tracks, I suppose. Because I, for example, I think I've got about 50 listed for loan. This guy I'm going to shortlist for Santa Baby for the time being. Because I think I could see a... Really, FM? I could see a world where I do go back in for him. He's certainly intriguing. Yeboah's... How has he signed for us now? I'm assuming his like contracts just expire wherever he was. But sure, we'll get you in. Get you onto the loan list. I did actually go through and work it out, how many players I had eligible for loan. Because something else I noticed when looking through save files is a lot of people had a lot of players at their club that were eligible for loans that they weren't actually having... Oh, look at that. They weren't loan listed, basically. They were just sort of there. But that, combined with transfer room out, is huge. Karimov. I'll check my notes in a second to see if I can figure out exactly how... It might have changed slightly today, but... Actually, no, we're not in a window, so it wouldn't have changed at all, I wouldn't have thought. But that's what I'm trying to sort of figure out. Because for me at the moment, it looks like it's more... Oh, I've actually got the notes up right now. So yeah, for me, we have a squad of 370 players, and I have 276 out on loan. 10 of those are non-domestic, most of which would have just been the loan back ones. I have 51 players loan listed, and there are 42 players eligible for loan outside of my first team squad. That's sort of the numbers I'm working with currently. So I suppose those are the kind of ratios to be aiming for, I guess. Foreign affiliates. Yes. I believe Lech Poznan had a foreign affiliate. Or maybe still do, in fact. It's not as easy to go through and find them as it used to be. Because I believe you can go to a certain profile page. Where is it? There is a way to see this, and I forget how. Is it about club? It is. It's affiliates. But you can't, like, tick down. So they're actually affiliated with Barcelona. Which is fun. And St. Pat's. And Stilton. Wait, Stillon, not Stilton? They stink a little bit. So yeah, Lech Poznan are affiliated with Barcelona. That might be built in fairness. But I don't think they are. Actually, start date. Yeah, that's the... No, that's not the first summer. That's the second season. Interesting. Yeah, there used to be a way you could just tick through each one and see them way quicker. Don't transfer list players with advice, but possibly. And maybe they're not loan listing them when they then join. But this is why I wanted to get these save files in so I could actually have a closer look at that exact thing. General question. Hang on, forgive me. I'm not sure I understand now. I can't seem to scroll up either. Come on, Twitch! Yeah, well, let me scroll. That's so annoying. There we go. Yeah. Did I not answer the question in a general way? Forgive me. Right. Anyone played Women's Aussie A-League? Oh, I haven't. Oh, is it just completely bugged and broken? That sucks. Right, I need full first team squad here, don't I? Which means he comes back in. As per the game in general regarding foreign affiliates. Forgive me if I'm being completely dense here. I'm just not sure I understand what the question was outside of me being able to say yes, there are foreign affiliates in the game. Forgive me if you were looking for more information, and I'm sure we can get to the heart of things, but essentially, yes, foreign affiliates are in the game, and sometimes Lech has them. They have one, we have loads. We got a few. I got Racing Santander the other day. Right, Lucinho, Hurtado, Obradovic, Alvarez, Mana. Yes, nice. And the bench, obviously, is going to have free spots on it as well. The question is, who do I start in? Feeder's still not back yet, really. Coffee is slightly injured as well. We are a bit light there, actually. I've got 2 more spots on the bench. One I will go to probably Pud, I guess. Ooh. Yes, no, he's a little bit nice. And FC Hacker as well. He wasn't perhaps a Belgian amateur by any chance, was he? Yes, there we go. Okay, cool. Forgive me. I thought the question was more specific than that. Forgive me. I thought it was relating to other Polish sides. Really, Chaser? That's surprising. How many have you got? Maybe you've like maxed out or something. Because I think we've been able to get one roughly per season. How cheap was he? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, no, if he was here, he'd be worth about 50 million quid. I see what your point. That is extremely low. Okay. I think that's going to be good. Right, with that in mind, let me just lock the fantasy stuff for a moment. Because we're actually going into this game. Atletico. We kind of need to get a dub here, actually. Because Catalan's form has started to drop off slightly a little bit. Slightly a little bit. But I think I trust the lineup out there to get the job done, really. Except for maybe Diakite. We'd never really trust him. Neighbouring countries such as Ireland was. Yeah, I think they are easier to get the closer you are to them geographically. Especially when it's like UK and Ireland. I found that we were quite easily able to get, especially English affiliate sides when we were managing Treaty United, of all people. I went with the A4 piece of paper sponsored shirt today. I hadn't worn this in ages. It's very big. Also, you know the nutmeg shirt I was wearing on stream, the one that looked a bit like Homer's Moo? Turns out it wasn't a medium. I know that's going to come as a big shock to you all, but it actually was in fact an extra large, which does make a lot more sense now. And weirdly, that's the second extra large shirt I've been sent over the course of the FM26 game cycle. Do I look extra large to you? Is that what it... Chat, am I giving the vibes of a man who wears an extra large? Am I just massive like that? It's because of my massive personality. The head is 100%. If hats had extra large sizes, then yes, 100%. Maybe Gordo. Even then I wasn't an extra large. At my largest, I would have been a large. Yeah, I guess, but this one was a big, big shirt. The FM one that I was given by SI, unfortunately, the reason I don't wear it on stream is because it is so big. It was an extra large. I'm a small now. In football shirts, I still tend to wear mediums just because, as you say, they can be very inconsistent. But for most clothes now, I'm a small for pretty much the first time in my life. It's weird, frankly. I don't mind the occasional oversized jumper, though. Right, our Leggy are playing today. No, they're not. They don't seem to play on the same day as us very often, but we've started strongly, which is good. It's my ego. Yeah, my ego is enormous, in fairness. And actually, I had to make the door wider just to get in the room today. Yeah, the hair's a bit floofy today. It's because I forgot to put any product in it when I had my shower yesterday. So upon sleeping on it, my hair's just gone like this. Be fine in a car crash. Yeah, I mean, I realise I'm asking for trouble by saying that, but generally speaking, chat have been very encouraging with the weight loss chat. And the occasionally I'll just get a random comment on a video from someone that's maybe not watched for a while or has watched for a very long time in many ways. And it will just be like, actually crazy the difference. And It's like when we had that picture. No, yes, come on. It's like when we had that picture from the Q&A video that I think it was Stewie found that shows the difference, I suppose. Players on non-domestic loans, if you get offers, no. Because ultimately, it doesn't do you any good. Because if you send them on a non-domestic loan, you've now essentially stopped them from getting a domestic loan in that same period. And while they might develop a little bit, by doing that, you're essentially going to mean the development might actually price them out of further loans. And also, yeah, the FIFA limit will come into play. That doesn't seem to imply... That only doesn't apply when you're hitting things like the players joining and then you loan them back. That seems to be exempt from it for the time being. Fine. I think, considering that in that screenshot from the Q&A video, I am probably 25 years old in that picture. And I feel like I look younger now than I did then. It horrifies me every time I see it. That better not be too serious. Thigh injury. I'm hoping that ain't some moderate nonsense. We want probably Bellingham for that, I would say. I suspect it's because you're right, that they just haven't... The loan is sort of part of the contract, I guess. Rather than it being like a new thing. So it doesn't count as like an existing loan, I guess. Yeah, Obradovic getting an injury there is not ideal. On the plus side, though, this is our last Champions League game before Christmas, meaning that we will have our new Brazilian fella in the team by then. In fact, our two new Brazilians. No, we've got an Argentinian and a Brazilian, haven't we? Go on. Oh yes, it's in! Wait. Oh, you love to see it. That's the guy. That's the guy we nearly signed. The guy that chose Atleti over us has just scored an own goal. Come on. That's more like it, friends. That is a very embarrassing own goal because I'm pretty certain that deflects twice. Duru's shot hits the goalkeeper, then hits Vafe in the face, and it's in the net. So he's the he was a centre-back that we tried to sign and break our transfer record of, I think it was 27 million we were going to pay for him. He is extremely good when you look at him, although I don't think he's actually got a lot better since we tried to sign him. Is he a Scourge player? Either way, amazing news. This is better. See, I knew we weren't actually cooked. We've absolutely walked all over them. Shout out to FM for having red versus red as well in the charts here. Always good to see. He is earning quite a lot of money at Madrid, to be fair. On the plus side, if we probably had signed him, we probably wouldn't have Adrian and Mana in the team right now. And I think Mana is better than him. He is Mana from heaven right now. He's such a good defender. I think, actually, I know we can't see all of Vafe's numbers, but I think Mana's a better defender anyway. And he's a year younger than him. Absolutely, Rob. So basically, we've been kind of underwhelming in Europe. We lost against Bayer Leverkusen in a game which we absolutely should have won, but they just took advantage of us making some mistakes and our left side suffering a lot. We then got a draw at Anfield with Liverpool, which was a really good result. And now we're 2-0 up away at Atletico. We've been signing a few guys up. I have spent quite a lot of money today on players that will join us in January, most notably an Argentinian and a Brazilian. Excuse me, one of whom, what was his name? Is it João Gomez? Looks to be like Jens, but slightly younger, and will finally have a bit more central midfield depth when he joins us in January. I'm very excited. João Carlos, that's the fella. He's a very entertaining character because he scores a shitload of goals, gets a shitload of assists, gets yellow cards all the time, and reds. He's basically an absolute entertainment machine. Which is also my nickname. It's not. Closest I've come to that is being called a meat computer. Let's see. By myself, of course. Right, I'll take that. Naeem's had an absolute wonderful day as well. I reckon more goals are on the cards here, potentially, for us. Oh, dear. As a wide centre-back. Well, I mean, in our system, we don't play wide centre-backs because we only have 2 centre-backs. So if I was playing wide centre-backs, I feel like they'd end up being too advanced for what I want to do. Because our central mid... Oh, sorry. Oh, yes! Our central midfielder drops into centre-back when we're out of possession. So, where is he? Lucinho here, this guy here. Out of possession, he plays as a dropping DM that drops straight back into our backline as well. So we've got the only Scourge players that have gone so far are Arola and Pena, and technically Curans as well, but he's only on loan with an option to Southampton. The meat computer could survive a car crash. Not that I've ever been in one, and I wouldn't want to tempt fate. We are much better today. This is exactly... And another... Duru believers are going to be gaining a lot of ground over the rest of today's stream, because he has kind of been... In fact, he's on for a man of the match award here, potentially. Montperousse has still been a little bit struggle bus today, and I'm actually tempted to do an early sub and take out Montparnasse, and because we're 3-0 up, it could be Molsky territory. Wait.
Subbing to say thank you for the wonderful content. Love the streams, keeping me sane while I work. Think the way you stream is unique, in a good way, lol. Sending big love to yourself and Chato less than 3.
Forgive me for being that. But firstly, thank you very much for the 5 months. That's really nice of you, and very kind words as well. Forgive you for being the person that's like, "Hi, you've just said a compliment." Elaborate. But when you say the way I stream is unique in a good way, I'm just curious to know what that means. Not just because, one, obviously to stroke the inevitably large ego, but also I like learning things like that because it makes me go, oh, it makes me think about things and be introspective. And I like being introspective. Maybe a little bit too much sometimes. I'm just curious. 40 miles. It doesn't work like that, Andrew. You have to fill the full 90 to get the clean sheet bonus in this particular style of fantasy. Otherwise, I think there'll be too many calculations to do in the back end. Lucinio's been good, and I don't want to take him off today because I feel like he's owed the clean sheet bonus, frankly. But I wouldn't mind giving Adrian a little bit of a run out. Although I'm worried that the game might get him confused with Adrian. But we'll see what it does. Catalar. Maybe Jens can have a little rest. Now that we're 3 up. I might even get Herrera on a little bit deeper. See what he can do. I could rest Naeem, but he's just doing so well. I feel like Lucinio, considering he's got such a good rating today, I think he deserves a chance to get that clean sheet bonus, potentially. I mean, I think everyone has an ego to an extent, but I just feel like it's more fun to just take the... I grew up, one, as a chubby kid. So one of the ways that it's a self-defense thing, I suppose, is that you rip yourself loads to sort of take the sting out when it inevitably is done. Back to you, what a save. England are maybe starting to begin the fall-off point, which is nice. The true matter. Yeah, I think I do need to get more of the stream vibes back into the YouTube videos. I was talking to Pog about this last night, and I was discussing with her why I watch my favorite YouTubers, and I realized that they all have a lot of stuff in common, and I feel like my streams have way more in common with the type of content I enjoy than my YouTube content does, because I sort of over control things and try to be a bit too professional with it, and I would like to maybe start being a little bit more like this in videos, I think. The cross-eyed cam. I actually had to take that out of my stream deck thingy earlier today. The button for it's now gone, Hayden. It couldn't possibly come back. Molsky's not the best day, has he? But it would be nice to see him score 1 in Europe. In the end, though, we do get the clean sheet. Man of the match award, I think, for Naeem. There's a lot of points coming up, though. And at least because we're in match still. So the thing is, the key statistics page shows up differently in the post-match screen to the one that it does when you go to the full-time report, basically. And it's annoying. Right. That's big. Then I'll go to here. I'll unlock the fantasy so you can now join again if you need to. And we'll get the stats in. Any yellow cards? Just one for mana this time. Oh, thank you, Broadly. That's very kind. I think maybe it is a case of I was almost sort of muting it a little bit in a weird way. So we get clean sheet bonus, man of the match bonus. There's some big points coming down here. Oh, Naeem's just bagged 15 points. And Damashevich actually got a rating bump, so he will get some points for that. And it's a minus on Mana, who actually hasn't got that many points so far today, and he's just lost a couple more. There you go. Yellow card for Mana. And that now does what to the table? Wills now goes to the top. Okay. Captain Duru, what a shout. He's got Naeem, Montparnasse, Catalar, and Duru. He's by 7 points lead now. Love to see it. I firmly believe that with young players in FM, you have to give them 10-15 matches of just playing. Even if their attributes suggest they should be really good, they will just struggle. And then all of a sudden, they just don't. I noticed this when I was doing that Beaconsfield thing, that they would just... I'd put a guy in who was like 4-star CA, but like 17 because of the way the youth system worked. And they'd be crap for about the first 10 games. And all of a sudden, nothing would change about them, except they'd suddenly start playing well. It was really weird. But back in his preferred position... Basically, Watford Wizard, I haven't, but the main reason for that is because I refuse to put the preferred position thing, generally speaking, in a player's contract unless I know that they're going to play in that position, because it will burn you if you don't, basically. Top 8 is still very much on the cards, but we are going to need to probably win out. Although I think our last 2 games are much more winnable, right? Yeah. Did we play Marseille last year as well? Took me a while to find the video, but I have to say there was one match where I would buy some drugs off, and the other one that is now. I love that you've got a screenshot of me with my thumb in my nose. That's really good, isn't it? That doesn't make me look like a weirdo at all. Oh, the face is so white. The hairstyle, still floofy though. Nothing's ever changed with the hairstyle. Well, I mean, apart from it looks like I've actually like made an effort with it, I suppose. Just like the smell. I mean, who wouldn't, right? My thumbs smell like citrus. Do you know what? They probably smell like citrus cobra, which is the holy cologne that I got last week. It's very citrusy. I still haven't tried the toothpaste out yet. Tom tells me that it's an experience in it, except I did at the time still have, well, not both, that would be crazy, girlfriend and wife. I was running a full-on, like, very Mormon back then, you know. Convincingly lost a match. Yeah, it's, oh shit, in hell, that's not great. There's definitely something to that, which is why I was determined to make sure Molsky gets lots of game time this season. Some hosts have high wages compared to the clubs that won't bid on them. That can sometimes be a factor. But generally speaking, if you're offering them out... What? Oh, is he star player? Ah. It's fine, I'll... might be able to knock him down one. If he doesn't, then I'll... Squad player... Impact sub... Wait. I don't want to make him an impact sub. Why can't I just say you're just an important player? Hang on. The only options I have are squad player, impact sub, or that one. It's like, no. I just want to go from star player to one slightly less than a star player. In that case, I might just have to agree. Fuck it. There might be one in there I missed, but he's going to play loads anyway, so it should be okay now. He won't be rested for another game for quite some time. Because obviously we're out of... not out of Europe now, but we've played... Wait, is there no more league games? I'm so used to there being a league game after our last Champions League game. Before Christmas, that is. Maybe I'm imagining it. Yeah, there's usually a league game after that, but apparently we've just had the scheduling done a bit weird this time around. Right, let's get to Wednesday and Thursday so we can see how the other tubs do. And, of course, the Conference League as well. They're playing an energy drink team. Right. Oh, they've lost. God damn it, man. Oh, the start of game. That kind of sucks that they put that sort of thing in a contract at the start, because then you've got no way around it. Do they at least deserve the win? No. The fact they took the lead as well. Their keeper is costing them so badly in Europe. He's regularly dropping proper shitty ratings in games. Reputation does make a huge difference. That's why I think that the Belgian amateur-esque type players usually are such good players for it, because they, by definition, because of the clubs they've come from, have low reputation kind of baked in. And I think the biggest advice I'll give to anyone with alone farms is the amateur guys. That will allow you to have like a bulk inventory of players. And then you can start to build on top of that with the slightly more fancy players. And transfer room out is really where those guys will come in to play. Don't think there's much options for us. There actually is. Probably both about Damashevich, though, yeah. That'll change, of course, when the window starts to come around. We should be very close now to Youth Intake Preview as well. Personality's a drawback. No, it's not, honestly. Unambitious is not a drawback. I mean, there are better personalities, but I would not consider that to be a negative at all. It just means that he has low ambition, obviously. But you'll find it easier to hold on to him if he does become good. He could still have really good professionalism on top. It might just be not quite enough for it to tick into another, like, you'll notice probably, if you have this guy for a while in a good squad, his personality will likely change to something like fairly professional, or you'll actually, yeah, I don't mind an unambitious player at all. Don't want to lose him as a result. So forgive me, I'm a little unsure as to what the question is then. Basically, if it's in the contract, the player will kick off unless you are playing them in that role. There's not a lot you can really do about it other than to play them in the role, or to, of course, renegotiate a contract with them for a new contract that removes it. Those are really all your options. It does suck that it's in there from the beginning, though, sadly. Oh, sorry, my bad. 2 stars. But obviously the stars are a little bit of a... The number underneath can sometimes be... I mean, the stars do matter, of course. There's so many different factors. Like, world rep does obviously matter, but there's so many other things in there as well that make a difference too. that's why I want to sort of and again, I'm putting this out there. If anyone's still got a building a nation save with the struggling loan farm thing and they want to send me the save file, I'm not, like, I haven't actually finalized the video properly yet, so I'm more than happy to include that as well, because the more the better, really, because it allows me to then send home. The more data I can get, the better options I can have as far as looking at it and going, right, this is clearly what people are doing. I'm getting some opinions of it already. Any way you like, really. Basically, the best thing to do is to upload it to somewhere like Mediafire or WeTransfer or any site like that, and then just send me a link on any any platform of your choosing, really. Just let me know that it's you. Yeah, any saves. If you're having troubles with it, either if you're having trouble with it or doing well with the loan farm, actually, to see some comparisons. Contrast is also super important. Same goes to the bodies as well. I realise it's a little bit difficult, but WeTransfer and Mediafile are probably your best bets as far as free uploads, and then just send me the link and I'll download the malware. Right, let's grab a few friendlies while we're here. Oh, do you know what? The ability to create like macros for friendlies would be kind of fun, but it just simply wouldn't be possible. Do I want one there? I'll maybe give them a week off. You know, I'm being nice, being benevolent. Until we play Wisła Kraków and absolutely annihilate them. Probably won't make them play a game on Christmas Day, but they are going to play a game on the Friday, just because I'm a mean bastard like that. That's what you get for having your week off. We're going to play against Oh, no, we're not going to play against Al-Sad. What about away? Ah, there we go. I'm going to take them away on holiday. We'll have... And then we'll have one on the Wednesday as well. Bit of Gooch Week for shenanigans. Very small reputation team. We'll have a bit of you. And then we'll have one on the 31st as well. That'll just lock those in. Who do I want to play? Yeah, we'll play those guys. They've got loads of loanees from us. It's good. Hello, Dazza. How's it going, man? Yeah, Chaser normally crushes it. I really wish I could get hold of Self-Hound Herring's one as well, because you think my loan farm's enormous. His was, I think I saw a screenshot he showed me where it was over 400 at one point. But I suspect that if Chaser's is doing really well, the reason is likely the same reason mine is doing really well, because Chaser probably... Actually, no, before I tell you, Chaser, what do you reckon? What do you reckon the reason yours is doing so well is? I'm curious to know, before I taint my brain, what you think the reason is. Multiple friendly screen would be the dream. It's one of those things you wouldn't think you'd miss until you very much do. Also, bear in mind that Adrian is a Spanish Scourge player, and if City were to bid on him, we might have trouble. Mediafire is a good one, I would say. I use WeTransfer a lot of the time when I'm sending files to Mike, but other than that, I have a pro account on Mediafire, which helps. I always forget that until the money comes out of my account. Then I'm like, yes, I forgot I paid for that. So far on my desktop, but I'm trying to beat one thing on my main beta save. If I load the file, with no issues. Right. Okay. Trying to beat one thing on my... So I'm not sure I actually understand the question. Forgive me, I'm probably being dense again. If it's a 26 file, it should be compatible just fine with how it is, even if it was started on an earlier version of the game. You obviously won't get the benefits of all the updates and stuff, for like squad updates and stuff, because it's an existing save file, but it should work absolutely fine. Add remove leagues. Yeah, you can still add remove leagues. In the same way that I can in the middle of the save. It just shows up under here. 200,000. I feel like that number's gone up. Like, quite a lot, actually. Wasn't it like 170 before? So he's there. Naeem's... Oh, this is the time to get injured, lads. I am begging for a decent fucking intake preview this year. Just something good, man. Transfer route is great. The toggle thing has been useful as well. But I think really it's the bulk. It's the sheer number of players that I have and you have that I think is the main reason.
And actually bought FM26. Doing my usual first save thing of completely ruining Manchester United as a second manager while doing an otherwise normal save and having a ball.
That's good. I like hearing people having a nice time with things, and you're a good example of that. So thank you very much for the 19 months, my friend. That's very kind of you. Let's actually have a look at Molsky. It's good to see green arrows. You can see that he's still not technically great yet. What have I got him working on, actually? I think it's a mental one, isn't it? I've got him on final third. That makes sense, for the time being, at least. So if it's a 24 save, it's probably going to be a little bit tougher to assess it, because it will depend on how much of it was done on 24, because the mechanics probably will work slightly differently underneath. 3 crates. I would never sully myself with other energy drinks, for this is a holy household, my friend. Even my mum will be like, next time I see you, could you bring me some holy hydration? I'm just like, hey, you know where the code is, mother. I joke, of course. I would never make my mother pay. Unless it's my birthday, and then expect a tenner and a card. Let's see. That as well. Stellenbosch. Have I done team reports? feel like I haven't. HJK make finish offer. Well, yes. That's every offer they make, surely. I don't understand. What do we... I love news articles sometimes. I will swing back to the Scout report in a sec. How dare they go? Not you again. You've got 4 years on your contract, bud. I'm just going to decline. I think it's easier than going into the meeting and upsetting them at this point. That'll be a tougher one, Hayden, just because... I mean, I'll absolutely still take it because it's still a good and interesting example. But it's a lot tougher to assess what's potentially happened because of 26 versus 24 and whether imported saves perhaps functionally behave slightly differently. Right. Let me just quickly check the T reports. Oh. I say. It's Danny at Sao Paulo. I really need to adjust that. I mean, he's a wide midfielder that could potentially be able to tackle. He's only 16. And there's also this guy, Kosuya Yonezawa. Centre-back who is 5'9". Yep, that tracks. Sigma, Peru in there as well. I mean, they'll all get scouted, of course. But it's nice to see some players actually worth having a look at in here, at least for once. Changes something. To win the league with the B team wins the second tier. Ooh. That could be kind of cool. I love that looking forward we had one time when, because of like weirdness in FM, Sevilla ended up 2 divisions below their B team. And their C team was also above them. It was the weirdest thing. Ah, nice one, Hayden. Thank you, man. I will grab that. It's nice being actually able to download things like this in the middle of stream without there being like any kind of notable changes to my bitrate. Put that in save files. Thank you, my friend. Right, nice. Thank God for actually having capable internet these days. Would certainly never go back. Bit of that. Okay, it's a little bit less this time around because we're outside the window. The boat, indeed. I reckon, Mushrak, we're still going to be ended up with big matches. An intake this year that is likely to be 1 star again. I really hope that it's not, but I just feel like it might be. There's a load of random older fellas there. We'll ignore those for a minute. Back to you, though. It's a PSG guy. I can get rid of him. Right, okay. Now to the players I actually care about. Oh, we have no expensive knowledge on any of them. Even better. Ooh. That's another young Spanish. I'm seeing a lot of second nationality Spanish players in here. Potentially Hayden, yeah. I'm wary of those guys. Just seeing a lot of free players. Actually, he's not. So with these guys, I feel like I'm more content with. Yeah, that's what makes me a little bit like wary of them. So I think I'll maybe just steer clear of those for the time being. If they have somehow done it again, then obviously I won't be able to sign. I will just literally limit myself to not signing them. But it does kind of suck that that's the case. And we'd have to know for future reference that that is something that's likely to be a thing. I think the biggest issue would have been is because I turned on those leagues, I think, after the first season of the save. I really wish I'd just done it from the start and then we wouldn't have this problem. Because here's another dude here, Kostas Tiocharis. That's at least under the 19 squad. Can you go for a club in Kenya? Ooh. Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah, I don't know if I'd punt on him because he isn't completely free, but I will definitely scout him further. Is there anyone like crazy? I mean, these guys are all not scouted fully yet, so I'm actually willing to just let them all go around again for the time being so we can get our damn youth intake preview in there. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much I'll focus on that part, Hayden, just because obviously people will be wanting for like 26 stuff. And then again, some people might be moving their saves over from 24, but I think at that point it'll be kind of tough to really know what's caused by what, just because presumably people will have established saves that they would have already done a lot of the legwork with. Adrian's now injured himself. Brilliant. I think our intake preview is usually the 17th. It's only a bruised knee. We'll be all right. It's not wounded, at least. Show your save. I would find the... It depends. Is this for building a nation stuff, Papa? Are you having issues with loan farms and things? That which we leave. Because if so, Mediafire or WeTransfer is probably your best bet. To do an MOT? That'd be quite a fun video. Just me showing balked editor files to Hadrian and him having to try and fix them. So, HJK have signed Finish. What's new? We just got some money, apparently, from a transfer we made to Legia. Ah, intake preview. Right then. Oh, the Ethiopian guy, yes. You mean Muaz Naseru. Like, I don't remember many of the names of random regions from previous saves. Outside of the ones that were massive for us. But he I remember. Nintendo console. I mean, don't mind a bit of bowling in this afternoon. So yeah, what do you reckon then, chat? Youth Intake preview. I reckon 1.5 stars, which would actually be okay, with the best player being A-rated still. I reckon we're going to get an A-rated player this year, but I reckon it's going to be an annoying one where they play as like a winger or something. Yeah, Hadrian, I can bundle up all the files into one zip file and whack them over to you if you want. Just so you can have a little peek under the hood, potentially. Because I did have a little under the hood, little peek at some of them with RTE, just to sort of see if I could notice anything interesting, but I wasn't really sure what to look for a lot of the time. Because I don't think any of them had the editor switched on inside them. Right, let's go. Do you know what? It's weird. Man celebrates that a 2.5-star youth intake should not be a thing. That is awesome. For us, that could be a world-class player, honestly. Oh my god. Chat, there's 3 of them. We've got the 3, whatever the Polish word for amigos is, in the midfield. And potentially 3 centre-backs as well. Now, hang on. How does this work? Because obviously this is by position. So is this saying that there are 3 A-rated, or is it just saying that the best one is A-rated, the others could still be F-rated? Do something wrong? Yeah, I mean, welcome to my DM saying. Oh. Either way, that's still incredible. Because it means the other 2 are still likely to be fairly decent. And a goalie as well. And potentially a centre-back too. That is extremely encouraging. What do we know? It does usually give you more information, doesn't it? So we've got a particular note of Mateusz Kvichenko. Oh, good name. Getting harm's way during matches as an aspect of the game gives coaches confidence they'll always give it the role. So I feel like he's the centre-back or the goalie. Rafał Marchuk, follow coach's instruction at youth level in tandem with getting on with other teammates. So he has high teamwork, presumably. Which is a good sign, actually. We want that. I'm hoping that that's the centre midfielder. Bear in mind, Molski came through our intake last year as it was still a 1-star intake, but we had 1 good player in it. This is a 2.5-star intake, which when you consider how good some of the players in our squad is, this feels like a genuine potential 5-star player. And as a CM, oh. Imagine having Molski as the 10, then like a crazy good Polish central midfielder in there as well. To add into like Damasiewicz and the others. That would be nice. Oh, that's so pleasing. It feels like it's been 5 years since we've had a genuinely decent looking intake preview. And Janasz, I think, could still be decent. In fact, let's have another gander at Janasz, just in case his ratings changed as well. That's... I mean, for all we... There could be 3 A-rated CMs. I think probably not, but even if the others are like B, that could still be shitloads. When you think... The way to look at it is, they're all going to be compared to Montparnasse. And, like, he is... so far and away above everybody else that that's exciting. Right, what was Janasz's name? Which squad was he even in? Is it this guy here, Simon Janasz? So he's still 4-star rated, and also, honestly, he's developing okay. Like, I don't think he's ever going to be great, but he's a consistent performer. Still only 16. Is there an argument to be made that perhaps he could do with some first team football as well, potentially, as part of like our Polish core to perhaps bring through? So we give him game time along with Molski in some of the rotated matches. Because I feel like there could be something there as well. Another injury. Not great. Speaking of injuries, Wroblewski, bro. Not ideal. I think he's probably not as good as Molski, but as you say, it can't hurt. Fishing out some Frank Onyeko, who was out on loan at Brentford, will sign a permanent contract. Nice. That's cool. The question is, I suppose, who's going to be in the Premier League next year? I mean, I know we talked about it earlier, but I just feel like... I think that I'm waiting to see what happens with Spurs versus Wolves, because Wolves seem to have fallen off again lately. They seem to have found something. Not that they were going to stay up, but they looked like there was a bit more unity about them, and they looked like they could actually be a real issue for a lot of teams. But it seems like lately, they've just kind of nosedived back to sort of where they were, if anything, perhaps even arguably worse. They no longer seem like the threat that they once were. That being said, stoppable force versus movable object, maybe. They're still going to need to win, but I think if West Ham had beaten Palace last night, it could have been even more... That could have been devastating, actually. If that had happened, that could have been them. I would have thought they would have already been cooked at that point. Because part of me still doesn't really think it's going to happen. But when you talk to any Spurs fan, they very much agree and believe that it is going to happen. And I know quite a few of them. One of my best mates is a Spurs fan. Like I said, he communicates solely during Spurs games with me through the medium of Simpsons GIFs. Mostly sad ones, to be honest. Because apparently there was a fight between two Wolves players. Was it Rudiger Dare and Mane? We need Andy here. Andy would know all about this. Oh, I think they're definitely going to struggle. I think someone's going to go down with a very large points total this year just because of the way that the league is. It's quite condensed down there. But with Leeds picking up a lot more points lately, like that game against Leeds is huge just because Leeds will want to win that, obviously. It's not like they've got nothing to play for. Pretty much, Jimmy, yeah. Especially during... Oh, I can't remember which game it was. I think it was probably during the Fulham game, actually. Arca went away at Lech Poznan. They are so... Actually, they're not cooked. They've got a lot better lately. It looks like it's going to be a high points tally for relegation in our league, to be fair. So it looks like we did just play our games early. Unbeaten as well at the halfway stage. That's not bad for us. It's a bit rare. Also, it's just occurred to me, there isn't going to be another league game on stream today or another Champions League match because they're obviously not until the end of January at that point, which means potentially we could declare a winner in the fantasy for today, and I believe that that winner is in fact Wills with 81 points, followed closely by Nick Lemon, that is, with 74, and then Potential, who led a lot of the way in 71. Dazza misses out by a single point. I think what's done it for Wills was the captaining of Ifeanyi Duru, who wouldn't have played that much today if it wasn't for the injury to Michael Fieler, which is cool. The top player for today, though, was actually Adan Catalar, followed by Cassidy, and then Molsky was the fourth best. He's going to be a sleeper pick for some streams on Thursday, I suspect. Finish above Burnley. I still believe, Greg, that Wolves will finish above Burnley. I've been predicting this for a while, so I've been saying this even when Wolves hadn't won a game yet. I still thought they were going to finish above Burnley, and I think they still will. Unfortunately not, Rob. No, the second tier is looking very much like what we expect it to, unfortunately. The only two teams that are sort of in the battle to potentially go up are the usual, i.e. Pushta Mitsa, because of the low knees, and then Schlonsk, who are there sort of every year and then lose in the playoffs, which is sad. But the other two are just... Corona Kielce are running away with it. Lechia are there too, but not quite as good. Right. Relegation set for 11 games. It will depend entirely on the way you're playing, like what system. The first thing to check is XG for and against, points under performance and things like that. The Cab releasing a new album. I was never really into the Cab. In fact, to the point where I'm not even sure I've heard of the Cab. Like, I guess I could have emo kid, but I think they used to be called Grebs or Grebos back in the day. That's a weird term that you probably wouldn't have heard for a while and might just be a more UK-centric thing, I don't know. But I think that's what it was back in the day, the way it would be described at least. Yeah, if the Brazilian guy keeps getting red cards, I think it's a 5-point deduction for red cards. The yellow cards are 2 points off and red cards are 5. Although, not that we've had any today, thankfully. I'll send you around again just because we can sort this out now. I'm glad we changed this to every 2 days, though. It makes a hell of a difference. When you're outside of a window, at least. I think it's longer outside of a window, but we know now that we're not losing anybody when we do it. Oh. We'll have that. Anyone really good, really young, really free. Good attacking, bad defending. Okay, cool. That's not bad, though. So I take that means you're conceding more goals than you should be. Obscure stuff. It does a bit, doesn't it? Yeah. It was more just like... What did I listen to? Like post-grungy type of music, I suppose. Creeb Gardens. There was a park in Birmingham called Pigeon as well that I think had a very similar reputation, right? I think there's a few older players that have snuck on here that I can get rid of. Unless the game's going to do its silly bollocks. Of course it does. I wonder if me selecting Shift is doing that too. He's minimal, so he has already been scouted. Cool. Sick. Right, we go. So these guys are all free and Latvian too, which is a bonus. Non-penalty XG for 1.7 against. Hang on. I didn't realise you could see non-penalty XG overall like that. I thought it only just showed XG. I thought the league table thing only showed like the overall XG, not the non-penalty. Data Hub one. I would be very careful with that because I don't trust that data at all. I find that it doesn't seem to capture it properly. To the point where half the time it claims, for example, our entire league is underperforming their goalkeepers, which is clearly not true. It can't be true. let me see. So, this guy... Oh, are they Spanish as well? Yeah, they are. Okay, we'll switch away from those. I'll just have to ignore those ones for the time being. This guy's Latvian, but that doesn't sound like a Latvian side either. Manresa. Me when I'm shaving. They sound Italian. Italian? They sound Spanish as well. They are. They're all sort of 16, 17 that we're seeing these guys. Is that guy at least not... Ah, at least he's not Spanish. Yeah, I might whack our own save file in there too. Just in case. I mean, ultimately, if there's another Spanish scourge, then it'd be good to know so we can avoid it. Because at least then we can know what to avoid. But Christ, as if they need more help. Bit of that. Could get you as well. Found a few South Koreans there, which has been nice. XG table. Ah, nice. Oh, I see what you mean, actually. Yeah, so you're not scoring enough, to be fair. But you're also conceding more than you should be. I guess the next thing to try and figure out is who is... The first thing to try and fix probably would be the scoring, because it's a little bit easier to figure out what's going on, is to maybe look at your squad and see who's having those XG and who is not taking those chances. So, is it strikers? Is it central midfielders? Because if it's central midfielders, it can often lead to... because of long shots and stuff like that. That's the next way to sort of go about figuring it out. This guy has 2 caps for Paraguay. Intriguingly. There's a lot of players up towards the top here. Is anyone fully scouted in that little gap? Just the guy from Newell's Old Boys that we didn't like earlier. Is there anyone up here that might be cheap enough to be worth a punt? Like the Algerian goalie who you mentioned earlier. He's 16, which means I think he's unlikely to want to sign for us straight off the bat. Yeah. But he could be awesome. Or he's being inflated because we don't know much about him. There's a crazy expensive Romanian here. Oh. Now, I'm not going to do what I did last time and spend loads of money up front. But Marian Oenchea could be... no, he's Rapid Bucharest. So he is definitely good. But yeah. So he's not a Spanish guy, thankfully. VRL.2. That guy is Spanish, but he's a Rayo Vallecano, so I don't think he's one of them. Because if he is one of them, he's at a... Maybe he is, actually. The first guy... No, Paradu is... That's an Algerian side. He is actually a straight up just an Algerian youth intake player. As far as I can tell. I do like the Irish-German guy, though. He's kind of fun. And this 16-year-old at Zurich. Clayton Goga. I would pronounce that Cliton. Cliton Goga. I like him because of his name. He's definitely another one I would be kind of fascinated by once we get more knowledge of him. Oh, that's a great name as well. Luinka Maradiago. Nobody does it like Colombia as far as names do. They really are just the pinnacle of incredible namery. Oh my god, what's happening here? Yeah, it's those 4th and 3rd tier sides that I think I'll just have to sort of avoid and check players' history as well. Those guys will come around again anyway. Potential issue with Catalar. I want a new contract, boss. But I've got 3 years left on my current contract, which means I'm just going to skip past it. All the trialists are gone again. Herrera's now ill, but it doesn't matter. It's good namery. You should see the guy we've got joining us in January. His name's Johnston, but it's spelled in a way that I actually had to spell it out for me what the actual name was supposed to be, because I've never seen Johnston spelled in that type of way. It's a truly wonderful name. And he's joining from a team called Cyclones. I don't know if it is Johnston, because I think it's got the S in a different spot. Because that one I would be able to read, but I believe... We did not sign him from St. Johnstone, sadly. No, he's coming in from a team called Cyclones. Who will have no doubt moved around in this... There. This guy here. Because technically it would be Jossenton. Yeah, it would be Hosenten. I couldn't even really call that Johnston, could I? He's actually looking quite decent, you know. Considering we signed him on a bit of a whim. I don't hate him. It's another right back, of course, but such is life. A guy called Serge Mystery. Ooh. Surprised he didn't... Presumably he was a blind copy into that, just to keep the mystique up a little bit higher, right? Take a lot of shots on very wasteful. Okay, so that's actually a good start. Because if you're taking a lot of shots, if you can figure out who's taking those shots, and then you need to decide whether they should be. So is it central midfielders? Is it wingers? Is it fullbacks? Is it strikers? Because once you know that, you can kind of look at those players in those positions and go, right, do I want this guy shooting as much of this? If not, you can start to sort of shut things down a little bit with some shoot less often on certain players. That will certainly help with that. And then you can start to turn into that. And that you might find actually will actually help you on both ends, because you might then start giving the ball away less, because obviously a shot ultimately is a dispossession in a sense, because the ball is leaving your possession. So often if you're taking a lot of shots, you are giving up possession quite a bit too. So you might find that it will help you on both ends of the pitch to allow you to control the game a little bit more as well, whilst also allowing you to create a higher quality of chance. A bit more interest in some players now, it seems, with the Patreon regens. Brady up here has interest from Western City Wanderers, and James Whittaker is interested in... Oh, Lech Poznan. Please do that, Lech. That'd be great. Expenser. That's a good name. I saw a guy, I swear... Was it in this database or was it someone else's save? No, it was this one. It was when I was looking at random American players. There's a guy called Serge Exum. It's just a weird and lovely name. Wait, is he kicking off again? Didn't we just do this? No. Go away. Good old classy class. Ooh. Oh, it's trials. We're fine. Yeah, white ball in the box is a good instruction, I find. But I tend to put that on in virtually every tactic and wonder if maybe it's almost become a bit of a crutch. And I would like to try and build one at some point that doesn't have that. But unfortunately, I find that with it on, you just get even more long shots. And don't get me wrong, we have basically everyone to stop shooting in this tactic. But that doesn't mean we still have loads of shots just because we're on attacking, so they will shoot more. And Jens, pretty much without fail, is usually the most shoot-heavy player in the entire competition. Let's see if I can actually see it. I don't know if it actually shows that information. Player stats. Most shots is actually this guy, August Priska, but I'd be willing to bet that Jens is not far behind it, even with the number of games we've played. I can never remember which one it's on. Probably on attacking, Matt. It's just number of shots is the one I want. Offside, fouls. They don't list these very well. Saves held. Naturally, that would be an attacking one. I'm sure it is in here. Ah, shots. There it is, right at the top. So, there you go. Our highest shooting player in the Champions League, despite the fact that he's a central midfielder, is Jens. He's had 22 shots. I'm going to keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Then it's Obradovic with 14. Then Alvarez with 13. Neither of our strikers there to be seen. But they do tend to get the better quality chances, in fairness. Conference League phase, you're right. We didn't check that, did we? We did check the last game in the Europa League, though, didn't we? Or we need to do a roundup anyway, in fairness. So Classy Net current season is... Oh, dear. Yeah. Since their promotion, he's not been at it, unfortunately. 0.5 and 0.4 XG per 90. That's not too bad, actually. I guess the question is whether they're actually scoring that amount or whether they are simply getting those chances. More foul on game. Really? I guess it's because it probably encourages them to do that horrible cut back on themselves thing. The one player I've found in our tactic that doesn't seem to do that very often is Damašević. For some reason, whenever he plays, he doesn't seem to do the cutback thing. He'll just get past his man, whip it across. And that's why he's so effective when he is. Nah, he hasn't been for a while, unfortunately. Classy Netneck's been kind of... They've definitely dropped his PA. Afok does exist, but I don't think in this database. I have seen that surname. Sometimes it has a apostrophe in it, doesn't it? No. I know exactly what you mean because I have seen it. I can't remember which save it was, but we definitely had a player, probably in the loan farm, let's be honest, that had that exact name. Someone's going for a Freiburg shot. Surely Freiburg wouldn't try and afford Adrian, right? That would kind of suck if we end up losing him to someone like Freiburg. But if it happens, it happens. We'll have to rebuild. I think it's definitely been noticeable that we have taken a step backwards in that because of obviously no Pena and Adrola. But I don't know. I'm finding it more fun, honestly. It's rare that you get to do a rebuild so early, I suppose. Right, what was I going to do? Oh, yeah, checking the other tournaments just to make sure things are happening. So, oh no, there was more games. They've both won. This is wild. There was more games and they both won. What were the results then? Arca just casually beating Casapia 4-2. That's wild. What about Brookbet? Ah, yes. Crvena Zvezda really are not at the races this season. Are they even... Yeah. They're bottom of the Europa Conference. They're bottom of the league. They've lost every single game and have a minus 16 goal difference. That does not surprise me. They've scored twice. Did Ranchbar score again? Oh, he did. If you missed it earlier, in their game against Como, Ranchbar and Nigel Lunga scored the 2 goals for Brookbear. They've just absolutely wiped the floor with Shrevenish Vesta. Ironically, they had less XG in this game than Arca did when they beat Shrevenish Vesta 6-0 away from home. So both of them, and Lunga was the man of the match in this game too. Incredible. So they're both top 8 at the moment. Arca have already qualified. They've got 14, but one more win, and they're probably top 8. This is huge coefficient gains. Now, the question is, are Motor doing things? Because they would have played 2 matches since we last looked in on them. Oh, yes, lads. Go on. Lovely. Shout out to Istra for being ahead of Man United, who actually managed to... No, they didn't lose, to be fair. They just dropped a few points. Motor do get 6th place in the end, behind Dinamo Tbilisi. Because, of course, they did. What were their last couple of results, then? We had 3-0 against Levski Sofia. Lega in their game. Oh, we probably didn't, you know. I'm just assuming... They drew 5-5. That's not even the second... Sorry, that's not even the first 5-5 this season in the Europa League. There was a 5-5... Sorry, I didn't see that. I wonder what you were talking about. That's wild. So they won that one 4-3. I'll have a look at the 5-5 in a minute as well. And then they beat Borac Banja Luka 3-1. Just things you like to see. They're absolutely chefing. Awesome. Let's see. What was I checking? Oh, yeah, the 5-5. So that'll be in here. And then results. Then... So Brighton took the lead. Como went ahead. But then Brighton were 4-2 up by half time. They scored 3 goals from the 39th minute onwards. Then it was 4-3. Then 5-3. And then 2 goals in stoppage time for Como from Maturo and Orestanio. Yeah, that's one of the games. Brighton have Lunin in goal. That's a signing. Where did they get... I mean, obviously they got it from Real Madrid, I suppose. But Jesus. Somali Premier League. Yeah, I think there's a strong chance that that might be the case. I'm going to have a second pee break. I'm going to have to do it. Back in a sec. So what I did there is forget to switch to the other whiz quiz. Ah, dear. Also, I realise it's nearly 3 o'clock, but we might as well go a little bit longer today anyway, because I would still be playing this section off stream anyway, so I may as well just do it on stream, you know? That's the way I look at it. Yeah, I accidentally forgot to switch it. Ah, dear. Right, we'll get that one there. And Arteta. Oh, we've got 2 Artetas. 1 second. I believe he is still alive. Oh, no, he's not, is he? Because he took the PSG job or something? Mikel? Am I spelling Arteta wrong? Imagine if Arteta had just Could I interest you in Mikel Arteta? Yeah, I can't remember if it was PSG. I know that Didier Deschamps took over at Arsenal at one point, I think. But I can't remember if that's because they sacked him, which I don't think they did. Or that's because he took a national team job. We'll check out Arsenal's manager history. Yeah, so Deschamps is the manager right now. So yeah, Mikel Arteta. The unclickable Mikel Arteta. He's just, yeah. He obviously didn't find another job after that and then decided, I've had enough. I'm going to go become a hair model. And fair play to him. He's a handsome man. Those technical areas aren't going to stand outside of themselves, are they? Let's be honest. Well, to be fair, I have seen some weird stuff like that. For example, Oscar Bob got released by Manchester City and then just retired at like 25. I only found that out because I was trying to see if my new Facepack update had worked, and I thought, who's going to have changed their kit since the last time I installed one? Ah, Oscar Bob. And then he just wasn't in the save file. But I managed to find him in Manchester City's transfer out history, and he was just released and never did anything else. Very strange. Right, okay. So, Legia. I'm guessing, I mean, given that we can't see them, it suggests they didn't win. But you never know. They may have got a draw or something. They lost at home. I think 2-1 did I see. To RB like, oh no, we knew that, didn't we? We did see that one. Because I think that happened actually the day before. Oh no, we saw it on the thing. They've got Bargy there as well. And Anton Stack. Wait, did he play for Leeds at one point? There's literally a Leeds shirt there, in fact. In fact, isn't he at Leeds right now? Yeah. That one point being right now. Weapon of the box is certainly something that will help with cutting down on long shots at least. Basically, the thing you want to do, Hen, is you want to make sure that you don't make too many changes at once. Because if you do, you then won't know what's actually caused it to work. Or if you maybe needed to make all of them in the first place, I guess. Jesus Christ. Croatia are having a season, man. They've got 12.94 points before Christmas. We've got 10.4 ourselves. We still need to get another few because we're losing a 13-point season, I think. So we need to be kind of pushing into that. But we're not really catching Spain or really gapping Germany much. Italy have started to get their act together a little bit. But shout out to Croatia. They're going to be making huge gains this year from 18th up to probably like, what, 12th maybe? Potentially even higher. Yeah, I guess it's going to have to remove loads of like real players to make room for all of the inevitable Spanish scourge and whatnot. I think what happened basically with Croatia, from what I can see, from when we investigated this before, is that they got all of their teams through, but in lower competitions, I think. So they've been able to kind of clean house a little bit in the group stages, I think. Although we'd have to figure out who their teams are, and I don't think it's that easy, unfortunately. They're unhappy, but we'll let them kind of go.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted
Are you
syphilis
technically at
just
Christmas?
2 blocks from here.
Christmas Day, sorry, forgive me. Vincent Tanner, thank you very much for the follow. Vinny Ground. Or Vinny Earth, I guess. Thank you for the follow. I said that twice. Thank you for the follow. Third time. If you are new and you've enjoyed the scatterbrained nonsense of today, I would pretend that it is not the norm, but it actually is. Istra, yeah, Istra came third in the Conference League, so that's part of the reason. But I think it's because they're a smaller nation. They're not getting diluted anywhere near as much, so they're going to get more points for what they do, and they are actually doing it too. Interest from elsewhere. Christ. I wasn't even thinking that January would be a big issue for this, but it does concern me that we could end up losing players in January, which would not be that beneficial for us, especially if bloody Gomez keeps getting injured. Is he injury prone? Lots of green arrows on Gomez, though. I'll tell you what. Has he got a faster? He's already starting to get to a stage where I'm like, you know what? He needs more starts. I know he's played 10 times so far this season, but I think he could actually be ready to cook a little bit more. And if we did lose someone because of Spanish Scourge rules, I'd be willing to give him the chance to show what he could do. A bit of that. Another 47. Okay. A few shortlisted guys in here as well. That could be Patreon regions, in fairness. But it's not, I don't think. Get rid of a nice little chunk of them as well. Oh, it didn't do it for once. Nice. We're getting a lot of these, like... I don't know why they're in there, actually. Actually, one thing that might be good to do now, before we actually jump over to the next thing is look at the Minutemen report in the feeler role. Gomez is really heavily left-footed, so I feel like he'd be better in the Catalar role. The defined rules for me basically is just that if I get a bid for them, I'll accept it. Unless it's from an English side, in which case I won't, because I don't want to make the English sides any more difficult. So I'll accept bids from anyone that isn't an English side for them. That's why we lost Pena and Arola for the same exact reason. That's why we're kind of rebuilding a little bit and going after guys that are a little bit younger. That way we can try to bring them through a bit, like Gomez kind of is. You're already joining us. 4.3 million. No, he's probably one of them, isn't he? If they are back, he feels like the exact type of player. No, Mallorca probably are high enough, actually. He's a German. These guys probably aren't those. Not Hornham. I also am not signing new ones because we think there might be a chance that it's happened again somehow, because I'm seeing a few sort of clubs and players in some of these reports that are starting to scare me a little bit. So I wouldn't sign them again now that we know that, of course. Which will, of course, make it more difficult, but ultimately, I don't mind that. I like things being difficult. Makes it, for me, difficulty and fun kind of go hand in hand, unless it's like Lindsay McCoist. What do you reckon? Any relation? No. Then again, Ali wouldn't be there, would he? Or is he? No, he couldn't be, right? This guy, though, Ecuador. Don't want a bit of you. Yeah, Moldovan immediately screams Spanish lower league. Who was the really good Moldovan Spanish? It was Stoyer. Glad we sold him now. Low wage. Love to see it. Have a bit of you. Approach to sign a youngster. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Negotiate contract. Because they always want the 1-year deals. It's like they know they're bad, but the way I look at it is we're just doing a bit of pre-scouting for the other Polish sides. I don't know. I can't remember who we sold it to. Was it Southampton that Stoyer went to? Is anyone else that's fully scouted? You're at Barca. You guys aren't. Oh, that was literally the only one. South Korean dude. Legion. Ook. Not convinced by him and his positioning. I believe I did check the others, but I want to make sure I do scout those again, just in case. But now probably, yeah, I did. Be a good time to check out the Minutemen thing. It might have been Everton. I think it might have been Southampton. They were randomly in for loads of our players for a while. Yeah, there he is. He's at Saints. Oh my god. He still hasn't got any Spain caps. I suppose he's probably behind Pena in the squad, isn't he? How's he actually playing for Southampton? He's doing all right. That's the thing, Hayden. It sort of suggests that you've got the underlying numbers there. It's just a question of moving the right chess pieces to get the best out of your team before you make any drastic changes. A lot of these issues can be solved by small changes. Golly made it. Exactly. It's what I do. Did I say we were going to get to Christmas? Because in that case, I've succeeded in that goal. I might go a little bit further. Just because, you know, like I said, I'd be playing this bit off stream anyway, so I still have to do it. I might as well be live and talking to you lot while I do it. All that would happen is I'd finish stream and then I'd just be playing the up to the next bit anyway. Minutemen, yes, shit. This could not be the more perfect time for Minutemen scouting. Doing it right before the end of the year and then right before the end of the season. So basically late May is a good time for it. The new Brazilian actually won't join us for ages because remember our transfer window doesn't open for like another full month nearly because of the way that Poland is staggered. So we want booth strats. 140 players. It's mostly South America, obviously, and occasionally teams outside of that. But what do we want to filter these guys by at this point? I guess it's like nation of birth, maybe? Didn't realise Zimbabwe operated like that, but we'll have those guys. Uzbekistan, perhaps? Like, I want to skip a few. Because realistically, guys from like St. Vincent, St. Lucia probably aren't going to be that useful for us. Maybe we'll have a look at the Philippines and Peru and Paraguay for sure. Yeah, so this one is another one. This was Owen from Chat's idea. And what it is, basically, is it shows players that are, I think, amateur still, but it shows players that have played lots of minutes in the current season. So the reason I'm doing it now is because, obviously, leagues that run from across the summer will be finishing now, so guys on here will have loads of minutes. And it's just another way of sort of triaging, if you like, the plethora of amateur talent that's out there. And I do wonder if that's why we found a few extra interesting players over the last stream and a half, because we started doing this type of scouting too. Ooh, Colombia. Colombia's definitely been chefing for us. You see a lot of South American guys. Alternate youth intake contract one. I don't know what that means, but... that's why there's so many Argentinians in there too. Oh, no, I did scout them. Sick. Right, cool. We'll add those to the list, because I think we were getting quite low on the list right now. Yeah, down to 240, which is... I don't want to have too many on there at this point, just because I want to get, like, full knowledge of some of the guys that are on there. That way we can sign them in January. And then once we've picked up all the ones we like, go again with a brand new batch. Like loads of 20 years plenty scouting. I think there's a couple of loans that are ready, but I believe those loans are the ones that are already out of current clubs. Deportivo Roca. I mean, the name alone is great. So that is one of the new search filters that I'm going to put in the updated version of the pack. And then there's also Anarith's one. I actually forget what that one is. What's Anarith's specifically named search filter? Just check what it was. I've forgotten. Oh, was it the part-time one? I believe it was the part-time search one, which definitely did find us a few players, and we could toggle things around in it to try and make things happen. I'm just hoping we don't get too many bids on our players when January opens. Thankfully, we're at a level where it seems that very few clubs can afford to buy the types of players we have, which will at least allow us to hold on to some of them. But it was a little scary seeing players like Adrian and Catalar being linked with moves. Like Real Madrid have just made a Catalar offer. Shit. Have I just spoken that into existence? It's not even January yet. And I have to accept. It's £93 million for Adan Catalar. Well, Gomez had better get ready, baby, because he's going to be doing a lot for the second half of this season. I like that the active interest is Brighton and Milan. So Brighton obviously wouldn't be allowed, but Milan would. I mean, 93 million is a lot better than I was expecting, honestly, given that I can't negotiate it. Well, that's expected, but it is. Trying to get 100 can't. That's not the rules. The rule was I would accept any bid I got for them unless it was from an English side, first time bid. For sale, because of the Spanish Scourge thing, I decided that we were going to slowly rid ourselves of them. I mean, ultimately it was going to happen anyway, so it will help take down the English teams. It means we get new heroes that we get to build ourselves. That's all Patreon regions, right? Oh no, not all Patreon regions. Some of them are. Notably, Vanja Mojsic. Good signs. Finally going to be released. Our own contracts, though. Herrera as well. I might give him a new one. Probably should, really. Shockery, Bellingham. Oh, I might have to deal with that off stream. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Suarez is also one of them. So if we were to get a bid on Suarez, he'd have to go as well. The only two strikers at the club that are safe are Duru and Gomez. Because even Fila would count too, although we tend not to get so much offer from him. Let's have a look on Transfer Room Out. See if there's any... I suppose there wouldn't be any interest there yet, would there? But we wouldn't be... Yeah, not a bad idea actually doing Transfer Room In for strikers. In that case, let me just quickly create a Transfer Room In macro thing quickly for strikers. Where did I put this? Cursor. Transfer In App. Right. Get that one. Wrong button. Just do that. Okay. So, a record for me. Yeah, a massive record. So we're going to have transfer, outfield, minimum age 15, maximum age is 21 as always. Although really I'd prefer younger than that for the role we're going to do. Striker and striker. And then we will do... Might as well just do all of them at this stage because it's just easier. And then we will generate batch requirements. PSV, I don't know, Leaf, actually. That's a good question. And then we will generate the script. Download the script. We should. Now it's put it in a different folder for some reason. Be able to... Test outputs. Number 7. Okay, and now... Go over here. I mean, I'll probably set up another bigger one when we get a bit closer to the start of the window in general. But obviously, as we've changed our tactics slightly now, so it makes sense to... That's the old one, isn't it? I'll remove all of those but one. The goalkeeper one was not particularly great, unfortunately. Right, now I will run the... Test outputs. That's running, and we should just be able to hit F8. Have it do its thing. Oh, that didn't work very well. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's because I had the wrong thing selected. Just... Give it a minute. I had the wrong thing selected. Bear with. Oh, what is that? It's basically a web app that I've been building that allows you to create macro scripts that will do automated transfer room in requirements for you. I accidentally had the wrong screen selected when I hit F8, so it's unfortunately just clicking randomly at the moment, but give it a minute and it'll fix itself and I'll run it properly. I need to... Oh, actually, yeah, I can just hit F8 to cancel out of it straight away. Right, so why did that not work properly? Let me just do that. There we go. Don't know why it was listed differently there. So, there we go. Right, now it's going to do it. Not yet, no. It only really works on my current setup at the moment because everyone has different like screen resolutions, text scaling, skins. And because of the way that FM is coded, when you use like a higher text scaling, the screen moves around a little bit. So things that are in certain positions then become in different coordinates, which means it's impossible for me to predict exactly where they are yet. Now, it works perfectly for the exact setup I use, but I've not yet got it to the point where I've managed to program all the different coordinates in for the various text scaling options. That should be the only thing I'll need to do though, because the resolutions should be a case of maths should be able to do that for me, but the text scaling is non-linear, so certain things move more than others. So I'm working on it slowly, but it does work for my current services. But the plan is I want to build one that people can actually use themselves, and it will generate the scripts for you. Right, that's done. So we've got that sorted now. Because it's just so much quicker than having to make them yourself every single time. OFC Pro League today. Ooh. I'm assuming that's an 8-1. How's the OFC Pro League going? Don't remember me paywall it being a child. Ever resolution. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the point. Obviously, you could get someone to do that, but that person is me. So the resolutions should be okay, because the great thing about resolutions is that they scale with the... In theory, they scale with the coordinates. So if it's in a certain position in a 1080, 1921, then in theory, that should scale to the same kind of position in a 720 type one. But I'd have to look into the math for that. I think I should be able to get that bit sorted once I plan out and plot the coordinates properly for the different text scaling options. That is the big deal. I was hoping that the text would scale linearly. So when you go to large, because it's like small, normal, large, larger. And my hope was that with each one, it would move the sort of center point for each button by the same amount of pixels. But unfortunately, it doesn't do it linearly, which means I'd have to go and reassess all of the coordinates for every single button that I use in it, which is a lot, obviously, as you can imagine. It's probably mapped about 60 to 70 buttons for each one. But in time, I'll get that sorted. Make a fortune. I wouldn't want to be making a fortune, ultimately. When I do and hopefully get it sorted out, it won't be a paywall tool. It will just be a free thing people can use on a little website I'll host or something. And if people want to be demanding about certain things, then they can fight me. Meet me outside. Maybe outside the pub. We'll bare knuckle box, and if they beat me, then maybe I'll add a feature. These are my terms. Jesus, the goal differences. I think at least it's good that nobody, despite the bad goal differences, nobody has like got 0 wins or completely run away with it to the point where they've, won every single game. I think that's... I tried to meet Harvey. He never showed up to Krispy Kreme. He never showed up. I was sat in Krispy Kreme waiting for him. So what you've heard today, chat, is that Harv is a coward. And I can say that because he's not here right now, which means that he won't come and hit me with, like, pasta fists or something. Don't know how that would work. Just throwing tagliatelle at my head while I'm asleep. But yeah, it's a slow work in progress. Yesterday was the little test when I wanted to see if I could set up the different text scaling, but unfortunately not. It just means I'll have to invest a bit more time in it. It's one of the things that's sort of on the list. This week it's really just Lone Farm stuff because it looks like recap will be Tuesday's stream. So that means Monday will be recap day. Which gives me a couple of work days this week to work on other stuff like the Lone Farm video and also get some stuff done for this fucking new channel, finally. I need to just allocate a day where I'm just going to do that stuff. Right. We'll have you. That way I can stop talking and start doing. Morgan Rogers is off to Cruz Azul. We love that. I guess he's still on my shortlist from when we nearly signed him in the summer. That's cool, man. And Mulder are in for Sheldrup. Oh, yeah, he's been out of contract for ages, hasn't he? Well, I say ages, like 6 months. I'm kind of hoping we get some bids for some of our trialies now, considering a lot of them have just started getting offers. A report on our boy, Martin Van Salt. That's more like it, friends. A while, Andrew. My plan is basically to just make a couple of videos on it and see how it goes first. Basically, Sam, I've had these ideas for videos that don't suit the style of content I make that aren't FM related that I would really like to test and see how it could do. Because I have these niche interests within the football space that I feel like isn't really being covered, and I would quite like to start covering it myself as a secondary thing. Plus, it's always good to have pivots, right? So I'm going to sort of see how that goes, really. I want to sort of let it percolate when I actually finally fucking video publish for it. Aristeo Quinto, good for him. Because our window still doesn't open for ages yet, right? At least until... In fact, our window... When even is... Oh, it doesn't open until after the Djurgården game. So we won't even have these players in at the start of next stream anyway. Because they won't have had a chance. If I had to ask you questions... I mean, obviously I would never tell you my name. That would be rude. I've been playing kayfabe this entire time. Do I want to give you a new contract when you've got 3 years and a 3-year extension on it? No, but I might be able to extend your current... No, I can't. Probably not going to do that as well. Okay, I actually thought about that at one point as well, Arif, but I feel like that's quite a flooded thing, and despite it being a thing I'm really interested in, I'm just not sure how I'd perform in there, and I kind of want to do something outside of gaming. Mentoring and social groups, I absolutely loathe them. I don't set them up, because once you set them up, you can't unset them up, and I find that they do more harm than good normally. Not social groups, that's just something you can't control, but mentoring groups I absolutely despise. Rocket League? No, this guy would never. I haven't played Rocket League in a very long time, to be fair. I'm just going to ignore that. I think the ignoring approach is just way better. I'm so glad that you convinced me to start doing that, chat, because saves a lot of pointless meetings. You get the same outcome anyway, because the players are going to kick off no matter what you do. And this way, you get to progress instead. No, they can go away. Bayern Munich are inquiring about Montpellier. No? Liam Delap. Did I try and sign Liam Delap? Like, bad person? I guess so, but I don't trust it to not do things I don't want. That's quite simply what it is. I've tried it in the past, and when I did set it up for that purpose, sometimes you'd get that, but what you'd also end up with is your centre-back getting long shot PPMs on them. And I just don't think it's worth the risk. Even when you don't set it up, you sometimes still get it. And I just hate that you can't, like, stop it once once it's out the box, there's no way to put it back in again. It's like Pandora, but with less blue dudes. He's a Scottishman at Rangers. Oh, quite a few, actually. Skinny there. This guy actually looks really, really good. Which is exciting for them. We'll obviously have to keep an eye on him just in case. But considering he's only 17 as well, he's kind of doing bits. More nutmeg. I would like to make some more nutmeg stuff, actually. But even then, I've still tried stuff in the part. Ultimately, it's one of those areas of the game that I don't believe that I'm getting enough out of for me to waste the time setting them up, I guess. I feel like the marginal gains you get from it, I don't feel like I care that much about to the point where I want to have to spend the time setting it up and also then keeping an eye on it over time. And it's just, I don't know. I don't have the patience for it more than anything else. This guy's weirdly not as good as I was expecting to be. And then obviously got Dan James at the top here of Sparta Prague, who's he's okay. He's only 16 in fairness. So where was he born? Oh, I remember we looked at this guy before. First and middle. There you go. And that's the only connection. Maybe one day I'll just turn it on, have everyone in the same mentoring group and just see what random traits get thrown at my players no matter what. Pepe probably isn't, and I wouldn't trust him to anyway. The last thing I don't trust myself to set it up, and I sure as shit don't trust any assistant in FM to set it up either. I think the guys I'm more interested in are the guys that are a bit further down. Although... Oh no, he's Chilean. Deportes Vallenar. That doesn't sound like a Spanish side, right? No, that's Chile. We'll have those. Actually, he looks kind of bad. Even by the standards of the players I'm normally signing out there, he looks a little bit worse. He is Spanish-Colombian, which probably implies... Oh no, it is Colombia. Safe. That's a safe signing then. Another goalie. I've signed a lot of keepers today. But, you know, you can never have enough. I'm a hoarder of the goalkeepery. How about that? Take you. Mr. Mateo as well. How can I not sign him? You're Paraguayan. You're immediate freebie. £45 million. Yeah. Dan James was a strange one at Fulham where he was basically just like a Adama Traore in many ways. I feel like he's one of those players that is very athletic but just lacked the end product to actually make it happen. He's like a much less hench Adama Traore. Adama from the valleys, as it were. It's like Lily of the Valley, but slightly different in every single possible conceivable way. God, Zanko, I'm jealous. Although, we have had a good youth intake preview, which means there is a vague chance that maybe, if we get really lucky, we could get a son. How sick would that be? Although we already know the names of 2 of the players in our intake this year, because it does tell you. And neither of them are called Vida Xenia. It's actually... Actually, I don't know what rating it was. Either way, it's a 2.5 star, but crucially, 3 prospects at CM, and it's an A, 1 prospect at goalkeeper who's a B, and then 3 centre-back prospects as well at C, although one of them's a C. So it's certainly shaping up for me to be the best likely intake we've had in this save, when you consider that we got Molsky last year in like a 1-star intake or 1.5-star intake, where I don't know, I feel like, but that's good. Even if we do, we need another CM anyway, because Cassidy's not going to be here forever, neither is Job. So with Obradovic and Hurtadal sort of not aging out, but becoming the sort of elder statesman of the squad, we're going to have the new Brazilian lad on the left hand side of things. What I could really do with is this new youngster, if he does come in and he's really good in Polish, to be like a Obradovic type of hard-working, box-to-boxy type of player. That would be the dream. Leipzig. God, it's always Leipzig. And I will never sell a player to them. Do you know what happened? Oh, intake with who? I'm guessing obviously in Greece, right? I always get jealous of your intakes. Because we just had... And I know they're being judged against Montpellier, but it just seems like we have had some quite bad luck with some of the intake players that we've had. I'm actually surprised how few bids we've had on the... Oh, Crete, nice. Outside of Catalar, I was expecting like a bid for Adrian. And I didn't know who we were going to put in there. Oh, God. Real Madrid step up chase for Adrian. Oh, shit. Okay, this is the second time now I've spoken this into existence. Compostela, that's, yeah. They're one of them, aren't they? They just are. It's okay. We get money and then we get to go find more players. We get worse to get better. God damn it, man. I'll add one for centre-backs as well for next stream. At least we'll have money to play with for potentially first-team guys. Obviously, I wouldn't waste it. The kind of players I'd like it to be on are guys... Maybe not even like the Brazilian guy all the time, but it means that I could jump... If I find a ridiculous regen player who's like 18, 19 at a Brazilian or Argentinian club, I could actually take the risk on them in the first place. Looks like we didn't need the takeover after all. Yeah. If anything, they'll probably... Has anyone ever been sacked for selling a player? Even if they didn't do it too young? Well, that's what I'm hoping, Zach. If we got an intake son who... He could be the worst footballer in the world. Nepotism would take him on his way. Miss out on Europe now? How do you mean? We're in Europe. We're in the Champions League already. Catalar's gone. It's a lot of money. I hope the players shouldn't kick off, because they're usually the type that will kick off at us for not selling players. Right. Zesco. You'd think you know what your own son was in there. Or was it an illegitimate son that you didn't know existed? Because that's a side problem there, potentially. I'll have him. Final 2 game, though. A little bit, yes. For next season, I'm not sure I understand how we would miss out on Europe for next season. You don't have to win Europe to stay in Europe. You just have to do well in the league. Yeah, Catalar's last fantasy one. I didn't sell him to Spurs, technically. So that works. And I wouldn't have been allowed to either. God, I'm going to miss Adrian. I do like him. But Mana will find a new teammate next to him. I'm trying to think who that would actually be. I think for the time being, it would be like Abdullahi. Or possibly Hernandez. No, Hernandez isn't registered. It does kind of screw us a little bit for the squad this year. But I think really, if they both go, that leaves us with very few of them left in the squad anyway. So it's only likely to be this season that it would cause a problem for us. Colombian solid. Oh, yeah, you're right. It might be an opportunity for Pud to start playing. It's called Darren. It was a mercenary, but he did score twice in the Champions League final. I mean, that's something, I suppose. Mercenary players, I'm always so like... Yeah, scared. Sorry, I don't understand what you mean by we won't qualify. In what... Like... we are 18 points clear of 5th place in the league. We are going to qualify for the Champions League. We're probably going to win the league at an absolute canter still. Bear in mind, these players that we were selling aren't even usually playing in the league games due to the rotation often that we are using. Now I understand the motives. It's definitely the fact. But you could pick a new fantasy team next stream and it'd be absolutely fine because it'd be a brand new session. A new insane player. Is this yet another intake? And he's Hungarian as well. It's just fun, isn't it? I forgot about Hasmir. But yeah, we're in no danger of not qualifying for the Champions League. Particularly because there's 4 spots now. It does. It's just cool nationality in the intake too. Wait, who? Apparently this 22-year-old goalkeeper thinks he's underpaid. I'm going to decline that one. How strange. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's definitely going to make us more struggly this season, but it's one of those things where we will now have to go out and find younger players to bring through at sort of 17, 18. Like, basically, we need to find more guys like Gomez, more guys like... I tell you who I really want to have a look at. That Nigerian centre-back that I had on Santa Baby. I don't know if he's old enough yet for us to be able to sign him. Also, what about Hilmar? We could just literally dump a lot of money back into Hilmar as well, who's 18. And he would stay 18. Well, not forever. That's crazy. He's on that anti-aging drugs. Yeah, there's a few of these guys we could go pick up now, potentially. Ponza's already joining us. That's the goalie I do want to sign, but not yet because we can't. Random Greek dude. He's quite fun as well, actually. 18 as well, until August, so he would count as homegrown too, because that has to be a factor. Where the hell has he gone? Has he fallen off massively in terms of his PA? Oh god, don't tell me he has. I still think his attributes are good enough to the point that I'd be happy to try and sign him again. I still don't think he would sign for us yet, but I just really like him. Because he's got resilient personality, he's not the quickest, but he's got incredible jumping reach, his tackling is awesome, his teamwork is good, positioning is good, and he's still only 17. That's the thing. He's so nicely rounded already. Anyone else? Brazilian DM. Oh, in our current scout report that we've got on the cards. Good point. Oh, this guy. Whoa. It's like he's fallen straight into our lap. Holy shit. Okay. That's awesome. In fact, before I do that, let me just get rid of the patron regions from that. And then send you around again. Christ, he's actually... I hope he's actually good and not just got like high star ratings, but he's quite good. Didn't we have a Paolo Enrique on a previous save? Was it Malta or maybe MTK? I feel like I remember having a Paolo Enrique. Yeah, if he's exactly the same, maybe we don't need 2 of them, but he might be even better in fairness. This guy's not fully scouted yet, so I'll just send him around again for a moment. And then with the others, I will send them all around again. Right. So it's these guys up here. There's only freebies in there. No, they'll all go around again then. But you at the top. 34 million is a little excessive. And he's a left back though. And that's Lindsay McCoy. So you know about him. Saudi dude is a bit expensive, but he could be really good. Oh, no, he's not. We do. Yeah. So let's see. Paolo Enrique. Yeah, he's a bit all right, isn't he? Well, the thing is we already have NPM rotation because the new Jens guy that we've already signed, this guy's not as good as passing, but he does have ridiculous work rate, positioning, and reasonable teamwork too. He's not great on the finish, but I think he could still do an Abramovich style role, and he's very right-footed and he's got the pace for it. Like, I like him. Maybe not, yeah, I feel like the way that our current like squad depth lies, we've got Lucinho with Uche as the backup to him. Jens, the backup to him will be the other Brazilian guy / rotation. And then presumably Abramovich then gets Enrique as his backup / rotation option. That would be good. Well, I think that might be where these guys came from potentially. Obviously, I don't want to overdo it with them, but he would be... Night, Gordo. Sleep tight, my friend. I mean, hopefully he won't want crazy money. That's absolutely fine. I'll honestly try and get this down more than anything else. It's just easier. Because the wage demands are actually fine. And he's got one club. I was just making sure that he hadn't come from a Spanish side out of nowhere. His release clause is 15 million, which is what we'll have to pay because there's no wiggle room in that, which is absolutely fine. When you think of the amount of money we're going to have in the spare bank in a minute. I like him. We do have to be careful, though, because too many of these kind of guys will not be able to be registered for our squads because they're all coming in at like 22, 20. Wait, please, 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 please. Yes! I mean, to be fair, the potential's looking worse and worse. But I think this guy, he just looks like those types of players that look like this when they're young, but then become elite. If there is any level of potential about this guy, which there may not be, but he was 5-star PA when we first scouted him officially extensive. It's dropped since, which is a little worrying, but it could be because different scouts have looked at him and maybe they're worse. I'm literally coping a little bit here. Squad player. Do you know what? Fuck it. I like him. And we need more depth there. We can afford to have him. And he probably would be a squad player for us. Because he's got decent CA, it looks like. And his attributes actually are sufficient that I'd be willing to let him do that. Maybe a bit of that. Owns F22 Xbox Edition. Do you know what? I would reckon, Asher, that actually probably people do. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Reject the loan back because we need him in soon. If we can do at least. Also never developed. Possibly. Yeah. And the way that I look at it is, if we are going to sell those Spanish Scourge guys, I kind of am going to need to spend a little bit of money somewhere just to make sure that we don't get buggered by the financial fair play rules. We don't want to end up in an FFP hole. That would be terrible. Oh, I didn't do the Tuesday look. I'm so sorry, Hayden. One sec. Let me just do this. Squad player, which is absolutely fine. If he'd accept just straight up squad player. Okay, what about just regular starter? That's fine. I like the fact that there's a little bit more PA on this guy, potentially. 34,000 a week. Wow. I'm going to try to be cheeky here. Considering he is a Brazilian international, I could dangle like 45 over his head if he'll give me an extra 2 years. Because if he gets a few more caps, which he likely will, 45 is still well within our wage budget for our central midfield roles. If this gives him a 6-year deal, that takes him through till 30, nearly 30 years old. That's well worth it. And it gives us a clause. Your local Brazilian team? No way. That's actually the second Brazilian we bought today. We're certainly shopping in different areas now, which is nice. It's nice to have a couple of marquee signings occasionally. I think the issue before is that we simply couldn't even get close to being able to get these kind of guys in the past. We're not selling Lucidio. Absolutely no chance. I really do like him. It feels like he's almost become the poster child for this sort of tactical revolution that we've kind of gone through. I think he can... He's very much the Obra replacement. Wasn't there another guy we were looking at that can play as a number 10 as well, but we didn't actually end up signing him in the end? Abdullahi doesn't need to go anywhere. It's interesting that they've pivoted to Abdullahi. I'm guessing that's because they didn't end up getting Adrian. I'm sorry, Aristeo, buddy, but it's probably going to be a no from me there, bud. Oh, yeah, 100%. We'll have so much money left over afterwards. Doesn't have any Spanish in it? I hope not. New deal, underpaid. 15 grand a week. And you've got 6 years on your contract. I think we're okay there, bud. Yeah, I'm not sure how much money exactly we're going to have. But the Catalan money alone was, what, 70 million up front, I think? We've still come out with profit. We've got 50 million in the bank still. Despite the amount of money we're spending on players today, our transfer budget has actually increased over the course of today's stream. And that's without even... God, I bet they've got... Do you need any more regions there, lad? Wait, well, maybe they haven't got any regions. Actually, they're all fairly old. Oh, that's their senior squad. Jesus Christ, do you want a bigger intake? There are 35 players in Alzira's under-19 squad between the age of 16 and 17. That seems way bigger. That feels like Scourge-type players because there's so many of them. Because if that was a normal youth intake, surely it would be like 10 players at the very most, rather than 35. Albeit it could be 2 years of intakes, but even so... Ah, dear. I'm starting to worry about that a little bit. Yeah, it's definitely because of the sale, of course. But, hey, we don't have to sign them. We know for now. This must have been when we actually found them last time. That's quite unhappy with the treatment of it. We will move on with that. They never seem to complain after that. There's actually someone else signing a guy called Joao Pedro. Yes. He won't join us till the summer anyway, but I think he's a good player. Even if the PA isn't great, I like his attributes enough, and we did say we were going to focus on that. Feeler's back and is now gone again. Oh, shit, he actually is, you know. He's going to miss the bloody Djurgården game. It's under a week away, and Feeler spent 2 months out, or 3 months out, and now he's gone again. Off them all deals. Yeah, and I don't think they would have done. Unless they do, because AI clubs maybe behave a little bit differently. He's missing both, isn't he? And with Catalar gone, does that mean it's a Duro Gomez pairing? Or maybe Suarez too, actually. Ooh, tough. Luckily, our 2 remaining Champions League fixtures are a lot more... Like, I know we're making a rod for and back doing this, I agree. But I think long term, it's going to be way more satisfying and more fun. Let me just have a look at who's actually left that would be one of those types of players. Naim, I said we protect. Montparnasse is protectable. I don't think Montparnasse actually is one of them, despite being the same age, because he was from the French second tier. Adrian, obviously, potentially on the move. I think that's really just it on Herrera, I suppose. But I don't think there's any more, other than maybe Suarez, but he's a bit further down here. Yeah, we've actually not got that many of them left, in fairness. There's a couple in the loan farm too, but we'll leave those guys alone. So I think it would be Gomez and Catalar, potentially. He's going to play striker. Well, we've got strikers. Melbourne victory for Brady. Brady's back, baby. That's cool. Lot fewer. Do they actually? I wonder if it's because it's producing less players for them to sign in the first place. And there he goes. Oh, I liked him. Bayern are going to get so good as well, aren't they? But it's for the greater good. Hopefully the squad is going to kick off even further. Facing an uncertain future. Not again, buddy. He'll get over it in the 6 years between now and his contract expiring. So what does that do to our budget now? Yeah, so we've now got 69 million in transfer funds and a shitload of wages still and over 300 million in the bank. Which I think might even be more. We've now got a higher budget than we were going to get if we got that takeover anyway. Which is cool. Yeah, they probably will. Thankfully, we've got enough money that they probably could do that, and it would maybe cost us, I don't know, 60, 70 million quid. Then again, our stadium is quite big, isn't it? We are Sans Tuesdays. We take that. I have no idea how we're going to line up in that next game. At least in for Latomba Monga. Absolutely not. Oh, Celtic make pasta offer. Wait, where is Harvey even playing these days? Oh, he's at Livingston, isn't he? Has he really chefed that much? Damn. Harv must be cooking at Livingston if Celtic are coming in for him. He'll be finally leaving the Tony Macaroni Arena. Latomba Monga's going nowhere. That's another one of those Spanish teams, isn't it? West Ham are in for Invertler defence. From Fulham for £3.3 million as well. Right. We'll need to come up with that Champions League game anyway, so we'll save that for Thursday. Yeah, I probably will. What I'll do, actually, off stream, I'll set up another load of transfer room in. We'll just absolutely try and cook it, because obviously we have got weekend. I hope that it comes across in the way that I just want to make it, keep it fun and not have us become so overpowered in a way that makes me feel like there's nowhere to go, I guess. Because that's one of the things I would hate to do. And ultimately, I need to find things interesting. And I feel like this little weird rebuild kind of thing will allow us to sort of redo that and get some new heroes. And maybe allow more space in the squad for some young Polish players from our intakes as well. True. Well, we did Natty Caps in the summer, but we could do the Holy Scoop stuff. Particularly as... probably not. It will still be fine. We should have enough in the tank to get through these last 2 Champions League games. Even if we do go out a bit earlier this season, the other Polish sides are absolutely carrying us as well. So it's going to be a good year regardless if we don't go all the way to the final. It'd be a bit weird if we do get to 3 back-to-back. And I think tactically we're still very strong. So that will certainly help on top of that as well. Let me refund your points for that, Hayden. We couldn't get that. And then find a raid. So, who's still live this afternoon? What we thinking? A few more options up. Being able to scroll is a nice change. Let's do... That looks like there's a dual stream here. Let's raid Swanky Pants. Good name. I'm spelling this correctly. Yes. Swanky Pants _10, crucially. So, we're back on Thursday. The plan for Thursday is going to be obviously January transfers and stuff. A shitload of players join us. Champions League stuff. We probably won't get all the way to the youth intake. Oh, maybe. Either it'll be right at the end or it'll be the beginning of Sunday's stream as we finish things off. Depends on how well we go in Europe. And congrats to Wills for winning the first round of the fantasy. We'll be much more smooth with it on Thursday, and hopefully we'll have plenty of games to get through to get even more one in there as well. So thank you for joining me. Thank you for the fun vibes as always, my friends, and I will see you lovely folks on Thursday for more wondrousness. Yeah, hold your gun, capybara, enjoy the rest of your day, my friends. Hopefully it's still sunny outside. It's glorious. Do you know what? We might just do some curtainless streams in future so you can have the whole side of my face just lit up in white so I somehow look even paler than I am. That'd be a good little thing. If you win the fantasy league, you get banned for a stream. I'm not even going to suggest that because Harv will take that too seriously.